And I think everybody's done. That's on this Allison Chains. I know it says Donald Gladfelter. Let me actually just close that out so there's no confusion with the AI chat. $50 on Allison Chains, okay? $50 on Allison Chains. That is going once, going twice. And then White Line Big Game. White Line Big Game is still available. $44.99. That's a Friday Music remaster. And there we go. Raymond's comment just popped up. There it is. Hey, test. Here comes YouTube comments. Testing. Oh, man, it's working now. Something happened. We went from 233 viewers, though, to 121. YouTube crashed. Okay, maybe he just restarted YouTube. That might have what he might have did. Okay, he restarted. Aha. That's what he did. Okay. I had to restart YouTube. It was broken of Restream. Okay, we're connected now. All right, so everybody's going to have to go find that YouTube stream again. Put Danae DeLeo on a waiting list. Put Danae DeLeo on a waiting list for... put Danae DeLeo on a waiting list for Supertramp Breakfast in America Half-Speed Master. Okay? All right, I think we're cooking now. We'll just have to get all the YouTubers back on the right feed. And no feed on YouTube. That's because we just reset it. Alex Miller gets Allison Chains. This is sold to Alex Miller for $50. Jake, do we need to go retitle that part 2? Maybe go retitle that part 2, perhaps. Otherwise, people's going to be on the wrong one. I don't know if we can do that. Or I can if it's up where I can edit it. And then these 2 Gene Simmons busts are sold to Chase Drop Sinky for $20. Thank you, Chase Drop Sinky. Those are sold to you for $20. This isn't my normal card, I don't think. Or did y'all do something to it? Doesn't look like my same cart. Chad's getting upset. Okay, here we go. All right. Let's see here. All right, we're good to go. And Nick Bargeron made an offer on White Line. Nick, these are all sticker price. Okay. All right. Whole new series of auctions going up right now. Jake, I got to get this big box off my thing for a second. Okay. All right, there we go. All right, next thing. Nirvana, Roam As You Are. Roam as you are, as you were, as you... All right, this is Nirvana, Roam As You Are. It's a 2019 unofficial limited edition. This is also going to go up for a $35 start. It's a Nirvana Live Unofficial. Nirvana Live Unofficial. That's now up for bid. Also going up for bid is this. It is AC/DC. It's a 79 USOG Specialty Press. VG Plus. It does have a... Let me read what this note says. Okay. 1979 US. This is AC/DC Highway to Hell. And this is going to go up for a $1 start. $1 start, AC/DC Highway to Hell. That's up for bid in slot number A. Finishing up here, we have Lizzie Borden. The Best of Lizzie Borden. That's a double LP green vinyl. $44.99. Wet Leg Moisturizer. Wet Leg is sold to Michael Polanski for $34.99. So there's an OG AC/DC VG Plus. That's a $1 start. Nirvana over here in D is a $35 start. $35 start. And we're also going to put up The Clash. This is an 82 Pitman with the commercial during Inoculated City, which makes that the first press and near mint. So it has the commercial during Inoculated City. That's one way to denote it's OG and the original inner sleeve. So we're talking OG Clash here, and that's going to go up for a $50 start. $50 start on the Clash Combat Rock. So that's getting some activity already. Let's step right over here and grab this. This is going to go up for a $1 start. This is Styx Ripu. Ripu is a Japanese pressing. This is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. REPPOO. It is near mint. It has this inner sleeve and insert with it. And Styx does have a tear in the obi back here on the back. There is a tear on the obi on the back, but that's going to go up for just a $1 start. Also, Monster Magnet, God Says No. Monster Magnet's a double LP, $39.99. Supertramp, Even in the Quietest of Moments. That has their great song, Give a Little Bit on it. That is $49.99. So that one is available. Give a little bit. $49.99. Even in the quietest moments, Half Speed Master. Smashing Pumpkins Gish is $36.99. Here's another Analog Productions. George Benson Breezin'. $69.99 for George Benson Breezin'. And then 7 Mary 3 Orange Avenue. 7 Mary 3 Orange Avenue. $39.99. Limited edition 1,000. Dangerous Toys Demolition. Dangerous Toys is on clear of orange, haze, and black splatter. $36.99 for Dangerous Toys. Bill Withers Greatest Hits. Just the Two of Us. $44.99. MoFi. MoFi. Also Midnight Oil is $34.99. And Stand By Me. This is $44.99. This is the Stand By Me soundtrack. Also, we have Thin Lizzy. This is a double LP, $49.99 for their debut. And then Stone Temple Pilots, Volume 4, or Number 4, $69.99. That's another double LP, 45 RPM. Okay, so over here, we're at 23. Final chance for 50. This is at 30. And Nirvana's a final chance for 35. What is indeed? That's Nirvana, Rome As You Are. That's a live unofficial. Rome, Italy, 1991. It is near mint, limited edition, unofficial. Limited edition, unofficial. Nirvana, Rome As You Are, $35 star. David Doyle wants the Bill Withers MoFi. Great decision there. So did David for $44.99. And Ride the Rainbow, the tribute to Rainbow, is sold to Clifford Umstead for $46.99. And we can do a wait list on that if anybody else wants one. I'm still looking for the Beatles Help, Cake, Sonic Youth, STP, Gojira, Grateful Dead, Dropkick. I'm still looking for Black Sabbath, Ozzy, Zappa, and Filter. Those are coming up in the next crate. I still got STP, Thin Lizzy, Stand By Me, Midnight Oil, Dangerous Toys, 7 Mary 3, George Benson, Smashing Pumpkins, Supertramp, Monster Magnet, Lizzie Borden, Alice Cooper, White Line, Earth, Wind & Fire, Van Morrison, The Toadies, Montrose, and Bill Withers live at Carnegie Hall. That's a double LP green, $44.99. Thanks, everybody, for joining us on Monday night. We had a hiccup over on YouTube for our connection, but I think we are good to go. I think we're good to go now on YouTube. So welcome, everybody. And we are officially rolling. Let me go get this other crate right here. So if you didn't tune in at all yesterday on Kiss Night, if you didn't tune in yesterday at all on Kiss Night, then we had... then you missed 7 crates of new stuff. After going through everything and condensing, I had it down into 4. That's what I'm going back through right now. So you didn't miss anything except for what sold. And what sold, we're going to be reordering. And Bill Withers is magenta. Yeah, it's magenta. Did I say green? I think at one time they did a green vinyl pressing of that. So what they do, Music on Vinyl will press something on a color. Then they'll press it on black vinyl. And then if it's still a big seller, they'll go ahead and press some more on color. All right. What didn't sell on the left bin of Kiss? That is all from last night. All right, we have A, B, C, and D, and we're going to go ahead and make B and D buy it now. So the Clash is a $50 buy it now. That is Combat Rock, an 82 OG. And this is near mint, and this is $50 on that one. Nirvana, Rome As You Are. This is a 2019 unofficial, $35 on that one, okay? Those are no bids. Those are going to go right over here for a second. All right, there's that and there's that. AC/DC, there's Styx. Give me 1 second. I might show some of the no bids from last night. Also, we have 9 Inch Nails, Pretty Hate Machine. That's $33.99. And then Hootie and the Blowfish, Cracked Review. Hootie is $33.99. All right, let's go ahead and put this up right here. This is Sonny Boy Williamson. Keep it to ourselves. Sonny Boy Williamson is a 2012 remaster. It is near mint, and this is Sonny Boy Williamson. Keep it to ourselves, and this is a 200-gram Analog Productions. 200-gram Analog Productions. That's a $50 start. UJ Miller gets the Nirvana buy it now for $35. And then Brian Lubbock over here gets AC/DC Highway to Hell. That's sold to Brian Lubbock for $26. Thank you, Brian. That's sold to you. Let's put that right over here. Next thing is this. I have the following. I have, let me go back to the front of this crate. So this is, this is the Who Sellout. It's a 2023 Japanese limited edition green vinyl. Near Mint, The Who. This is a official Japanese pressing, 180 gram on green vinyl, and that's going to go up an A for a $60 start. Sonny Boy Williamson, 50. Styx Repu is a final call for $45 to Jeff Colgrove. And then we're going to go ahead and open up D for another auction, which is going to be the Ramones. And this is the Ramones live at Triple J. This is a record store day released. Sydney, Australia, 1980, VG Plus, a $25 start on the Ramones. That's up for bid. There we have Stone Temple Pilots Core. Stone Temple Pilots Core is sold to Sean Richter for $33.99. Thank you, Sean Richter. That's sold to you. Jailbreak Thin Lizzy is $38.99. We still have that available. The boys are back in town. Chris Isaac is $29.99. And we have System of a Down, $29.99 for System of a Down. Also, Pink Floyd Wish You Here. That's the limited edition yellow flame colored vinyl. $49.99 for Pink Floyd Wish You Were Here. Jack White Good Charlotte. Jack White is $29.99. And Cake Comfort Eagle. There was a claim for this. This is sold to Glenn Kesey for $33.99. And Ozzy Bark at the Moon. This did sell. Ozzy, no it didn't. It was Ozzy Memoir. So that's still available. Blue vinyl, $29.99. Over here, Styx is sold to Jeff Colgrove for $45. Thank you on that, Jeff. Appreciate that. That's sold to Jeff for $45. Let me find a new sleeve for that right quick. And that would be where? Where are you new sleeves? Let me step over here and grab this. All right, make sure everybody's hit the like button. This should be the second YouTube stream. The first one had a bug in it. It got crashed out on Restream, so we had to restart. Just FYI, okay? So there's that. Let's put that away. And then these are final calls. A is a final call for a $50 start, and so is B. That's the Who Japanese on colored vinyl, and then Sonny Boy Williamson is Analog Productions, okay? Let's go back over here. We've already sold one of the Alice in Chains. We've already sold two of their Nirvanas, so let's go ahead and put up Soundgarden, and this is on the green smoke colored vinyl. This is really good. 2018 U.S. Record Store Day. This is on green smoke vinyl. That's a near mint 2LP, a $70 start on that one. David Doyle got Jailbreak by Thin Lizzy for $38.99. The Dead Milkmen, that is a Record Store Day essential. That is $33.99 on red vinyl. That's the Dead Milkmen. Grateful Dead's Greatest Hits. This is sold for $33.99 to Danae DeLeo. We also have The Presidents of the United States of America, $29.99 on POTUS. And we have Lou Reed Transformer, $33.99 on Lou Reed Transformer, $33.99. I still got that available. Metallica Load is a remaster, $44.99, and Metallica Reload's a remaster, $44.99. Dustin Brandon wants Ozzy Bark at the Moon. That's sold to Dustin Brandon for $29.99. Sid Barrett, The Madcap Laughs. Sid Barrett is $39.99. I still have that one. And Promise Tales from the Punch Bowl, that's a double LP, $44.99. $44.99. So quick update, we're at 56.51. Soundgarden is a $70 start, and the Ramones is at $45 right now. We have King Crimson Discipline. King Crimson's $34.99, and then Queen's Greatest Hits. That's a double LP half-speed master. Queen is $39.99. Skillet Revolution, $29.99 for Skillet Revolution, and Green Day Insomniac, double LP $49.99. That's black vinyl with a foil cover. King Gizzard Lizard Wizard, Face Full of Fuzz, $44.99. And then Whiskey Myers Firewater, double LP, $36.99 on that one. Beck Mellow Gold, $36.99. Black Sabbath, We Sold Our Soul for Rock and Roll. That's the green vinyl. That is sold to Lee Hanley for $44.99. Lee over on YouTube, appreciate that. Promise to Desaturating 7, that's on splatter vinyl for $24.99. And then this is the Velvet Underground and Nico, $38.99. Frank Zappa, Hot Rats. Hot Rats was... Colin, are you watching? There's actually two Zappas. There's Zappatite and Hot Rats. Let me know which one you wanted, Colin, because somebody did claim Hot Rats. I got to confirm because I think there was two Zappas left. There's also one called Zappatite. We got Devious John on Beck Mellow Gold. I'm a Loser Baby. That is $36.99. That's sold to Devious John. And then over here, we have Brian Lubbock getting Promise. That's sold to Brian Lubbock for $24.99. Thank you on that one. And then we have Maroon 5. That song's about Jane. $38.99 for Maroon 5. And then Pearl Jam Yield, $33.99. Also, Third Eye Blind is $44. And Metallica Death Magnetic. Metallica Death Magnetic is a double LP, $49.99. All right, so we can go ahead and make Soundgarden and buy it now for $70. The 2018 Records Today Green Smoke Vinyl, $70 buy it now on that one. This is a Palace, made in Germany, original analog masters. So that's sold to somebody. We just got to figure out who in just a second. Quick update on our other auctions. The Who is at 59, Sonny Boy Williams at 51, the Ramones is at 60, and let's go ahead and put up a new auction for C, and that one's going to be Lightning Hopkins, a 1970 US, and that is Lightning Hopkins, Got to Move Your Baby. This is on this purple Prestige label, and it has been play tested. It has just light noise. It's in VG condition, and Lightning Hopkins is a $30 start. Next is Nirvana Request. Now, Kelly, I've already ran two. Two has already been put up. Robert's already bought one of them. Somebody else bought the other. And I think there's several over here. So maybe let me know exactly which one you want to see, because I think there's several over here. And we've already put up two of them. T-Bass gets the Soundgarden for $70. This is sold to T-Bass for $70, okay? Thank you on that, T-Bass. Jason Lee was second on that one. Brian Lubbock got Sonny Boy Williamson. That's sold to Brian Lubbock for $51. Let's go ahead and get that off the table as well. Thank you on that, and we are good to go. Lightning Hopkins is in C, a $30 start. Ramones is at 60, and The Who is a final call to Carl Berger. Actually, it is sold to Carl Berger for $59. Thank you, Carl Berger. That is sold to you. We sold one of those last week, and I've got another one over here. This one is The Who. It's another colored vinyl Japanese. This is going to go up for bid in slot number A. This is The Who, and this is called Exciting The Who. It's a purple vinyl, official 2023 Japanese, near mint, a $40 start on that one. A near mint, $40 start on that one. Nirvana High Madrid. Okay, I will try my best to start locating that one. Here is Nevermind Madrid. This is Nirvana. There's like three others over here as well. This is a 2022 unofficial, near mint, live Nirvana, a $35 start. Okay, I'm still looking for the Beatles, Sonic Youth, and Zappa, and Gojira, and Dropkick Murphys, and an Ozzy, and a Black Sabbath, and a Filter. Here's what's left in here. I had Metallica, Third Eye Blind, Pearl Jam, Maroon 5, Velvet Underground, and Nico, Whiskey Myers, King Gizzard, Green Day, Skillet, Queen, King Crimson, Primus, Syd Barrett, Metallica, Lou Reed, POTUS, Dead Milkmen, also Good Charlotte, and we have yellow vinyl on the Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. We have System of a Down, Chris Isaac, Hootie and the Blowfish, and 9 Inch Nails. I still don't see the T-Bass claim for Soundgarden. He commented right here, exclamation mark C70. He didn't really say Soundgarden. He basically placed a bid as it was closing. So it was closed, then his bid showed up. Okay. All right, and then Jeff Dedman got Pink Floyd. This is sold to Jeff Dedman for $49.99. Frozen Charlotte by Jack White. Frozen Charlotte by Jack White, $29.99. All right, there's that, and I think we're ready for that next crate. Here we go, happening right now. Spoon Man. Dun da dun da, run da da, save me. Run da dun da, run da da, save me. Dun 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 dun, run. Oh. You never done that for my late bids, but okay. I don't think that's technically a late bid. So some people do that when they're claiming something. So it wasn't a bid. No one had actually bid on it. So if it doesn't have a bid, which Soundgarden didn't, and then I say it's over. Some people don't put Soundgarden. They're sniping it by placing the slot and number. Now, if it had had a bid and I said sold to somebody, then his bid popped up, it would have been late. That wasn't a bid, that was a claim. Pink Floyd, the best of, this is a double LP, $49.99. The best of Pink Floyd, A Foot in the Door. This is a double LP, $49.99. So it didn't have a bid. So if it doesn't have a bid, then I close it. There's that. Okay. We have the Beatles number ones. That's a double LP, $59.99. That's the Beatles number ones, $59.99. And then Weezer, the Green Album, $34.99. Weezer, the Green Album, $34.99. The Cure, the top, is $33.99. The Cure, the top, $33.99. He essentially didn't place a bid. He claimed it because there was no bids on it. Like right now, this doesn't have a bid. And if somebody put exclamation mark A40, that means they're claiming it. The Who is a $40 buy it now. This is on purple vinyl, a 2023 Japanese. And Nirvana is sold to Alex Miller for $40. Thank you, Alex Miller. That's so to you. Lightning Hopkins is at 31 with Joe DeGaldo. There's been 2 bids, and we'll say final call on that. The Ramones is now at 99 with Brian Lubbock. Static X, Wisconsin Death Trip. Static X is $44.99. That's a music on vinyl press. Also, Ozzy Memoirs of a Madman. Ozzy Memoirs of a Madman is sold to Lee Hanley. Thank you, Lee. That is sold to you for $39.99. And the Beatles Help Remastered. This is sold to Blaine Zapnick for $36.99. Thank you, Blaine. That is sold to you. Okay. Next over here is this. We have Nirvana, Hi, How Are You, Madrid. This is a double LP, sealed, unofficial, in slot number B, and this is going to go up for a $50 start. That's up for bid in B, a $50 start. And we have Deftones, White Pony. Deftones is a double LP, $44.99. That's White Pony. Stone Temple Pilots, this is called STP Thank You. There was, this is sold to Sean Richter for $44.99. Thank you, Sean Richter. That is sold to you. Lightning Hopkins, a final call. We need to lay down another auction, okay? Final call on the Ramones for $99. And if somebody puts an exclamation mark, now it's going to place a new bid. Yeah, but if they're first, that means they get it because they were claiming it or trying to bid on it. But if somebody had claimed it, so for example, if your claim would have come in, if your offer would have come in before his late bid, then it would have been yours because there was no bids on it. This is another Nirvana. We're going to run 2 at the same time. This is an orange vinyl unofficial. This is $35. Nirvana, Pier 48, Seattle. And this is up for bid, a $35 start. So I've got 2 Nirvanas running. Lightning Hopkins is sold to Joe DeGaldo. This is sold to Joe DeGaldo for $31. Thank you, Joe DeGaldo. Let's go ahead and put that away for him. That's sold for $31. 2 Nirvana bootlegs running right now. And then Ramones is sold to Brian Lubbock for $99. That's sold to Brian Lubbock for $99. Thank you on that one. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. This is Pink Floyd live at Nebworth. This is a double LP. And this is a double LP near mint, and this is going to go up at a $30 start. That plays at a 45 RPM, $30 start on that. Pink Floyd live at Nebworth. Slot number D is going to go up for bid right now, and that is The Clash. This is a 2015 record store day. 2015 record store day. This is white and blue split vinyl, EX condition, a $40 start, and it's numbered back here on the back. 2616, and that is going to go up for a $40 start. I see a lot of green lighting up on the board. That's good. Pink Floyd Animals. Oh, man. The 2018 remix. This is a good one. $34.99. And Pink Floyd, that's mono, Piper at the Gates of Dawn, $33.99. Pink Floyd. We have Chris Cornell, Carry On. We have a $46.99. That was first time ever on vinyl. That's a Chris Cornell compilation. $46.99 on that one. Dropkick Murphys, Haywire. Dropkick Murphys is sold to Kelly Flottercheck. Thank you, Kelly. That's sold to you for $33.99. And then Pink Floyd, Green River. That's on green vinyl, and that's $33.99. We also have Motley Crue, Girls, $33.99, 40th anniversary remaster. And we have Aerosmith Pump, $38.99 for Aerosmith Pump. Update, we have Nirvana 75, Nirvana 90, Pink Floyd 35, and The Clash is going once, going twice. And we have Gojira Magma, $33.99. This was sold in a double comment to Michael Polanski. Thank you on that. C. Gale got Pink Floyd Animals. That's sold to C. Gale for $34.99. And Devious John gets Aerosmith. That is sold to him for $38.99. David Bowie, Hunky Dory. David Bowie is $33.99. And Rush, Farewell to Kings. Rush is $38.99. Sonic Youth Daydream Nation. This is sold to John Farrell for $46.99. Thank you, John Farrell. That's sold to you. Talking Heads Speaking in Tongues, $33.99 on Talking Heads. And Television Marquee Moon, $33.99 on Television. Also, we have Zapatite, $39.99. Colin, if you're happen to watch Colin Butler, we have Zappa, and then Colin, there was 2 Zappas, so I can't tag that. Actually, Hot Rats was first claimed, though, I think. Yeah, so actually, Hot Rats was first claimed. So this is definitely sold to John Farrell for $38.99, okay? That's sold to him. Talking Head Speaking in Tongues. That is sold to Thomas Bishop for $33.99. The Clash is in slot number D. This is a 2015 U.S. Record Store Day. Half split white and blue. It's EX. It has the inner sleeve. It's numbered. It's $40. Quick update on these other auctions. Nirvana 75, Nirvana 110, Pink Floyd 38, and The Clash is a final call. Fine Young Cannibals, $39.99. It's a compilation. The very best of Fine Young Cannibals. She Drives Me Crazy, $39.99. Filter over here is sold to Patrick Fu for $33.99. Grateful Dead, Wake of the Flood. Grateful Dead is $33.99. Motley Crue, Dr. Feelgood, $33.99. Twin Peaks soundtrack is $33.99 green vinyl. And then CCR on orange vinyl, that's Bayou Country, $33.99. $33.99. Okay? All right. Over here, Shane on Motley Crue. Now, Shane, did you want, let's see, was girls in here? Let's see here. Yeah, so there's 2 different ones. Over here, this is Motley Crue and Dr. Feelgood, 33, okay? All right, 33 and 33. Let me know which one you want on that. Alex Miller, I'll go ahead and say this first Nirvana on the end, and that's sold to Alex for $75. Let's go ahead and put that away. Thank you. The other Madrid, or the other Nirvana, is at 110 with Kelly. We got Shane T1002 on Dr. Feelgood, and that is $33.99. Chad, are you taking pre-orders for Accept Teutonic Times? Yes. Yes, because they're going to make a note right now for Ed to post it, whoever's watching. Yes. Thomas Bishop on Twin Peaks. This is sold to Thomas Bishop for $33.99, okay? All right, we good to go. And then, Chad, are you still going to get Black Sabbath Technical SC Spirit of 76? Yes. Yes. All right, and I think everybody in the comments got what they wanted. Except Colin Butler, and we got to wait and see which Zappa he wanted specifically. Kelly gets Nirvana for $110. Thank you, Kelly. That is so to you. That one's done. And then over here in D, The Clash is a no bid. 2 no bids, 3 no bids. The Who and a couple Clashes. Who and a couple Clashes. What's up with the Clash? What's up with the Clash? Oh my gosh. Okay, and then let's open up A, B, and D for new auctions. Here we go. Let's do another Alice in Chains unofficial. Live at the Sheraton Lorena, Los Angeles, 1990. Unofficial, 180 gram, and this is going to go up for a $30 start. Alice in Chains. That's up for bid, a $30 start in A. Going right next to that is this. This is a Japanese pressing of Roy Gallagher, and it's a promo copy. And that's a 1977 Japanese promo, near mint, and it's a white label Japanese promo, and it is really nice. That's going to go up for a $50 start. $50 start on that. And then next is this. Thomas Bishop, I already pulled you Twin Peaks. And Sean Richter wants David Bowie, Hunky Dory. That's a good one. So does Sean Richter for $33.99. Okay. Over here, Allison Chains, still no answer. He's probably either forgot about me or I'll have to follow up. Same thing. I'll try to remember that. I hadn't actually been on my email, I don't think, since, man, I don't know. I might have not been on my email since I got back from, I can't remember the last time I've looked at emails, so I'll have to check. Since Ed's been ordering vinyl, I probably got stuff I got to reply to. I'll check on that tonight. Bob Dylan, 67 repress, a Columbia 2i. A pre-order is never predictable. I mean, I can give you a maybe. He might even not know. So I've said this before. A pre-order, there's never any guarantee on any pre-order. You just never know. Anything, and that's with anybody. That's with, if you're even ordering it straight from a website, the label. Brian Lubbock got the Pink Floyd there for $41. So I've always told everybody, I can't say yes for sure you're going to get X pre-order. It's usually whenever it comes down to the week they're released, really. Bob Dylan is a 67 US repress, Santa Maria VG Plus Bob Dylan. This is in D. It does have the original inner sleeve, and Dylan is a $40 start in D. $40 start on D and Dylan. That's his debut album on the Columbia 2i label. The Columbia 2i label. All righty, here we go. Let me move this crate over. There's box sets. Let me go ahead and run one of the big Taylor Swifts if I can find it. There's stuff tagged and put away everywhere. I think these are, let me grab this. There we go. All right. Here we go. This is a $2,000 start. This is a $2,000 start. This is Taylor Swift. This is the record store day numbered. This is record store day numbered 3985 of 4750. This is sealed record store day, exclusive crystal clear and pink vinyl. This one was the 2008 Big Machine Records, numbered, and this is sealed, unopened, a $2,000 start. You're hearing me correctly. That's 2 comma, 3 zeros, a decimal, then 2 more zeros. That's up for bid in slot number C. Taylor Swift, 1989, sealed record store day. Sealed record store day, okay? Also over here, we have Allison Chains at 75, Roy Gallagher 50, and then Bob Dylan just got put down, and that's Bob Dylan's debut. It is not the first label. Those are really tough to get. This is a Columbia 2i label. It's VG Plus. That's a Santa Maria. That is $40, okay? $40 on that. Now, we're ready for some of the new stuff, but first, let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Will there be a pre-order for the new Miss Rachel album? Not trolling. Yes. Yes, there will be, because they're going to write that down and give it to Ed. $30 on the Clash. You're probably talking about this one right here, James Allen. So to James Allen for $30, okay? And then info on Deftones. Deftones is a double LP. That's of White Pony. It's new and sealed, and that is $44.99. All right, great recap there. Let's get into some of the new stuff. My crate is full. Time to do some switcherooies and dit-to-doies. All right, first crate over here is full. Great Kiss night last night. Great Kiss night last night. Jill's watching it right now. She's watching the tail end of it. We're tagging, we're selling. Let's keep going. Okay? All righty. So, A and B are done. Allison Chains is sold to Alex Miller for $75. Thank you. Let's keep these auctions rolling. Roy Gallagher is sold to T Bass for $50. Thank you on that one. Taylor Swift is $2,000. Final chance on Bob Dylan. We'll go ahead and put up 2 more right quick, and those are going to happen at this moment. That's Dire Straits Live 78 to 82. This is a sealed 12 LP box set. a sealed 12 LP box set, and that is a $275 start in A. $275 start in A. Next in B is going to be this, the Ramones, Too Tough to Die. The Ramones is an 84 USOG, 84 USOG, and this is near mint. It has the original inner sleeve, and that is a $40 start, $40 start on that. Okay, why do we keep getting in? Oh, that's the same shipment, I think. This is Korn, The Serenity of Suffering. Korn is $33.99. The Serenity of Suffering. Now, that had been long out of print. We have them in stock. They are $33.99. Korn, The Serenity of Suffering. Also, Orange Goblin, Science, Not Fiction. Orange Goblin is $56.99. That's a double LP, $56.99. What is Bob Dylan? It's his debut album, a Columbia 2i label, a 67 Santa Maria repress, $40 on Bob Dylan. Quick update on the other auctions. So over here, we have Dire Straits at $275 sealed. The Ramones, Too Tough to Die. This is near mint, and that's $40. And Taylor Swift. Korn already came in, so the Korns were already in, and then we tagged them. We've tagged those already. Yes, they have already been in, 100% on that one. I will go back through and make sure everybody's locks have happened. Let me pull that up right now. And it's Korn, The Serenity of Suffering. Okay, my phone didn't want to cooperate there for a second. Both my phones, I don't know if it's just where I'm around all this technology, it really wants to like lag and freeze, which is highly unusual. So Ramones is at OG. The Ramones is an 84 USOG, yes. Taylor Swift does have a bid for $2,000. So Korn is still available, and everybody's locks have happened. Kelly Vlodderchek, I don't see you on the pre-order, so if you need one, I'll tag you for one. This, I believe, was a pre-order. It was. This is John Coltrane. It's called Coltrane. And this is a all-analog Kevin Gray, coherent audio, RTI 180 gram. John Coltrane. This is $44.99. We had one sold to Greg Layton. One sold to Greg Layton. Now I need to pull up this pre-order so I can lock everybody's comments. That's one way we know when something's come in. A, B, and C have new bids. Final call on Taylor. And then over here, Korn is sold. And Korn is sold for $33.99 to Kelly Vlodderchek. Yeah, so Coltrane, here's that pre-order. And Coltrane is sold to Greg Layton. We got him. And then we have R.J. Myers got one. That's sold to R.J. Myers for $44.99. And then we have Daryl Johnson. That's Daryl Johnson's as well. So everybody got one, and there's one extra copy. There's one extra copy. So Greg, RJ, Daryl on the pre-order, and one extra copy, $44.99. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's Nashville PUSSY. This one's called Get Some, $33.99. $33.99. All right. And Taylor Swift is sold to Guy Shard. I feel like if somebody's going to bid, they would have bid by now. We got our first air horn of the night, probably first of many. This is sold to Guy Shard for $2,000. Jill, I got to blow the air horn. The air horn's coming, Jill. Hello, Jill. Can you hear me, Jill? She's wearing headphones. I'm about to blow the air horn. Okay. I don't want to scare half everybody to death. I think Trenton's already left. He has. All right, awesome. All right, all right. Here we go. That's sold to Guy Shard, $2,000. He knew we had this stuff. He's here. He's ready to bid on it. He's here. He said, bring it out. Bring it out. All night, man. He's saying, bring it out. He's going to bid on it. Thank you, Guy. This is sold to you for $2,000. Let me get it back in its top loader. A great use of a top loader here. A great use of a top loader. All right. Perfect sealed copy. Okay. Thank you, Guy Shard. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Might be doing that about 2 or 3 more times tonight. Can you ask me a question? Sure, you can ask me a question.
At the end of the the sale, Stephen Rodriguez was wanting that bundle for $109, but
no, we didn't do it. We didn't. It didn't go through. No, I didn't do that. Okay. All right. Thank you, guy. I'm going to put that over here on the cart by itself safely, and appreciate that. Was that one even in the hot picture? I got here and I was like, man, we're supposed to sell all this Taylor Swift stuff. I don't know if it's even in the hot picture, so might be exclusive to whoever's watching tonight. Okay. All right, here we go. T-Bass got Dire Straits. That's sold to T-Bass for $275. Thank you, T-Bass. That's sold to you. The Ramones, Too Tough to Die. The Ramones is sold to Alex Miller for $50. Appreciate that. That's sold to Alex Miller for $50. And then Bob Dylan is sold to Kevin J. Reeds for $40. The Santa Maria repress from '67. This is sold to Kevin J. Reeds for $40. All right, there's that. And we are good to go. Thank you, Guy. That's a tough one. Let me tell you, if you hear the words Taylor Swift and numbered, I would go ahead and buckle up. Okay? I would go ahead and buckle up. So what I'm going to do is that one just sold. I'm going to go ahead and go back to back with the same album. I've got another one here that is opened. Okay? I've got another one here that is opened. Let's take a look at it. And I'm going to put this one in the same slot. So that one's sealed, just sold for $2,000. I have one more, and this is the last one I have. I have one more that's opened. One more that's opened. Record store day numbered 3877 of 4750. Okay? This one's numbered. There's what the vinyl looks like. This one's near mint. Near mint. So when I was looking some stuff up after we bought this collection, so let me kind of give you an idea of what Taylor autographs sell for. This album, like on black vinyl, not the record store day, but this album on black vinyl, just an album jacket, signed, sells for between $5,000 and $7,000 now. That's how expensive her signed album jackets are. There's not really many signed album jackets of Taylor out there, so that is that's a pretty big deal. So this one is opened. This one's opened $1,850, $1,850. So that's my last one I have, and that one's opened, 1850, okay? That's the 2018 Record Store Day numbered. 2018 Record Store Day numbered. Going up in slot number A is Black Sabbath. This is Black Sabbath is a 2023 limited edition box set, numbered to 4,000. It is all their studio albums through the Ozzy era, and this is sealed Black Sabbath box set, $250 start. $250 start on Black Sabbath. That's up for bid in slot number A. Taylor Swift is $1,850, and then Alice in Chains is going to go up in B. Alice in Chains is a 2022 Record Store Day remaster, near mint, We Die Young, a $30 start. $30 start on that, and then let's put up a new auction in D. And new auction in D is going to be Lightning Strikes by Lightning Hopkins. Oh man, rare blues here. Rare blues. Here we go. This is Lightning Hopkins, a 1962 OG mono, ARP Deep Groove, VG Plus. VG Plus, it has 5 pressing bubbles, which is common for these. It plays through with no issues. It's a $200 start. $200 start. All righty. Now, Taylor has been the talk for the last 10 minutes. I may have missed a claim. I did. So the first claim I missed was John Marksky got John Coltrane. That sold to John Marksky for $44.99. And then Nashville PUSSY is sold. That is sold to David Doyle for $33.99. Guy Shard is aware that I have Taylor Swift Red. Yes, I think he has seen that one before. B has a bid, B has a bid, B has a bid, D has a bid. Chad Snyder also wants Nashville Cat. That's sold to Chad Snyder for $33.99. And then the next item in here was another pre-order. This is called Judah and the Lion, I Am a Prism. That's a pre-order. The first person was Robert Barnett. Let's go ahead and pull that up. Judah and the Lion, I Am a Prism. This is sold to Robert Barnett for $29.99. We have another one sold to Blaine Zapnick for $29.99. We have another one sold to Kelly Vlodarchek for $29.99, and another one sold to Angela Lewis for $29.99. I've got 3 extras pressed on Lightning Blue Vinyl, $29.99 for Judah and the Line. Jumping over here, Black Sabbath is sealed, a $250 start. Alice in Chains is at $50. Taylor Swift is $1,850. $1,850, and Lightning Hopkins is at $200. Those are all going once, going twice. That was the first crate of new vinyl for tonight. Tonight is going to be a lot of pre-owned vintage. There's a backlog now of 11 crates that's never been shown. That's right. You're hearing me correctly. A backlog of 11 crates that's never been shown. Just FYI. So I've got 3 Judah and the Lines left. I got 3 of Get Some's left by Nashville, you know, the thing. And then Orange Goblins, 56. And then Korn, The Serenity of Suffering, is $33.99. Korn, The Serenity of Suffering. Okay. Arctic Blue Raspberry Liquid IV. Delicious. Arctic Blue Raspberry. All right, let's do this crate here. Pretty sure it's another pre-order crate. Nobody wants to shake it off tonight. Shake it off. Ooh, ooh, shape of your body, it's true. This is a 2022. This is a 2022 Record Store Day remaster. Near mint at $30. Okay. First thing we have is JethroTull.com. Has this ever even been released on vinyl? I don't think I even have this. And I have 2 full crates of Jethro Tull albums. I've never seen this before. JethroTull.com is what that was called. There's a couple people that put out albums that were like that in that era. So this was originally released as their 20th studio album. I forgot what year, but this is a new reissue. I don't think that's ever been available. There was a pre-order for it, it looks like. Let's pull that up over here on Facebook. JethroTull.com, if I can find it right quick. I don't think I can, though. So that is $39.99. There it is. So there was 2 pre-orders. Sherry Darnell got one for $39.99, and here is another one to Blaine Zapnick for $39.99. There's 2 extras. It's a Bruce Sword remix, 20th anniversary, with 6 unreleased bonus tracks. Jethro Tull. So yeah, that was like early 2000s when that came out. AC and D are done. Black Sabbath is a buy it now. This is a buy it now for $250. The Hand of Doom box set, which is all the Ozzy discography. All the Ozzy. Ooh. Oh, man. Oh, that felt good. All the Ozzy discography on picture disc. Taylor Swift is $1,850. We just sold the sealed one earlier for $2,000. We just sold the other one earlier for $2,000. Here is the opened one, $1,850, okay? I'm going to put that right over here. Taylor Swift. It's near mint too. Near mint too. That is from this new Nashville collection. A lot of this stuff came out of Nashville. Yes, this over here is the picture disc. It's Debut Paranoid Master Volume 4, Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, Sabotage, Technical Ecstasy, and Never Say Die. That's all sealed in that box set for $250. And then Shane Landote got Lightning Hopkins for $200. Thank you, Shane. This is so to you for $200. Thank you on that, Shane. That is done. He got that for the minimum bid. Jethro Tull. Jethro Tull is sold to David Johnson for $39.99. And we have Alice in Chains at $65. Black Sabbath is sold to Jason Lee for $225. And I think Jill's got something to say to me. You leaving? Okay, thank you. I am perfectly okay. I will take a junior bacon cheeseburger with a loaded baked potato, cheddar and bacon bits from Wendy's, a small chocolate frosty, a large root beer, and a large fry. That's it. No, I'm joking. Okay. All right, let's put up some new stuff. Taylor Swift, and what's going on? Other stuff. I've got great stuff from the Music Executives collection. That's what I have. I have great stuff. That's exactly what I have. Great stuff. Okay, and then Jethro Tull, one left at 39. And we have Blue Oyster Cult. This is a new anniversary pressing on gold. Blue Oyster Cult. Let's go ahead and be pulling that one up. And that way we can get rolling here. All right. So next thing. So this is all test pressings. A lot of these are test pressings from the Music Executives collection. None of these have been advertised or talked about. And then I've got more Taylor Swift stuff that I had promised tonight. We're definitely going to get that rolling. So this is the picture disc test pressing. Picture disc test pressing of We Love Disney. This was something that this guy had. We've had different variants of it before. This is the picture disc. It's We Love Disney, and we can't find this anywhere. None of these test pressings, like some test pressings, sometimes you can find comps, especially the old ones. A lot of these recent ones that were not really made to be sold to the public, I don't know if y'all know this, but a lot of times those test pressings, they end up like selling them. Websites sell them, the labels sell them. A lot of them end up truly to people that was, you know, in the business, and then they never was made to be sold until something like this happens and somebody's collection sells. So this is a We Love Disney double disc. It's 2 test pressing, $95. $95. That's up for bid in A. That's up for bid in A. Let's go ahead and I got Blue Oyster Cult, but we need a few more auctions. Let me go over here to Taylor Swift department, and I'm going to go ahead and run one of these right here. Give me 1 second, okay? Give me 1 second before I leave that. And I got to check on this one. So this is the Shake It Off CD single 2014, and it's sealed. It's the Shake It Off CD single. It is sealed. There's only 2 for sale right now, China and the Netherlands. It's the Shake It Off CD single. It's sealed and unopened. That's going to go in slot number C for a $45 start. $45 start on that one. Alice in Chains is a final call to Alex Miller. Let's go ahead and put up another Lightning Hopkins for D. Lightning Hopkins is a 1964 USOG Mono green label. USOG Mono green label. This is in VG Plus condition. VG Plus condition. This is a $75 start. A 64 USOG Mono green label. VG Plus, $75 start. Alice in Chains, We Die Young is sold to Alex Miller for $65. Alex Miller, okay? John Kaiser said MCFB, BCBN, B90, IN, and BB. John Kaiser's either had, he's either has a cat, or I'm not for sure what just happened. Okay, wow, I need another auction. I can't get the Blue Oyster Cult. Let's go ahead and put up Roger Waters. Roger Waters is a 1984. This is an OG Carrollton pressing. Uncensored cover with shrink and hop sticker. With shrink and hop sticker. This is EX, and this is the OG first cover, and that's going to go up for a $50 start. $50 start on that one, okay? Here we go, here we go. So Blue Oyster Cult is a new 50th anniversary on Gold Vinyl. Don't fear the reaper, nor the wind, the sun, or the rain. We can be like they are. This is sold to Daryl Johnson for $29.99. Sold to Daryl Johnson for $29.99. Another one sold to William Meadows for $29.99. Dang. Another one sold to Kelly Vlodarchek for $29.99. Another one sold to Richard Yeager for $29.99. Another one sold to Blaine Zapnick for $29.99. And another one sold to Clifford Umstead for $29.99. And we have several still left. That is Don't Fear the Reaper, Blue Oyster Cult Agents of Fortune, a new anniversary, 50 years old, $29.99. Pat Smith says he'll take one. That's sold to Pat Smith for $29.99. Darren Wortman says he'll take one for $29.99. There's now 2 left and 1 with a corner crease. The Disney picture disc is at $95. Roger Waters, $60. The Taylor Swift singles at $60. And Lightning Hopkins is at $75. $75. Destructo Cat gets a BOC for $29.99. TC Connor gets one for $29.99. And now there's 2 left. And then here was another pre-order, The Descendants. Let me pull this up. The Descendants. And that's D-E-S-E-N-D. Oh, man. D-E-S-C. My voice to text didn't work. E-N Dents. All right. Okay. We Love Disney picture disc sold to Kelly Vladarchek for $95. Thank you on that, Kelly. That is so to you, and I appreciate that. All right, thank you. And now over here, no word on Bowie or Armored Saint. No, I'm going to reach out and try to get answers on all those. I know I'm telling you, it's not like I can. Sometimes I don't get answers. Okay, I think there's one. Okay, there's one more Disney if anybody wants one on picture disc. And then here's one on vinyl. Here's one on vinyl, okay? We Love Disney test pressing. Here's the same thing on vinyl. Double LP near mint, and this is going to go up for a $95 start. $95 start. There's the vinyl version. Okay, the Descendants is called All, A-L-L. It's on purple blue vinyl, or actually I think that's blue. Yeah, this one's blue vinyl, and this one is $33.99. And the pre-order was Robert Barnett. Thank you, Robert Barnett, $33.99. One for Daryl Johnson for $33.99. One for Vladarchek, $33.99. And one for Sean Fairweather for $33.99. Okay, Andrew Eisensmith was the only bid on Lightning Hopkins. Thank you, Andrew Eisensmith. This is so to you. It also had a promo stamp on the back. Nice pickup there. This is so to Andrew Eisensmith for $75. That is awesome. And then we have, so here's the Disney. There's Roger Waters with the uncensored booty cover. And then the sealed Taylor Swift single is at $70 with Guy Shard. Okay, and then let's go ahead and get up the doors. This is going to go up in slot number D, a 2023 Worldwide Limited Edition remastered numbered box set, 5 LP, 1 7-inch. It's sealed, and get ready for Faith Coon-Simmons to bid $100. Okay, there's 2 extra Descendants, there's 2 extra Blue Oyster Cults, and the next pre-order was Trash Can Sinatras. Never heard of them. Trash Can Sinatras. It looks like it was a pre-order, though. It looks like it was a pre-order, though. So let's do this right here. Trash Can Sinatras is on gold vinyl, and that was sold to the following people. Cynthia Hertrin got one for $39.99. The other one is sold to Sean Miller for $39.99. And the other one is sold to Autumn Betts for $39.99. Okay, what I'm going to do, because he's only had it for a minute and a half. He's only had that for a minute and a half. But here's what I'm going to do on the Taylor Swift. Okay, here's what I'm going to do on the Taylor Swift. Let me do this right here. Let me check something right quick. Okay, all right. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and end it to Guy Shard. Okay, $70. Sold to Guy Shard for $70. And I have, if anybody else wants one, we'll give Guy the first dibs. I've sold him multiple sealed stuff before. That's what I have left. I've got 6 of them. If anybody wants one, they're brand new and sealed. There's none for sale right now in the United States. They're kind of pricey overseas. Taylor Swift's Shake It Off sealed CD singles. So this stuff came from somebody that was in the business out of Nashville. That's why we have a lot of sealed stuff. That's why we have a lot of promo copies. That's why we have a lot of duplicates. So if anybody else wants one right now, we'll make sure Guy Shard doesn't want 6 of them or another one. And then I'll go down the line, $70 each. The first one is sold to Guy Shard for $70. Well, let's go ahead and sell Roger Waters. This is sold to Vinyl Warp for $67. Thank you, Vinylly Warped. That is sold to you for $67. Let's go ahead and put that away. Stephen A. Young says he'll take at least one. He says he'll take at least one. Pretty cool knowing that these are almost like these aren't marked, but kind of knowing where they came from. You know, they're kind of was probably sent to this person as promotional items. So there's another one sold to Stephen A. Young for $70. There is one with John Kaiser for $70. There is one for Scentless Apprentice for $70. There's one for Thomas Bishop for $70. I have two left on Taylor Swift. Okay? Shake It Off, sealed CD singles. Kelly Vlodarchek has the We Love Disney, which is the black vinyl test pressing at $125. It's a test pressing. That's at $125. And then The Doors has a new bid for $105. Two Taylors remain. Let's put up another auction in B. Let's go ahead and try to knock out as many box sets as we can. And this is a sweet one here. What's That Sound? Buffalo Springfield, a 2018 remastered compilation, 5 LPs, and this is in mono and in stereo. So it is $150. Buffalo Springfield box set. Buffalo Springfield box set, okay? If anybody decides you want one of those, that's pretty cool. A CD single sealed of one of her biggest songs. There is that, okay? All righty. Let's do something else over here from the, let's see here. Let me figure this out. Okay, give me 1 second. Let me figure out what else to put over here next from that batch. I think over here he did have some more vinyl priced. Yeah, there's another Taylor Swift in here. Okay, so these have now went out of print. We just can't get them anymore. Or if they repress them, that's like they evaporate. This is the Reputation picture disc. This is the Reputation, the Reputation picture disc. It's sealed. It's the 2017. It's unopened with hop sticker. A $200 start. Reputation sealed. $200 on that. That's the 2017 sealed, unopened from the same batch of stuff. $200 on that. Okay. Let's go ahead and sell Kelly Vlodarchek the We Love Disney, and that's sold to Kelly for $125. Thank you on that, Kelly. Appreciate that. And then, so right over here, the Trash Can Sinatras, we had 3 people on a pre-order. Looks like 3 copies got seam splits. And unless somebody wants a seam split copy, I'm going to give these to Ed and tell him to file for a return on these. File for return. Don't reorder unless waiting list. Okay. And I'll rewrite that later. But I'm going to go ahead and take those out of the crate. I hate when we get seam splits, but it happens more than it should. Happens a lot. We did sell one more Taylor Swift. This one is sold for $70, and that is sold for $70 to Jan Gunther. One left. One left on that one, okay? One left on that one. Thank you on those. All right. Moving on, let's go ahead and show the next item here that's probably a pre-order. It was Motorhead Aftershock. Let's go over here and do that right quick. And we did a new auction. Last crate of new vinyl, and then we'll be into new stuff the entire night. It's going to get busy with all the new vintage stuff and all the great auctions. So there was only one pre-order for Ken Crooker. Just one lonely pre-order, $33.99 for Motorhead Aftershock. And we have 2 copies left. This is a new repressing of Motorhead Aftershock, $33.99. Quick update on our auctions. Buffalo Springfield, $150 start. Seal Taylor Swift, $200. And The Doors is at $115 with Orange 5. Orange 5. We Love Disney. Okay, I have another black vinyl one. Whoever was a backup bidder, I have another one. And this is $125. Maybe Danae, Kelly Vlodarchek just bought one for $125. There's another one. It's a double LP black vinyl. We Love Disney test pressing. Yep. So that one sold for $125. Thank you on that. I got other test pressings over here. This is Tom Petty Country. A country celebration of Tom Petty. So that's that really cool. Is this a double LP? Let me figure out over here. Let's see right over here. I have I could have swore that's a double LP. Let's make sure we have both discs. Maybe not. Is that a single LP, that Tom Petty? Before I put up just one disc? Maybe Craig can confirm that. I think it's a double LP though, but I'll make sure. Let me set that one aside. Let me make sure I'll set that one aside over here. Next thing is Fred Carnell got Motorhead. Thank you, Fred. That's so to you for $33.99. And then let me put up something else right quick. Golly, there's some great stuff over here. Hey, here it is. Yeah, here's a real one. Yeah, it is a double LP. Yeah. Okay, because here's like the actual, here's what the test pressing is of. So let me see if the other disc is in here. I don't see it though. This says side A and B. And I don't know if we have the other disc or not before Jackson Dean, the Mavericks test pressing. Let's just do that one. In Time, 10th anniversary. The Mavericks. In Time, 10th anniversary test pressing. This is a double LP. It's a test pressing. $45 start. The Mavericks In Time, 10th anniversary test pressing. $45 start. I've got the test pressing to this Tom Petty compilation, tribute compilation. I'll put that up in just a second. All right, and there's one more big pre-order over here, which is Run DMC, and I think we're done on these three auctions. We are. Let me start a new crate right quick before I hit the buttons. A lot of cool test pressings. All right, and here we go. So B through D are done. So Buffalo Springfield is sold. Buffalo Springfield is sold for $150. No, it's a buy it now. Scratch that. It's a buy it now, no bid. Taylor Swift is sold to Guy Shard for $200. Thank you, Guy. That is sold to you for $200. Let's put that away. And then the Doors is sold to Orange 5. And are you a new buyer? I don't recognize that handle. Orange 5. If you are, just say yes, first time buyer, okay? Fred, Buffalo Springfield was in B. That was a no bid. So it's yours for $150 or best offer if you want it. All right, let's go ahead and put up something else. Let me make sure. I know, Tanner, somebody wanted a, I think I have another Reputation. Give me 1 second. Okay. All right. Orange 5 is a first-time buyer. Thank you. If you're registered on our website, then you should be good to go. It looks like he's watching on the website, so thank you and welcome. And then Fred Carnell gets Buffalo Springfield for $130. Thank you, Fred Carnell. All right, we need a whole new slew of auctions. Sorry, these test pressings and all the Taylor Swift stuff's kind of confusing. There's so much of it, and a lot of it I'm kind of filtering through for the first time. This is the times they are a-changing. Bob Dylan, this is near mint. It's numbered 1844 of 3000, and this is a $100 start. $100 start on Bob Dylan. This is a MoFi 2016 remaster, $100 start on that one. The Hammer CP got Motorhead for $33.99. Thank you on the Hammer CP. All right, and then our next pre-order is a 40th anniversary of Run DMC. A is near mint. The Mavericks is the test pressing near mint. Bob Dylan's mono, $100 start. Now our next auction is going to be this right here. This is a Japanese pressing of Roy Gallagher again. A 1975 Japanese near mint limited edition. Roy Gallagher, a $50 start. $50 start on Roy Gallagher. That's up for bid in C right there. Sorry, I wasn't even on the right camera to show you. Right here, $50 start on that. Debbie Laster has to go on the Motorhead waiting list. So there's one pre-order. We sold 2 live. We had 3 in stock. She will be number 4, so that will be our first waiting list, okay? Run DMC is $29.99. I'm about to tag the pre-order. Okay, here is the next And I think one of the more rare Taylor Swift albums one of the more rare Taylor Swift items we have tonight. This is a sealed box set, or excuse me, this is the complete album collection box set. And this was not supposed to be released. It was pretty much canceled. So it is a 2013, okay, Big Machine Records, licensed to Universal Music International, made in the EU. And the story we got was she didn't want this released, and it essentially never was. So let me show you what we find out when we go to Discogs. There's Discogs. You scan it, and there's nothing. You scan it on Discogs, there's nothing. There's no manual results either. There's very little information about this out here that exists. So, like I said, it never did get released. It's the complete album collection box set, which includes Taylor Swift, Fearless, Speak Now, and Red. There is like information out there, but there's virtually no comps. There's no comps. I have no idea. Far as getting other specifics, very tough, okay? So I don't know also what the price is. I haven't had enough time to reach out to like maybe some other places to see possibly what we could do. And it's a rare item. So I'm going to put it up. I don't think Guy Shard's interested. He already told me he's not too interested. I think Taylor didn't like it because of the packaging. They're cardboard digipacks, you know. I think that's why she didn't want it released. So I still don't know what the price is. I'm going to put it up for a $1,500 start, and then I might have to get it to an even bigger audience or really advertise it and then try it again another night. So it's, I mean, it's rare. It was essentially canceled by Taylor, so it never was supposed to be released. So how cool is that? Obviously very rare. Very cool. $1,500. I'm going to lay it right over here. We'll see what happens. And I really need to, you know, maybe even reach out on some other opinions as far as value, because they're not even supposed to be out in the public circulation. They're supposed to be canceled. So very cool. Okay, we have Run DMC is $29.99. This is sold to Red Cave Collections for $29.99. This is the 40th anniversary. We have one sold to Brad Waits, $29.99. We have one sold to Steve Feakin for $29.99. We have one sold to John Durden, Run DMC for $29.99. Another one sold to Paul Conway for $29.99. One sold to Corey Fager for $29.99. Hendry Smink also got a Run DMC for $29.99. And then Greg Rogers got one. That's sold to Greg Rogers for $29.99. Wesley Stover got one as well. $29.99 for Wesley Stover. Todd Kilgore got one. That's sold to Todd Kilgore for $29.99. And we have Armand Polite. Armand Polite got one for $29.99. And if anybody wants one of the new Run DMC 40th anniversary, that has Walk This Way and it's Tricky on it, $29.99. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and make A and B a buy it now. The Mavericks test pressing is a $95 buy it now. It's a double LP. I'll entertain offers on any of these because I really don't know what to start some of this stuff. We got a collection out of Nashville where there's no comps, just like Taylor. I don't know. There might be a Swiftie out there somewhere here in the United States, the UK, the UAE that might want to pay $5,000 for this. Collectively, nobody might want to pay more than $100. I have no idea. So right now I've got it at $1,500. I think that's kind of in the middle. I don't know what it's worth. It's no results of it anywhere. And then same thing with these test pressings. If they don't get a bid, I'll entertain offers, okay? Because you can't find comps. It's just whoever's watching right now is willing to pay for it, as long as I'm willing to agree to it. Bob Dylan MoFi is a buy now for $100. Run DMC sold to Jamie Sotar for $29. Shane gets one for $29. Final Call on Roy Gallagher, which is a Japanese pressing, $50 on that. Roy Gallagher, $50 on that. And then Taylor Swift is $1,500. $1,500. We have not ended Roy Gallagher yet. It's still up for auction. We're going to give that a few more seconds. So hold that offer till I end it, okay? Hold that offer till I end it. All righty. Let's put up 2 more. And how much is the Tom Petty test pressing? I was waiting to find the other disc. I have not got to that part yet. Have not got to that part yet. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. We may just have a test pressing of 1 disc. Who knows? I may not have the full album test pressing. And I actually don't see it. I actually don't see the rest of it. So unless it's over here. No, I don't think it is. So is there another crate of these? No. Let's just go ahead and run disc 1. So this is Petty Country, a country. Here's what I'll do. I'll put them together. I'll put the actual album and the test pressing together. So they had tagged this, none available on the market, none has ever sold. That is disc 1 of this Tom Petty. So I'm going to sell you the actual full album, the official release, came from the same person, 2024, and the test pressing together for a $55 start. So you get half of the album as a test pressing and the full album, $55 start. Let's put that up. I think that makes more sense. Doodad got Run DMC for $29.99. Yeah, if I find the other half, you'll have to tune in tomorrow. Next over here is this. I have Smoky Hog, Sonny Boy Williamson. We still got some great blues to run. Let's go ahead and put this up in slot number B. This is Sonny Boy Williamson. It is a VG copy for a $10 start, just a $10 start, and that is a French 1980 compilation, okay? All right, now let's go ahead and sell C and D. Roy Gallagher is a $50 buy now. I hope that Guy Shard gets his offer in fast enough. And now it's fair game to anybody. $50 buy now on that one. And then Taylor Swift, like I said, hard to price. I'm asking $1,500. And I will let you know I do have one more. I have one sealed. I do have one sealed. That's the one I've been showing. I figured I'd put this one up first. I've got sealed and open. I feel like there's not much difference. I kind of like having this one so you can get them out and actually see the covers and stuff in case you wanted to examine it for further research. Okay, so that is that's available. $1,500. I have this one and a sealed one. Now the sealed one, I might even ask a little bit more for until I can find out more information. Like I said, okay. And, of course, that's the gamble you take, not bidding. Guess who was first? Fred Cardinale. Fred Cardinale beat out T-Bass. Dang. That's the risk you take, not bidding. This is sold to Fred Cardinale for $40. T-Bass was second. So here's what's left in here. Run DMC for $29.99. The Descendants is $33.99. Blue Oyster Cult Gold Vinyl was $29. And JethroTull.com, $39.99. We have 11 crates of pre-owned stuff. Yeah, 11 crates of pre-owned stuff. We're going to start getting into those right now. Okay? Find out. Yeah, what I'm going to do, I'm going to reach out to some big auction houses that I know have sold really rare, expensive Taylor Swift stuff like Golden, maybe even Heritage, and see if they're interested. Maybe run one on consignment with them. You know, when you have something that could sell for tens of thousands or thousands and it's kind of unknown, you probably want to get it to an audience that, you know, is even larger than what we have here. You know, we've got a big following, especially if I actually post it on Facebook. That hadn't been posted anywhere. That's only been shown the last couple nights as a hype, and it's only been shown to the people watching right now. So, you know, you get it to a big enough auction house that has 1 million registered bidders, and it's something uber rare, and as big as Taylor Swift is, it might sell for something crazy. You just never know. It might sell for 500, 300. Heck, it might sell for, I don't know. It might sell for, you got to put it in perspective with other things. Like some of the most expensive Taylor Swift stuff is like her stuff she wore on stage, like clothes and boots. That stuff sells for huge money. And then like autographed guitars are like $10,000. So it's probably no more than that, but it might be somewhere in the 4-digit range. That's my personal opinion. I think it's somewhere in the 4 digits. Linkin Park Paper Cuts. This is the 2 LP yellow and black splatter. which is sealed, a $65 start. $65 start. Lincoln Park paper cuts. $65 start. Let me make sure I grab the right crate. I did. We'll start with this one right here. What was asking for Mavericks no bid? $95. $95 on Mavericks no bid, okay? So that's Disney test pressing, Disney. I'm going to keep all of my duplicates together. Disney, and then over here, I have, let me see what else I got. Lots of cool test pressings coming up. This one is the Struts, Pretty Vicious. The Struts, Pretty Vicious. This is also a test pressing. The Struts, Pretty Vicious. That's going to go up in D. They've got it at a $50 start. Here we go. $50 start. $50 start on that one. And does the CDs in the box have a barcode? I will check. There's a helicopter flying really low right over the building. I guess they're coming to get me. A and B are done. Brian Lubbock gets the Tom Petty Country Music Celebration and half of the album as a test pressing. That's sold to Brian Lubbock for $61. Brian, if I find sides C and D, I'll send you a message and I'll say the other disc, okay? And then Sonny Boy Williamson. Sonny Boy Williamson, A Geek Who Speaks, is sold to A Geek Who Speaks for $10. Thank you on that one. Okay, Lincoln Park. Lincoln Park is a $65 start, and the Struts Pretty Vicious test pressing is a $50 start. Also, some test pressings were done at like audiophile plants or audiophile releases, and they've never been released. That's another crazy thing about test pressings. Okay, so let's see here. Let's go ahead and put up. Let me move this crate. Here's another Doors box set. This is The Doors, a 2008 U.S. reissue remastered box set, 7 LP, all studio albums, mono and stereo of first album. So it's got all the albums and then 2 different versions of the first album. It's numbered, and that's going to go up right here for $250. The Doors. It's got in this faux like alligator leather box, $250 on that one. And let's go ahead and put up a new auction for A. I do have other Taylor Swift stuff. Don't go anywhere. But first, I have this right here. This is B Houston, B-E-E Houston. And that's a 1970, mostly sealed, which means it's unopened, but it could have some tears in the shrink. And that's going to go up in A for a $30 start. $30 start on that one. Okay, here we go. We have Dan Fogelberg's Greatest Hits. Dan Fogelberg, $9. A great way to start pre-owned vintage. Dan Fogelberg, $9.99. Hit things from TV shows, $19.99. I'm going to go through these crates pretty fast, and I'm probably not going to recap them. That way we can try to go through them all at least once. We have Daz Band, one-on-one. Daz Band's a Gold Stamp promo, $14.99. WCBS FM 101, History of Rock, the 60s, Part 3. That's $24.99. Dionne, as in Dionne Warwick, No Not So Long, $9.99. Another Dionne Warwick, Heartbreaker, that one's $9.99. Dan Fogelberg and Tim Weisberg, Twin Sons of Different Mother, $9.99. Wild Cherry, Love My Music. Wild Cherry is $19.99. And the Irish Rovers, Greatest Hits. That's a double LP. The Irish Rovers, Greatest Hits. Has some cover damage back here on the back. $14.99 for that double LP. We have Donovan Cosmic Wheels. Donovan is $14.99. And this is Green Orbit Supernova. Green Orbit is $19.99. The Pointer Sisters is $9.99. And the Statlers, Atlanta Blue, $9.99 for the Statlers. And the Mitchell Trio, Typical American Boys, $9.99. Mike, Chad, and Joe. Lincoln Park and the Struts test pressing didn't get a bid. So over here, the Lincoln Park is sealed. It's on yellow and black splatter. That's like a Greatest Hits from Lincoln Park. $65 on that one. And then the Struts test pressing is a $50 buy it now. Struts test pressing, $50 buy it now. B Houston's a $30 start. The Doors is $250. Looks like I need a couple more auctions. Let me go ahead and keep rolling in here. We have Joe Stafford, Art Van Dam Quintet. Once Over Lightly, $14.99 on that one. Fred Cardinale got the Irish Rovers. That's sold to Fred Cardinale for $14.99. Ray Charles' Greatest Hits is $19.99. And Ovation, this is like a quad sampler, $14.99. And the best of the Statlers, that's in shrink, $9.99. Fred offered $40 for the Struts and $40 for Lincoln Park. I'll do $40 on the Struts, so to Fred Cardinale. Lincoln Park, I'll do for $55. Lincoln Park, $55. Okay, so I've put that up. And let me see right over here. I've got one of these right here. And yep, okay. Okay, give me 1 second. I need access to Discogs over here. So this is, I still got to check those barcodes for Hendry. Yeah, so this is a style or format, I should say. Let's see. Yeah, so this was originally released at Walmart's. This is Taylor Swift Beautiful Eyes. Okay, and I think it folds open here to this poster. Yeah, folds open here to this poster. I'm trying to confirm exactly what year this is. This one has a promo stamp through the barcode. This has a promo stamp through the barcode, and there's a sticker on the front of it. So these didn't come sealed. They were promo sent through this same collection. This CD is property of the record company and is encased or is licensed to the intended recipient, blah, blah, blah. So promo sticker, promo barcode. And I mean, for it to be the promo, I would assume that it is the 2008 version. Of course, when you scan it, it pulls up several, including a couple unofficials. But this is definitely 2008, which narrows it down to 3. And so, yeah, it's that version right there. And this, there is no listing on Discogs for a promo marked one. So pretty unique, unless there's just some hitting in some of the sold results. Also, these wouldn't have come sealed. These wouldn't have come sealed because the promo sticker is actually on the jewel case. So this is a sealed, or excuse me, a near mint promo copy of Taylor Swift Beautiful Eyes. There's one little mark right there on the jewel case, and it's got a promo through the barcode. That is going to go up in C for $125 start, $125 in slot C. Okay, back up to the top. Sorry about that. We sold the Struts, and then Fred Cardinale got Lincoln Park for $55. The Doors is not sealed. What is the Doors box? That's the next 2 questions. And then next is Mitchell Trio. It's sold for $6 to Pat Smith. How much is Green Orbit? How much is Green Orbit? Green Orbit. Green Orbit Supernova is $19.99. That's Stoner Rock. Okay, and then we're good to go. So, B. Houston did not get a bid. This is a $30 buy now. It's sealed, a 1970 US. 1970 US over here. And this is the Doors. Let's look at this one more time. The Doors is numbered 1816 of 12,500. It's a 2008 US 7 LP. 2008 remastered 7 LP. All the studio albums and a mono and stereo version. A mono and stereo version, okay? A mono and stereo version. Michael Butler says this is never played. Never played. B. Houston, I will say this Vinyl Warp for $26. $26 on that. The Doors has been up for 8 minutes without a bid. Taylor's $125 start. What was the Stoner Rock? It was this one right here. It was Supernova, Green Orbit, 2020 German Stoner Rock, $19.99. Also, Mel McDaniel, Let It Roll. Mel McDaniel's $9.99. Melissa Manchester, Hey Ricky, $9.99. Michael Martin Murphy, that one is called, it's self-titled, $9.99 on that one. And Dionne Warwick is $9.99. And Switch Switch is $36.99. That's on the Gordy Motown label, $36.99. Doors is a $250 start. Next in slot number A, this is John Lennon, Give Me Some Truth. This is the 2023 Worldwide Record Store Day limited edition box set, 9/10" on white vinyl, John Lennon, and that's a $350 start. $350 start. So there's an offer on the Stoner Rock and there's a claim. Danae, do you want this for $19.99? If not, it's sold to Fred Cardinale. I've got to make the Doors a buy now really quickly. It's at $250. It's about to be there. Otherwise, it's going to keep getting questions because people's going to log on and say, holy crap, what's the Doors box set? And then if somebody doesn't place a bid pretty soon, you're about to lose out on it. The Best of Harvey Mandel, $19.99. So Green Orbit is sold to Danae DeLeo for $19.99. Sandy Nelson, Beat That Blanking Drum, $9.99. And Roger Waters, out of nowhere, $79.99. Radio Chaos, Roger Waters, $79.99. Let's go ahead and put up another auction for D. And our next auction for D is going to be Blue Cheer. And this is called Junk. It's a Record Store Day release. It's sealed. And that's going to go up in D for just a $15 start. $15 start. Roger Waters is $79.99 OBO. Next is Mr. MFTF, got Sandy Nelson. That's sold for $7. Thank you on that one. The Doors is a no bid, $250 on the Doors. $250 on the Doors. If anybody wants that, it's right here behind me. Next is Robert Wanners in on Blue Cheer. Our next auction is the Genuine Dillard and Clark. Genuine Dillard and Clark is near mint, a 1969 Terre Haute press. That is always sought after. That's going to go up for a $40 start. $40 start, condition on Radio Chaos. It is actually no condition notes. Looks like it's really clean and really nice. It has the original black baggy inner sleeve, 1987, and yeah, no condition notes when I looked at it, and John agrees. So very nice, and this is $79.99. Yeah, very clean copy. And then there is an offer on the Doors for $180, an offer on the Doors for $200. I will do the Doors for $225. $225. Nashville has first dibs, then Jeff Brindley. There's an offer of $68 on Roger Waters. Daz Band has an offer for $10. That must be back here. Daz Band is sold to Gabe Baez for $10. Taylor didn't get a bid. This is a promo. Beautiful Eyes, $125. $125 if anybody wants that. $125 on that one, okay? John Lennon's $350, Dillard and Clark $40. Blue Cheer does have a bid for $15. Dan Fogelberg Phoenix is $9.99. Gary Peacock December Poems. Gary Peacock is $19.99. And over here we have Kenny Loggins Vox Humana. Kenny Loggins is $9.99. Switch is sold to Lonnie Jolly for $28. We got the Best of Jerry Clower, $9.99. And California Shadow Wannabe, California Showers, $14.99. John Lennon didn't get a bid. This is a buy now for $350 on John Lennon. Let's put that one right here. Dillard and Clark's at $40. There's another offer on the Doors for $215. Taylor Swift is sold to Chase Dropsinki for $115. Thank you, Chase Dropsinki. That's sold to you for $115. Thank you. I'm going to put that right there temporarily. And then over here, take Doors for Chad's counter offer, $225. All right. This is sold to Jeff Brindley. The Doors for $225. Thank you, Jeff, and that's sold to you. All right. Next is Pat Smith on Kenny for $6. Kenny Loggins sold to Pat Smith for $6. And then Sato Wannabe. Is that in here? Must be right here. It's right here in front of me. That's sold to Danae DeLeo for $12. Okay, I had just showed it. Robert Warner got Blue Cheer for $15. Thank you, Robert. That's sold to you for $15. And over here, we have Dillard and Clark. Let's go ahead and put up 4 new auctions. This is a buy now for $40. Buy now for $40 on that one. Okay, got that taken care of. So there's my crate of test pressings. There's some stuff that was tagged for tonight. Here's another crate that was tagged for tonight. And let me get into these right here. So we need to pull out at least one of these reputations, and I'm going to put up another one. Actually, we've already sold one. So here, this is $200. Okay, we've already sold one for $200. I have one more left. I have one more left. Reputations, $200. Sealed, $200. We've already sold one for $200. It's not technically a no bid. We've already sold one for that. So that's what I need for that one. $200. Okay, $200 on that one. Next, I do have more beautiful eyes if anybody wants one. Okay, I will sell more for $115 if anybody else wants one. Like I said, none of them come sealed. They're all promo stamped. None of them come sealed. They're all promo stamped. $115. They all have promos through the barcode. Okay, $115. We sold one already. $115 if anybody wants one. I'm going to lay them right there for a second while I put up a few more auctions. Next is, what is the Gary U Thumb Pass? Gary Peacock December Poems. $19.99 promo sticker on the back. A, B, and C. First is Bob Dylan, Blood on the Tracks. Blood on the Tracks, a 2013 remastered, limited edition, numbered, near mint for $50. That's going to go up an A right now. $50 start on that. Next is this. Let me put this up right over here. I have Lightning Hopkins. This has always been a desirable record. Lightning Hopkins. When you look at it, you would think it's like a Psych album. Well, it was actually on a Psych label. It's on International Artists, which was a label out of Houston, Texas. And they specialized in a lot of Psych and garage back in the day. So very cool to see Lightning Hopkins on that. And it's a promo copy. And it's got really cool artwork. Very psychedelic. This is a very cool record. It's EX, which is also crazy for this to be this nice of grade. And it's on a promo label. $175 on Lightning Hopkins. I'm telling you, some of these collections, Mike Butler's, the one from Nashville, and then the one from Chicago. Whew, the stuff from Chicago was making me dizzy this morning. I sat down with Tanner and really gone through it for the first time. I was getting dizzy. Here's another box set. That test pressing we sold earlier, here is the official release as a box set. This is We Love Disney. It's near mint. It's a 2LP green vinyl, 2LP, I think it's 4 LPs, and then 2 CDs, and it's numbered, and it comes with a T-shirt and a lithograph. Yeah, it's got a lot of stuff with it. It's got a certificate of authenticity. It's got a T-shirt. Looks like a whatchamacallit thing there. Vinyl and CDs. And this is going to go up in slot number C. We Love Disney box set. $120 start. $120 start, okay? That's up for bid in C. There's one little indentation right there. So Dylan, Lightning Hopkins is at $150. And over here, that's up for bid. $120 on that. $120 on that box. And let's go ahead and put up something else in D. And D is going to be, let's see if I can find something. Here's the, let's do, oh man, some cool stuff mixed in over here. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and do, okay, here's another Taylor Swift. It came from this collection. This is a sealed copy of Taylor Swift Red. It's unopened, and it's going to go up in D for a $35 start. I don't think there's anything special about it. There's no special markings. It's sealed, and we just know kind of the provenance of where it came from. So that's up for bid in D for a $35 start. $35 start on that one. All right. What is Lightning Hopkins? It's in stereo. White label promo stereo, $175. Okay, back to this crate of vintage. Yellow Jackets, the spin. Yellow Jackets is from 1989, $29.99 on that one. We have Pegasus Fly. This is disco single, $9.99 on that one. The Who. Not The Who. It's, I don't know what that says. It looks like it's signed on the front. Tim Kaiser. Tim Kaiser. Blue vinyl, $16.99. Also, the Mills Brothers. The Mills Brothers is $14.99. That is called Shoe Shine Boy. Where's your shine box at or whatever? Pete Townsend, White City. That is $14.99. Southside Johnny, Love is a Sacrifice, $9.99. Johnny Winter, Still Alive and Well, $19.99. Robert Warner on Tim Kaiser. That's sold to Robert Warner for $16.99. Sheena Easton, $9.99. The Joe Eli Band, $14.99. We have J.J. Johnson, a 1970 on Blue Note, Volume 1, $29.99. $29.99. Blood Rock 3 is $17.99. BB King LA Midnight, $34.99. Evening Star, Fripp and Eno, $34.99. So what happened on Roger Waters? I need to go back and take that first offer. I'm assuming that Vonley Warped was passing because he asked the condition, and then John Farrell made an offer. So I'm going to go ahead and sell it to John Farrell for $68. Roger Waters is sold to John Farrell for $68. Doing our thing, Booker T and the MGs, no condition notes. No condition notes. That's a clean copy. $36.99 on that one. Douglas Phelan on Townsend for $9. That one was Pete Townsend, sold to Douglas Phelan for $9. Thank you. And Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2, that's $39.99. Nice looking copy. Speaking of Dylan, over here, Bob Dylan Blood on the Tracks is a $50 buy now, a MoFi pressing. I need to let that CPD guy, there's a couple of audiophile people, man, if they have any idea of the amount of MoFi we've purchased, they would probably have to go to the hospital and get some kind of shot. Lightning Hopkins over here is at $190, and then Disney is a no bid, $120 for this box set. We Love Disney, $120. Okay, that's got all that cool stuff with it. $120 on that one. $120 on that one. Melanie Jennings got Blue Cheer. This is sold to Melanie Jennings for, or excuse me, Melanie Jennings got Southside Johnny. This is sold to Melanie Jennings for $9.99. And Dylan is sold to Vonley Warped for $40. I'll go ahead and do that one. Did we make a deal on the blues album? Surely you need B. Houston for $26, right? $26 was my counter. I never did get a confirmation from you on that one. Okay, so let's go over these again. NB is a blues rarity. This is Lightning Hopkins, self-titled, on a white label promo from International Artist. That's at $190 with Shane Lando. $190. Over here is Taylor Swift in slot number D. Taylor Swift is a 2012 sealed. It came from the same collection where we got all this other rare and promo Taylor Swift stuff, but there's no special markings about it other than it's sealed and we know where it came from. That is at $40 right now. $40 on that one. Okay, and then we need two more. Like I said, I'm not going to recap these crates tonight because there's like 11 I'm going to try to go through. So let's get started. New bid on Taylor. I have other Taylor stuff. I've got Taylor Swift. I've got Taylor Swift CDs, and I've got some 45s over here as well, and I've got some other press-related material. Freeform patterns, not self-titled. Thank you. Freeform patterns, not self-titled. All right. Good to go. Booker T is sold to Patrick Lear for $28. Let's roll it. Thank you on that. All right, two new auctions and a new crate. New York Dolls. This is a late 70s U.S. reissue. Technically, a 53 HRM pressing. A 53 HRM pressing. This is near mint, $30. New York Dolls, $30 on that. Taylor's at $45. Lightning Hopkins is at $200. And we need one more auction over here. One more auction over here. What the heck is this? How do they know what that is? Whoa. I thought these were what the heck is this? Very interesting. Look how they packaged this dang record. So this came from the collection with all the Taylor Swift stuff. This is a 2024 UK The Stooges Funhouse from the Electric Recording Company. Wow. And look how it's packaged. They put it between 2, 4, 6 pieces of cardboard. There it is. The Electric Recording Company, officially sanctioned electric entertainment group, all Valve heritage pressing cut directly from the original analog master tapes. Never mind, this is Mike Butler's. This is Mike Butler's. Okay, this came from Michael Butler. Thank you. So all Valve heritage pressing cut directly from the original analog master tapes. No equalization, no compression, or any other processing undertaken during the cutting process. It was cut using a 1950s Lear TR I-8 tape console with an Ortofon GOS valve amplifier, Lyric SV8 cutting lathe, and Ortofon cutting head DSS731. They will never be released again. Handcrafted sleeve artwork faithfully recreated using a vintage letterpress procedure, released in strictly limited individually numbered editions. This is sealed from the Electric Recording Company, The Stooges Funhouse, 2024, $750 start. $750 start. $750 start. Lightning Hopkins is at $200, New York Dolls $30, and Taylor Swift is at $47. Okay? And then we have a putback on Booker T, no problem. If anybody wants Booker T, $36.99, I sold it to him for $28. Okay? And that's been put back and we're good to go. All right. First crate of vintage down. Plenty more to come. Let's put that one right there. If anybody changes their mind, let me know. Let's get into another crate. $750 on that. Wow. So a super duper audiophile release with like precision, recreation of the sleeves and all that good stuff. Sounds like a wow factor. All right. Let's go through this crate right here. I think this one has some very good looking titles in it. So let's see what we got here. Let me do a quick flip. Oh yeah, this has got some good stuff in it. Oh yeah. All right, everything in this crate is bought now or best offer. Let's go ahead and get started. Welcome everybody to Tuesday night. And here we go. And we can go ahead and sell B and C before we get started. So New York Dolls is sold to James Allen. This is sold to James Allen for $30. Appreciate that. That's sold to James Allen for $30. Make sure everybody's hit the like button and you've subscribed. We do this every night if you're watching for the first time. Don't hesitate to jump in on the action. Shane Lando got the Lightning Hopkins for $200. And Taylor Swift is now a final call to Nick Bargeron for $48. Here's Davey Allen and the Arrows. Davey Allen and the Arrows is a 1967 U.S. Rainbow Press, a nice VG copy from Tower Records. That is going to go up for a $25 start. $25 start for Davey Allen and the Arrows. Let's see what other test pressings we had in here. Other test pressings we had. Here we go. This is called Sheryl Crow. This is called Sheryl Crow Evolution. Sheryl Crow Evolution test pressing is going to go up in slot number C for a $45 start. Sheryl Crow, it's from the Memphis record pressing plant. And let me get it where you can see the label here. Are these in like a resealable baggie? I think they are. Hold on one second. How is this sleeved? Oh, it's on the front here. Okay. You want to keep the sleeve because it's in this, but let me get this out. There you go. So Memphis record plant, Sheryl Crow Evolution test pressing, $45 start, okay? That's up for bid in slot number C there. All right, here we go. Next, Stars. Stars is $14.99. Also, E.T., the OG soundtrack. E.T. is $29.99, and it does have the original inner sleeve. $29.99 for E.T. Beck is $19.99. Beck is $19.99, just self-titled Beck, B-E-C-K. It is on the Kudu Joe Beck, $19.99 for Joe Beck. Beck, no matter what shape, the U.S. T-Bones. The T-Bones is a flip back cover from the UK, $14.99 on that one. And we have the Leroy Brothers, $9.99. And Gary Moore, Victims of the Future. Gary Moore is $19.99. Victims of the Future. The whatchamacallit here, the Stooges Funhouse is a $750 buy it now. $750 buy it now on the Stooges if anybody wants it. First thing we had was Joe Beck. Joe Beck got an offer for $14, and I am selling it to Douglas Phelan for $14. Next is DT for $25. Did you mean ET? Rick Hall had have meant ET. That's sold to Rick Hall for $25. Levi Hilton got Gary Moore for $19.99. Roger Ramjet second. George Jones third. Kevin Cassidy was fourth. And the Stars is sold to Brian C. for $10. Okay, we have Stuck in the Middle with You, the best of Steelers Will, Jerry Rafferty and Joe Egan. That is in shrink wrap, $19.99. And Bill Nelson, Quit Dreaming and Get on the Beam, $19.99 for Bill Nelson. So final chance to place a bid on Davy Allen for $25. That's called Blue Steam. It's from Tower Records, a nice VG Rainbow Press. Sheryl Crow does not have a bid, $45. $45. This is pretty much all for the marbles for Kara Waco Nation to have any more legitimate requests. This is it. This is the final chance. Kara Waco messed up on the last time. The last time was for the Plush album. Let's make sure Kara Waco Nation does not mess up and Kara Waco Nation bids on this auction before it slips through Kara Waco Nation's hands, and Kara Waco Nation will no longer ever have a chance again ever to get another Sheryl Crow or Plush record ever again. The spotlight's on you. There are 299 people on this chat right now. They're all watching and they're all making sure that you will bid on this auction. They're all waiting quietly. They're all waiting privately. And they're all waiting for you to place a live bid right now on this auction. It's a final call to Michael Hamburger, who has it right now at $45. Okay, here's another electric recording company, Crosby, Stills & Nash. Crosby, Stills & Nash, electric recording company. Same thing as the Stooges. This is a 2023 UK $650 start. $650 start. Have I missed any offers? I haven't. What's Sheryl Crow? It is a test pressing of Evolution. It's a test pressing of Sheryl Crow Evolution, and it's at $45. Nick Bargeron has Taylor Swift at $52. Next is Dan Fogelberg, The Innocent Age, $14.99. We have Johnny Cash, Original Golden Hits Volume 1 in shrink wrap, $9.99 on that. $9.99. Senior Prom, that's a triple LP compilation. Senior Prom is a 4 LP compilation. Wow. 4 discs in there. That's got music such as Richie Valens and the Teddy Bears, Tab Hunter. That's music that these nice kids would have listened to at their senior prom. $24.99. Gary Wright, The Right Place. I really want to know you. I really want to show you the way I feel. I really want to know you. Gary Wright, $14.99. And Kelly Vladerchek got Senior Prom. Thank you. That's so to Kelly for $24.99. My crate is full. That's what the kids say nowadays. My crate is full. That is sold. Senior Prom to Kelly. I've got that tagged right over here. I really want to know you. I really want to show you the way I feel. I really want to know you. All right, and then over here, we have Taylor Swift Red. This is sold to Nick Bargeron for $52. Thank you on that. That's sold to Nick Bargeron, $52. Thank you, Nick Bargeron. He found some time away from his llamas tonight. Davy Allen did not get a bid. That's Blues theme. Davy Allen, The Arrows, a VG copy for $25. Tower Records, $25. Okay, put that over here with other tonight's no bids. There's the tag. Cross Stills & Nash, Electric Record Company, $650 on that. Next is this. We have Jimi Hendrix bootleg. You Can't Use My Name. Jimi Hendrix is a 1983 unofficial. It's called Rock Folders 2. And Jimi Hendrix is live or maybe studio cuts. You never know about his stuff. And it has this. Why does it feel like there's something down in there? I don't guess there is. It's just the way the cover's folded. Hendrix is called You Can't Use My Name. It's a vintage bootleg. It folds open like this. and that's going to go up for a $40 start. $40 start. Nirvana AIC. I think they're already sold. I think they're already sold. Next over here is this. I got Smoky Hog. You better watch that jive. Smoky Hog is a 1974 UK. That's going to go up in VG condition in slot D for a $15 start. Next is Grover Washington Jr. Wine Light, $9.99. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Rare Earth, Willie Remembers, $24.99. Belinda Carlisle, $24.99 for Belinda Carlisle. Kenny Rogers Short Stories is sealed, unopened, $14.99. Grandpa got Grover. That's sold to Grandpa for $9.99. The Best of Isley Brothers, $19.99. It's your thing. Do what you want to do now. $19.99. The Best of the Isley Brothers. Also, It's a Beautiful Day. That's the name of the artist. Name of the album, It's a Beautiful Day Today. $9.99. And the J. Giles Band. J. Giles Band is $29.99. Jam Factory, $19.99. This is on this yellow Epic label, $19.99. Joy of Cooking, Closer to the Ground. Joy of Cooking is $9.99. And Don't Shoot Me, I'm Only the Piano Player, $17.99. We have the Jim Carroll Band. Jim Carroll Band's a gold stamp promo, $19.99. James Gang, Jesse Come Home. James Gang is $19.99. And Ambrosia, Life Beyond LA, $9.99. Crosby, Stills, and Nash from the Electric Recording Company is a buy it now for $650. $650 if anybody wants those. Douglas Phelan, I have that and the Stooges still left for $750. Beautiful Day is sold to Douglas Phelan for $7. Diesel 65 got Jim Carroll. That is sold to Jim Carroll for $19.99. And this test pressing is sold. I just need to get some sleeves to put these in so they work out better. They're technically in sleeves, but they've got that very important informational sticker on the front. So let's go do that right quick. Let me grab a handful of sleeves. I thought I had some over here, but evidently I don't. Evidently I don't. So let me grab these right there. There we go. I'm going to need lots of sleeves tonight for these test pressings. Plenty more coming. Hendrix doesn't have a bid yet for $40. And then one more time in case I didn't officially say it. Michael Hamburger sold on the Sheryl Crow test pressing. Okay. I should have put that back in there, but that's okay. All right. Hendrix 40, Smoky Hog a $15 start. Back to the auctions. I have going up for bid right now, John Lee Hooker Burning, and this is the 2023. This is the limited edition red and orange swirl. Red and orange swirl. That is a $50 start. $50 start. That's going to go up in slot number A. And then next over here in the crate is the Judd's White Not Me. This is $24.99. And Stray Cats Built for Speed. Stray Cats is in shrink wrap for $24.99. Burning Rome. Burning Rome is $19.99. That's a gold stamp promo for Burning Rome. And Ozark Mountain Daredevils, It's Alive. Ozark Mountain Daredevils, this is a double LP, $29.99. And Nazareth is $26.99. This is called Exercises. Nazareth is $26.99. Next auction is going to be this right here. I have Mississippi John Hurt. And Mississippi John Hurt is a 1964 U.S. Plastilite pressing. This is in VG condition. It is on the Piedmont label. Piedmont Blues, Mississippi John Hurt, a VG copy. This particular pressing has never sold a $50 start. Nazareth is sold to Donald Gladfelter for $18. Next is Aldo Nova Twitch. Aldo Nova is $24.99. Ted Nugent, Little Miss Dangerous. Ted Nugent is $14.99. Outlaw Lady in Waiting. Outlaw Lady in Waiting is $9.99. Johnny Winter, Birds Can't Row Boats. Johnny Winter is $24.99. And Greg Allman, Laid Back. Greg Allman, $24.99. Also, we have Cats. Cats is $19.99. Jeff Colgrove on TN for Ted Nugent. That's sold to Jeff Colgrew for $14.99. Staying Alive soundtrack is $19.99. Jimmy Reed, Honest I Do. Jimmy Reed is $19.99. Taco After 8. Taco is $19.99. And Herman's Hermits Greatest Hits, $19.99 for Herman's Hermits. And Bill Nelson, Savage Jesters for Charm's Sake, $19.99. $19.99. Okay, I got to move a few things around back here behind me. B and D are buy it nows. The Hendrix boots, a $40 buy it now. Smoky Hog, $15. I got to situate a couple things over here behind me so I know where we're at on some stuff. Okay. And there's that. And there's this. And there's this. Okay. Let me put that over here. Let me see how many of these are for tonight. Okay, I think that's straight price. Yeah, okay, good. That's straight price stuff. All right, except for these. I can auction those too. All right. That stuff from the collection. There's one box set left. Right. And this stuff here. Right. These empty crates. These are, in fact, empty crates. All right, good. Okay, sorry, I had to get a better grip of where everything is for tonight and what's around me still. So the first thing that happened was Ted Nugent was claimed, and then Raymond Cabrera got cats for $15. Thank you, Raymond Cabrera. There's that. Does Bill Nelson Savage have the poster? Savage Jesters for Charm's Sake. This does not have any kind of poster with it. No. No poster with this one. All right, and then, so Smoky Hog was over here for a $15 buy it now. Let me put this away right here. There's Smoky Hog. And then Hendrix, which is called You Can't Use My Name. That was $40. An 83 unofficial EX condition, $40. John Lee Hooker Burning is up for bid in A. And then Worried Blues, Mississippi John Hurt. Okay, there is that. And then these are final calls on those, okay? All righty. So let's put this over here. Okay. Next is this. We have Bob Dylan Traveling Through featuring Johnny Cash. This is a 3 LP. Bob Dylan featuring Johnny Cash Traveling Through the Bootleg Series, Volume 15. 2019, near mint. This is a triple LP, a $40 start. $40 start on that one. Smoky Hog is sold to Nick Bargeron for $10. That's sold to Nick Bargeron for $10. And then what was the Jimmy Reed in the crate? That's called Honest I Do. Jimmy Reed is $19.99. Honest I Do, it's on the Clio label, CLEO, and that is $19.99, okay? A and C are no bids. That way I can go ahead and put up 4 new auctions. John Lee Hooker is a $50 buy it now. A 2023 remaster, red and orange swirl. Red and orange swirl, near mint $50. Michael Butler says if some people don't start buying these blues albums, he's going to start collecting again. He's going to have to just start buying them all back. And this is Mississippi John Hurt Worried Blues, a VG copy. And this is a 1964, and this is a $50 buy it now. Mississippi John Hurt Worried Blues, $50 buy it now on that. I need some space freed up here, so let me take this. Let me take this John Lennon out. Let me put that right there. And let's go over here. Let me get all my no bids together. There's where they start. And that's that and that. And then B Houston, that and that. Okay, John Lee Hooker is sold to UJ Miller for $50. Thank you on that one. And then what happened on Jimmy Reed? Patrick, let me know if you want it. Patrick, let me know if you want it. If not, then it's going to be sold to Grandpa. And then Mississippi, which was this one right here that I just ended, it has an offer for $40. It has an offer for 35, and then it has another offer for 40. Let's go right over here to Patrick Lear passes. All right, so this is sold to no, this is actually sold to Grandpa for $40, and Jimmy Reed is sold to Grandpa for $15. Okay. All right, final call on Kelly Wlodarczyk for 40. Ozark condition. Ozark Mountain Daredevils. It's alive. No condition notes. $29.99. Everything in this crate was no condition notes. We're about to go into another one. All right, let me flip through this right here. So these crates are empty below me, right? Yep. Okay, these are all no bids. Give me 1 second here. Those were all no bids. And then this was, okay, that goes to the Disney box. Let me put that underneath these. All right. And then I don't need these for right now. So let me take these off the table. And these off the table. Okay. Sorry, I still had like Kiss records stacked up all around me. I might start putting those up. I know those will sell. I can guarantee those are going to get a bid. It's another Kiss crate. It's 4 crates that's never been put up. And then over here, Bob Dylan is sold to Kelly Wlodarczyk for $40. Chad, is that a picture of you in a warrior outfit? You talking about the Berserker album cover? The Amon Amarth? Okay. 2 crates of Kiss stuff that didn't sell. 2 tubs of Kiss miscellaneous that hadn't been put up, I should say. All right. And then I need these no bids out of the Kiss crate over here. I need to put these so I can put them all together, which are these right here. All right, perfect. Okay, sorry. I basically just had to clean up the entire store to figure out where the next crates were. I didn't do it last night before I left because Tanner got here early in the morning, which was unusual, and he pretty much messed up my entire morning schedule. So I'm going to blame it all on Tanner. I didn't get to like clean up and put everything. I didn't get to pick out auctions either. I usually hand pick everything that we auction, especially when we get in new collections. I didn't get to do that either. That's why a lot of stuff didn't get put in the hot picture that should have. And I was like, oh boy, here we go. But we got like 4 crates over here behind me that they had got ready today. Chuck Berry, I was just trying to find them all. Chuck Berry is a 6 LP vinyl box set. This is part of that Chess box series. This is 71 tracks, 6 LPs with 36 book, and that 36-page book, Chuck Berry's a $55 start. $55 start. This is a John 5 picture disc. It's called Center, and this has got the original plastic it came in. John 5 picture disc Center. That's going to go up for a $10 start in B. $10 start in B for John 5 Center. And then next over here is Son House and J.D. Short, Blues from the Mississippi Delta. This is a 1966 US. It's in EX condition, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. Son House and J.D. Short, Blues from the Mississippi Delta. $35 start on that. $35 start on that. And then we have Thomas Rhett. This is called Where We Started. Thomas Rhett is on blue vinyl. Looks like only one's ever sold before for $86. Thomas Rhett's a double LP, and this is going to go up for a $40 start. $40 start. Okay. Awesome. Put all that in here for right now. And that. And I don't need that. And we'll take care of that later. Okay. All righty. I'm good to go now for a while. Time for a new crate. Time for a new crate. I feel much more better organized after doing that. That felt pretty good. Makes me feel good inside. All right. Let's grab one from over here. Oh. Let's see here. Soundtracks in here. A few. Cool. Yeah, this looks like a pretty cool crate. All right, let's do this one here. You don't realize. Okay, another non-check condition crate. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. So we got Chuck Berry at 55, John 5 at 24, Sun House and JD Short 40, and Thomas Rhett's at 40. Okay, what else from the music executive? Well, there's box and box full over here. None of it's really ready for sale. So if I do anything tonight from that collection other than what else I have over here, we have 2 crates of test pressings. I'm about to get back to those. 2 crates of test pressings. All the other stuff, if we do it, it'll be later tonight, kind of like when I'm looking stuff up and we're going through it and kind of just pricing some of it alive. Mostly it's crates of test pressings. Everything else has not been tagged or researched. And here we go. First thing is Stars. Attention shoppers. Stars is $14.99. Jerry Rafferty Snakes and Ladders. Jerry Rafferty is $19.99. This is Snakes and Ladders. Jerry Rafferty. Also Bill Nelson Chimera. Bill Nelson is $19.99. The Hammer CP gets Stars. That's sold to the Hammer CP for $14.99. Jerry Lee Lewis, this is $9.99. The Golden Cream of the Country. No condition notes, $9.99. Final call on all these auctions, 55, 24, 40, and 40. All are going once, going twice. George Harrison somewhere in England. George Harrison's $19.99. John Lennon, Yoko Ono, Heart Play, Unfinished Dialogue, $14.99. Stephen Stills is $19.99. This is his self-titled album, Stephen Stills, $19.99. Leon Russell, Will-O the Wisp, $14.99. And Guns and Butter, Guns and Butter, $39.99. A 1972 Prague album, Guns and Butter, $39.99. Any Green Day test pressings. I'm not going to get your hopes up. I'm not going to get your hopes up. Fleetwood Mac Greatest Hits, 1971 UK, $36.99. And The Electric Flag, the band kept playing. The Electric Flag, $19.99. Stephen Stills, Illegal Stills, $19.99. And Savoy Brown, Getting to the Point. Savoy Brown is $19.99. Pipes of Peace, Paul McCartney, $24.99. Leon Russell sold to Pat Smith for $10. Savoy Brown, Jack the Toad is $19.99. And Ringo Starr Ringo with the booklet, $26.99. Okay, all righty. So we have no bid sold and sold on D. C got a new bid. Chuck Berry's a no bid. This is a $55 buy it now on that 6LP vinyl box set. John 5 is sold to Arms Arilla Tribe for $24. Any Kiss test pressings? Yes. Any Green Day test pressings? Yes. Any Led Zeppelin test pressings? Yes. Any Sun House test pressings? Yes. Any Thomas Rhett test pressings? Yes. Any Taylor Swift test pressings? Yes. Any Chuck Berry test pressings? Yes. Any Fleetwood Mac test pressings? Yes. Hold on, there's more coming in. Any Frank Zappa test pressings? Yes. Do you have any test pressings from Guns N' Roses? Yes. Do you have any Angine de Patrin test pressings? Yes. Do you have any Amon Amarth test pressings? Yes. Do I have any Black Crowes test pressings? Yes. Do you have any, hold on, do you have any Pink Floyd? There's more comments coming in. Do you have any more Pink Floyd test pressings? Yes. Do you have any Yes test pressings? Yes. Do you have any Diet Coke test pressings? Yes. Do you have any Electric Flag test pressings? Yes. Do you have any John Lee Hooker test pressings? Yes. That'll at least keep y'all from not going anywhere, right? Do you have any SD Beer Smashing? Yes. 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 Amy Winehouse? Yes. Yes. Keep naming them. Over here we have Brian Lubbock got Fleetwood Mac. This was sold to Brian Lubbock. Thank you, Brian Lubbock. That's sold to you for $36.99. We have an offer on Chuck Berry for $40. Electric Flag, Douglas Phelan got Electric Flag for $8. And then C, I think Patrick Menda bid in C. Do I have any Coletco? Yes. Do I have any Barramello? Yes. Ween? Yes. Plush? Yes. Go Fish? Yes. Impressive? Yes. Chuck Berry is sold for $40 to Grandpa. Let's go ahead and tag that. $40. Let's put that on a test press. Kenny G. Yes. Yes. I'm not going to tell you no, because if I say no, you're probably going to be like, well, all right, I'll check back in tomorrow. So usually my go-to answer if somebody says if I have something is yes. Okay? And then if they say, when are you putting it up? I'm going to be like, soon. Maybe tonight, maybe next week. Carly Pierce Hummingbird. 2LP translucent ruby red vinyl. This is sealed. It is called Hummingbird by Carly Pierce. And this is going to go up for a $25 start. It's supposed to have an autographed insert, which if that's true, that's really good because I've sold her autographs before pretty good. That's $25 start on Carly Pierce. Sun House has a new bid for $44. All right, first thing, next thing is this. This is Him Dark Light. This is a test pressing. Him, as in H-I-M. It's a 2005 test pressing. This is sealed, and it's a $225 start. $225 start. Next is George Martin, $34.99. George Martin, his orchestra play Help. George Martin is $34.99. The Kaz and Cant Singing Orchestral Circus, $16.99. And Irene Cara, Why Me, $9.99. Him is $225. That's up for bid in slot number B. A is going to be another Thomas Rhett album. This is called Thomas Rhett, About a Woman. This is sealed, and it's a Zoetrope, evidently. $25 start on Thomas Rhett. What is the Sun House? Sun House is called Sun House and J.D. Short, Blues from the Mississippi Delta. It's at $44 with Patrick Lear. It's a 1966 repress in mono. 66 repress in mono. $44 on that one. Tom Rush, Wrong End of the Rainbow. Tom Rush is $19.99. And we have Rachel Sweet, Protect the Innocent. Rachel Sweet is $14.99. Limited edition Live Slaughter, Rabid Dogs. This is called Slaughter and the Dogs, excuse me. A 1978 punk album, $49.99. Slaughter and the Dogs. Water break. Pat Smith has the Carly Pierce at $25. Sun House was EX. Sun House was EX. Moving on. Andy Kim, Rainbow Ride. Andy Kim is $14.99. Bo Diddley. This is $34.99. It's a chess, and it is actually no condition notes. That's really cool. It almost felt like love. Charlie Louvin, $9.99. The Grease soundtrack is $19.99. That's a double LP. And James Gang Bang. James Gang Bang is $19.99. Also, we have B.B. King The Jungle. This one is $39.99. B.B. King The Jungle, $39.99. That is in shrink wrap. Patrick Lear, you were outbid on C, just FYI. Okay. Give me 1 second. I had the Taylor Swift thing on deck over here. Got put behind me. The Taylor Swift, next Taylor Swift item got put behind me, and I have forgot about it. So give me 1 second. Okay. Let's go back over here. All right. So the first thing I had, the next comment, was a new bid on C. What are the Taylor promo CDs? Give me a second, I'll show them to you. Mavis Anderson gets Grease for $19.99. Chase Drops Ink is second. Kevin W. says, can I get George Martin for $25? Sold to Kevin W. for $25. Thank you, Kevin W. C has a new bid. Brian Lubbock got James Gang. Sold to Brian Lubbock for $19.99. Brian Lubbock got Bo Diddley. Sold to Brian Lubbock for $34.99. Also, we have Ted Nugent. If you can't lick 'em, $14.99 on that one. And Chantilly Lace, $29.99, starring the Big Bopper, Chantilly Lace, $29.99. Let's go ahead and sell A, B, and D. Thomas Red is sealed, About a Woman. That is $25. It's a Zoetrope. It's not a picture disc. It just says Zoetrope, but I don't think it's a picture disc. $25 on that one. And then Jeff Colgrove got Ted Nugent for $14.99. Hem test pressing is $225. Hem test pressing, rare, $225. It's a double LP. None have ever sold. 120 people have it in their want list. None have ever sold. 120 people have it in their want list. That's $225, okay? Thomas Rhett is sold to Doodad for $20. Thank you on that. And then Pat Smith got Carly Smith for $25. This is sold to Pat Smith for $25, okay? Thank you on that. All right. And we have, did you give me a Zappetite? That's the one I didn't know if you wanted or not because there was 2 Frank Zappas. There was Hot Rats and Zappetite. I've been waiting for you to hop on all night, Colin. Yeah, I've got Zappetite right over here if that's the one you wanted. So Blues from the Mississippi Delta is at 47 with George Scherer. Okay. Here's my next Taylor Swift item. These are $24.99 each. $24.99 each. These are original press photos from Big Machine Records from her debut album. Okay. $24.99. TaylorSwift.com, MySpace.com/Taylor Swift, Big Machine Records, MySpace, Big Machine Records. This came from the same collection where all those other Taylor Swift promo items come from. Now, if there's no really comps on eBay, except for the ones that are signed. The ones that are signed, of course, are like $3,000, $4,000. So these are $24.99. They're actually like kind of thicker paper too. So $24.99. I've got them until we sell out of them, okay? $24.99. First thing is this. Zappa is $39.99, Zappetite. And that's Palace, Germany. George Scherer got Sunhouse and J.D. Short. This is sold to George Scherer for $47, okay? This is sold to George Scherer for $47, all right? Appreciate that. Taylor Swift press photos, $24.99. I still have the Beautiful Eyes promo CD, $115. It's got a promo sticker on the front and a punch hole through the barcode. These are also rare. I've got 5 left at $115 each. I'm about to put up a whole new slew of auctions. First, let me count out these photos, okay? We got one sold to Guy Shard for $24.99. We got another one sold to Guy Shard for $24.99. We got one sold to Jersey Devil for $24.99. One sold to Stephen A. Young for $24.99. One sold to Hodgepodge Vintage for $24.99. One sold to Thomas R. Bishop for $24.99. And one sold to Intergroove Distortion for $24.99. There's one left. There's one Taylor Swift photo if anybody wants it. One left for $24.99. Stephen A. Young also gets a promo CD for $115. Thank you on that. So there's one photo left, and that's sold to Mavis Anderson. Okay. All the photos are sold. Thank y'all on that. Those are done. And I feel like that was a great, once again, I don't know, there's not really any comps. Those are official. Just think, she probably had stacks of those at one time signing them for people when she was getting started. Just think, she probably used to have stacks and would hand them out and give them out just getting started. Okay, so those are sold out. Here's everybody that got one. They went to 2 for Guy Shard, Jersey Devil, Stephen A. Young, Hodgepodge, Thomas Bishop, Intergroove, and Mavis Anderson got the last one. They're gone. Chris Ligero, I'm out. And then one CD is sold to Stephen A. Young, and Jersey Devil also wants Jersey Devil also wants a CD for 115. Okay, thank you. That leaves me with 4 beautiful eyes. I had put up a lot of Taylor stuff tonight. That's the only thing left right now. And of course, if you missed it earlier, there's one Shake It Off sealed Shake It Off single left for $70. That was the last one of those, sealed for $70. Okay. Yes on Zapatite. Okay, Zapatite is sold to Colin Butler for $39.99. This is sold to Colin Butler, $39.99. And then Brian C., do you want to go on a waiting list? Do you want on a waiting list, okay? Let me know on that one if you want on a waiting list. And then Inner Groove Distortion gets the last Shake It Off single for $70. Done. What is the name for him? Dark Light. Him Dark Light is a test pressing, a double LP, $225. It's sealed. It's sealed RTI test pressing. There is a none sold, none for sale, 120 people having their want list. That's going to go on Discogs pretty soon unless somebody buys it tonight. I say that, and I currently have 8 crates of high-end records that need to be put on Discogs. Yeah, 8 crates of high-end records. All right. So before I do hey, I've got more Taylor Swift photos. Not of that one, but of a different shot. Stand by, because I'm about to put those up. First, we need more vinyl. We need more vinyl. First is Chris Ligero on Taylor Swift for $115. Thank you, so to Chris Ligero for $115. 2 beautiful eyes. Like I said, there's no Discogs listings for those. There's no Discogs listings for those, okay? Earlier tonight, we sold one of these for $56. Here's the other one. I have one more sealed red, $56, 2012. There's another one. And then the only other buy it now Taylor Swift no bid is Reputation for $200. I've got to have 200. We've already sold one for 200. That is the picture disc. It's only ever been pressed on vinyl one time for Record Store Day, and it sells for thousands of dollars. Thousands. It's way up there. Orange vinyl. It's huge money. So that's the only 2 extras I have left. Red and Reputation, except for one more big one. The 1989 Record Store Day. $1,850. We already sold the sealed copy for $2,000. We already sold the sealed copy for $2,000. This is the Record Store Day numbered $1,850. $1,850, okay? The sealed one already sold for $2,000. That is the only no bid on the Taylor Swifts tonight. Or actually, they're not no bids, they're extras. They're actually extras. Except for that one, that's technically a no bid. All right, and then Stephen A. Young wants the sealed red for $56. That's sold to Stephen A. Young for $56. Okay, moving on. Next thing I have in here, let's get back to some of the blues. I have T-Bone Walker, I Want a Little Girl. That's a very questionable cover, or a very questionable title. T-Bone Walker is a 1973 U.S. Jacksonville press. Jacksonville press. This is in VG Plus condition, and this is a $35 start. $35 start on T-Bone Walker, I Want a Little Girl. VG Plus, that's an A for a $35 start. Reputation is sold to JetBlue for $200. Thank you. That's sold for $200. Let's put up another auction. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. This is Going Away Blues. This is a sealed Yazoo label. Sealed Yazoo label, Going Away Blues. This is 1969, a $45 start. $45 start on that. Next test pressing. 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 Next test pressing is the Cadillac 3. This is the Cadillac 3. It's a test pressing. It's near mint. It's called The Years Go Fast. That is near mint, a test pressing, the Cadillac 3, a $35 start. $35 start. That's now up for bid. And I have this. Let's see, one second. Don't come. I can tell we have a lot of Taylor fans on right now. I've got one item here for auction. It is a promotional notepad from Big Machine Records. I think I've had these before. I kind of just tried to find a comp, no luck, but it's from Big Machine Records. It's a promotional like notepad, sticky note thing. It's sealed, unopened. It features 4 of her albums at that time: Red, Fearless, Self-Titled, and Speak Now. It's unopened. It's a promotional item. I mean, it's not marked or anything, but we know where it came from, of course. $35 start. $35 start for the notepad. $35 start. Okay, back to this crate of Buy It Now Best Offer. I have Beanie. When I finish this crate, I'm going to do another. When I finish this crate, I'm going to do another Taylor Swift photo. We have Benny Hill, Words and Music. Benny Hill is $19.99. Sex is My Business. Whoa. Sex is My Business, 1960, $39.99. This is Interviews with Prostitutes, Homosexuals, Pimps, and Johns. There you go, $39.99. Also, we have Outlaws Playing to Win, $9.99. Benny Hill is sold to Mr. MFTF for $15. Both Kelly and Robert Vlodarchek want sex. Wow, what's the odds? Kelly and Robert Vlodarchek. So let's sell it to Kelly. That is $39.99. Sorry, Robert, you were second. We have Shirley Temple on the Good Ship Lollipop. Shirley Temple, $19.99. And, whoa, Phantom soundtrack. Phantom soundtrack is $49.99. Wow. $49.99 with Raquel Welch there on the cover. Whoa. Phantom in shrink wrap, $49.99. And we have Otis Rush tops. Otis Rush is $19.99. And Mamas and Pont, blah, 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 blah. If you noticed in the last 3 minutes, I've had really trouble speaking. My brain's about to shut down. Mamas and Papas, 20 golden hits. Double LP, $19.99. Ever since I took that trip and took a few days off, my sleep schedule's been whack. I mean, I am way off. I apologize. I'm off on starting times, talking, reading, getting stuff ready. T-Bone Walker's at 38. Going Away Blues. Going Away Blues is sealed. A final chance for 45. The test pressing of Cadillac 3 is 35. And then over here, the notepad is a final call to Guy Shard for $35. Okay, let's go back over here on this. And the first thing I have is and I've lost my spot. Where was I? Okay, there's Benny Hill. Was there any Kiss No Bids or last night? There was Kiss No Bids from last night. Yes, there was. There was. Okay, there's a new bid for A. And then over here, and we have A, and then we have Mamas and Papas. This is sold to Douglas Phelan for $14. Sold to Douglas Phelan for $14. Otis Rush is sold to Patrick Lear for $15. A has a new bid. A has a new bid for $40. Otis Rush is already sold, and A has another new bid. We have Tom Jones, I Who Have Nothing. Tom Jones is $9.99. And Jerry Lee Lewis, Original Golden Hits, Volume 1, $9.99. $9. Is there a Ted Nugent still in the crate? There are no Ted Nugents left in this crate. He's been selling like the 4th of July. We have Mick Fleetwood Zoo for $19.99. Also, Paul McCartney, Venus and Mars for $29.99. George Harrison Self-Titled for $19. Save the Children soundtrack, $24.99. Also, White Knight soundtrack is $19. Neil Diamond, the jazz singer, soundtrack is $9.99. And Tina Turner, this is We Don't Need Another Hero. That is $16.99, okay? B through D are closed. Going Away Blues is sealed for $45. Going Away Blues, that's sealed for $45. The test pressing to Cadillac 3 is $35. Gabriel, I forgot to answer you earlier. And Jen D. Petrian is $29.99. I forgot to answer you earlier. I'm sorry. That's our very own Gabriel Brune. Shout out to Gabriel. If he wasn't here, we wouldn't be having any auctions tonight. And then these notepads are sold to Guy Shard for $35. Thank you, Guy Shard. Those are sold to you for $35. I've got one more if anybody wants it. Just one more, and then we're done on those. That's it. One more if anybody wants it. Always give the first person who won the auction dibs in case they want another one. They get the right on a duplicate. So one more, $35 if anybody wants that. Next thing is George Harrison is sold to Cameron McCoy. Sold to Cameron for $15. Mike Pierce got Tina Turner for $12. That's sold to Mike Pierce. Then somebody asked about the grade. White Knights is sold to Melvin Jennings for $15. And then and Jen D. Petrian, that is sold to Gabriel Brune for $29.99. A has a new bid, and there's another notepad if anybody wants it for $35. All right, let's get some new auctions going. Keep rolling, rolling, rolling. All right, keep rolling, rolling, rolling. Here is Lyle Fulson, Tramp. I remember this record. I think it was sealed, and we had a hard time really figuring out what year it was. But it's unopened, sealed. Lyle Fulson, Tramp, a $50 start. Now, we have it as a 1967, so maybe this is a different version, and they was able to track down which one it is. But that's Tramp, Lyle Fulson, sealed, a $50 start. Let's try another test pressing, and this one is Starcrawler. She said test pressing. Starcrawler. This is a $35 start. $35 start. Straw caller, she said. $35. Chad, I don't know if you noticed, but Fred offered you money on him test pressing. Fred Cardinale made an offer on the him test pressing. Fred made an offer on the him test pressing. Really? I don't see that anywhere. Are you talking about Fred Cardinale? That's the only Fred I know that watches on a regular basis. I don't see that anywhere in my chat. Okay, we'll have to wait for that to pop up again. Berserker is $39.99, beige-colored vinyl. Beige-colored vinyl. What's in slot B? Tramp, Lyle Fulson, sealed. This is Starcrawler, she said test pressing. Fred offered $185. Fred Cardinale, are you still watching? Here's another test pressing. Starcrawler, she said. $35 start. Okay. All right. We need another auction for D, but before I do that, here is the next press photo. Here's the next press photo I have. A real official test a real promotional publicity photo from Big Machine Records for Taylor Swift Fearless. $24.99. These are thick, glossy, official from Big Machine Records. $24.99. Fearless. $24.99. We got one for Guy Shard, $24.99. Another one for Guy Shard for $24.99. Another one to Jersey Devil for $24.99. Another one to Intergroove Distortion for $24.99. And another one to Stephen A. Young for $24.99. I have that many still left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I got 8 of those left from Fearless. $24.99. 3, 6, 8. Okay, last person to get one was Stephen A. Young. Guy Shard got 2. Jersey Devil, Intergroove, and Stephen A. Young. All right, we need at least one more auction in D. I'm also about to sell A. It looks like it's a final call. And next over here is what? We have T-Bone Walker, I Want a Little Girl, sold to George Sheriff for $52. Patrick Lear, high roller tonight. He has the high bid on both. He has the high bid on both right now. Tramp sealed for $50 and the Starcrawler test pressing for $35. Man, I've struggled lately. Let me get some more auctions going, and then I'll show y'all the last Taylor Swift press photo I have. Okay. That's at $35. Let's put up two more. In slot A over here, I have BTS. How do you say this? BTS Arang, A-R-I, Airy Rang. It's on white, red, and pink marble vinyl. None have ever sold before. Wow. This is pretty recent, though, isn't it? Yeah, March of 2026. BTS is sealed in slot A for a $42 start. $42 start. Hodgepodge Vintage also wants a Fearless photo. Sold to Hodgepodge Vintage for $24.99. Sold to Hodgepodge Vintage for $24.99. Thank you on that. Okay, moving on. Next is, I need a new record for back there in the back. I'll do that in a second. We need another new crate. I haven't been recapping the vintage crates. We've only been through 3, and there's a lot more to go. So the more I can show y'all, the better. The faster, the better, right? And then George, what was 4-2? You put the words 4-2. And let me go ahead and grab this crate right here. Yeah, let's go through this one. This crate is going to be buy it now or best offer. All new vintage all night long. All new vintage all night long. We love it. Tramp is sold to Patrick Lear for $50. Thank you on that. And that is sold. Steely Dan Lightbox coming soon. Coming soon on Steely Dan Lightbox. Coming soon. All right, 2 more auctions right quick. And that is this right here. I have The Who. No, I don't. I thought I had one more left. Do I not? I guess I don't. All right, so instead, let me pull from over here. This is Riley Green. Don't mind if I do. Riley Green is a 2024, kind of a pricey record here on the silver vinyl or Silverstone colored vinyl. Riley Green is a $35 start. $35 start on that. And then D is going to be this right here. This is going to be Thomas Rhett. All these, by the way, these country albums, these sealed country albums, this all came from the same collection as all the Taylor Swift stuff. This is Thomas Rhett, Tangled Up. That is sealed for a $35 start. Okay, here is the next photo, and I have the most of these. Red from Big Machine Records. I have a whole pack of them. So I got plenty of these. $24.99. These are official Big Machine publicity photos. $24.99 for red. Okay, you see how they came originally, like on this cardboard backer, and they kind of just tear at the top. Okay, and I'm probably going to start with the second one so it's mint and protected there. Okay, so I'll count these out and I'll let them remove them, because you see this one has some scuffs. I'm just going to leave that one, or we'll start with the second one here that's mint. When you ended the auction, you said 52. It was 42. Okay, so make sure his T-Bone Walker goes in for 42. I must have misspoke on that one. That is sold to George Sheriff for $42, not $52. All right? I think these things, I don't want to be the one to do this. I'll let them do it. Yeah. So let's start with the next one. Whoever's tagging, we need to give one to Guy Shard, another one to Guy Shard. We have one for Stephen A. Young, and one for Intergroove Distortion. Okay? So those 4 right there. So 2 for Guy Shard, 1 for Stephen A. Young, and 1 for Intergroove Distortion. Yeah, and whoever's tagging, I'll let y'all be carefully remove those from the original stack there, okay? Let's not do this one, okay? Let's start with the second one that they're meant. Anybody else? And I've got a lot of those. The rest of them, well, the first one sold out, and I still got a few more Fearless. All right, this crate's buy it now, best offer. Michael Stanley Band, North Coast, MSB, Michael Stanley Band, $19.99 on Michael Stanley Band. We have the best of Loggins and Messina. I was about to say, I think this is foreign. This wasn't released in the U.S. like this. Loggins and Messina is a UK copy, yeah. $9.99, the best of Loggins and Messina. A rock and roll alternative, Atlanta Rhythm section, $9.99. Hammer, Gold Stamp promo, $14.99. And Johnny Hammond Breakout, Johnny Hammond, $26.99. Jeff Wayne's musical version of The War of the Worlds, that's a double LP, $34.99. I'm going to go ahead and sell the test pressing. This is sold over here to Patrick Lear for $40. Riley Green, Thomas Rhett, and BTS are all final calls on those. Okay, all final calls on those. Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. We're going to first start with MSB sold to the Hammer for $19.99. And then Johnny Hammond is sold to Colin Butler for $20. We have Uncle Dave Macon. That's $14.99. And Mac Davis. Texas is my rear view mirror. Mac Davis, $9.99. Toe Tapping Music, Gib Gabo. And that is sealed for $34.99. And Beanie Green, Catwalk. Beanie Green's a gold stamp promo on the Bethlehem label, $14.99. I think we're ready for all new stuff. So the first thing I have is BTS. This is sealed for $70. Sealed for $70 on BTS. Let's put that right over here. And then Riley Green was $35. Don't mind if I do. And that's on Silvertone colored vinyl. And that is $35. Don't mind if I do. And then Thomas Rhett Tangled Up. And Thomas Rhett was sealed. And Thomas Rhett was $30. $30 on Thomas Rhett. We'll put that righty over here. Mac Davis, I'll do that one for $7. And I have War of the World, sold to John McPatriot for $25. All right, thank you on that. So next, okay, those need, there's that. And I only have one of these. And then I've only got a couple of these, I think. So we got here. Oh, yeah. Okay, give me 1 second. Let me close out all this. Ryan Simpson got Riley Green. Thank you, Ryan Simpson. That is sold to you for $35. Mr. M, what did I have War of the Worlds marked? Oh, dang. I shouldn't count. I thought it was marked 29. Oh, man. Well, I pulled the trigger too soon on that one. I pulled the trigger too soon. Let me lay those right there. And let me get these out of my way for a second. Okay. Keep these nice and clean. Actually, yeah, let me put these right over here. All right. Okay. Beanie Green. Grandpa is getting that one for $10. Thank you. Okay, next in the auctions over here. Next in the auctions, we have Maxwell Street Alley Blues. And this is on that Barrel House label. Barrel House over here, anything on Barrel House is highly collectible in the blues genre. This is a 1974. It's called Maxwell Street Alley Blues. Big John Rencher and his Maxwell Street Blues Boys. EX condition, a $275 start. $275 Maxwell Street Alley Blues. And then another good one here, Happenings by Bobby Hutcherson. Bobby Hutcherson. And this is a 1967 USOG mono. Strong VG, play tested, plays with some noise. There you go. $150 start. Bobby Hutcherson with Herbie Hancock, Bob Crenshaw, and Joe Chambers. Next in C is T-Bone Blues by T-Bone Walker. And this is sealed Analog Productions, 2LP, 45 RPM. And this is a $50 start. T-Bone Walker, T-Bone Blues. That is a $50 start. Do I have a Green Day test pressing? Not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge. I do have this, though, going up for bid right now. This is Sheryl Crow, Story of Everything, Picture Disc Test Pressing. Sheryl Crow, Story of Everything, Picture Disc Test Pressing. Sheryl Crow is going to go up for a $45 start. This is another test pressing. Let me show you what that looks like. Just like this. They don't put the image on it yet, just the blank disc. This is a picture disc, and it's a test pressing. This is with the MoFi sleeve, and this is Sheryl Crow, and it's a $45 start. $45 start, and that's called Story of Everything, Picture Disc Test Pressing. Over here, we have... you had a couple of St. Karloff albums a few weeks back. Do you still have those? Is there a site I can check your availability? St. Karloff. What genre was that? Metal? If so, probably not. If so, probably not. All the metal we have left from the last month and a half is down into 2 crates, and that's pretty much it. All right, back to this. But no, we do have a new updated website that has stuff on there for sale, but just FYI, very little vinyl. Well, there's actually no vinyl on there. Most of that is exclusively sold right here. It was an auction. We probably don't have those anymore. All the no bids are back here behind me, so it's kind of hard to say. But yeah, it would take a while for me to kind of dig around and find them. Okay. What's in B? Happenings, Bobby Hutcherson, $150 start. The label I mentioned, Jamie, is Barrel House. Barrel House for A. Okay. Jake says you can now view all of our eBay auctions on our website. ShopCollectco.com. You can now view all of our eBay auctions on there. That's great. That's great news. That's fantastic. That's absolutely fantastic. Awesome. Yeah, so here's how it looks on the website side. Rambo Blu-ray, Texas Chainsaw, Halloween. There it is. And then it links it over, take you over there. We got Metallica figures, Jordans on there for bid, CD box sets. Very cool. Was Lau Fuelson mono or stereo? Stereo. Stereo. Okay, I think I'm back to business. Sheryl Crow is at 45 of Michael Hamburger. I was looking up another Taylor Swift CD that's going to be a buy now. But first, I have in here Chet Baker, Wolfgang Lackerschmied. Is that what that says? Chet Baker, Wolfgang Lackerschmied, featuring Larry Coryell. That is $34.99 in shrink wrap. $34.99. 4 horns and a lush life. 1956 hard bop from Bethlehem Records, $24.99. Tangerine Dream, music from the motion picture Sorcerer. Sorcerer soundtrack is $24.99. This is Paramore Riot. Paramore Riot is $24.99. That's on silver vinyl, $24.99. Odisha, Music to Refine To, a remix companion to Severance. This is some sort of soundtrack from Apple TV on Pearl translucent vinyl, $24.99. Danae DeLeo got Chet Baker for $28, sold. Roger Ramjet got the Sorcerer soundtrack, sold to Roger Ramjet for $24.99. And we have Carlos Montoya, Adventures in Flamingo. This is $9.99 from the Fred Goodwin collection, $9.99. Paramore has offers for $18 and $20. Cameron, you're first. I will give it to you for $20. If not, it's Mortgage Guy Rob. Yes, this is best offer. Yes, this is best offer. Gary Puckett in the Union Gap is $9.99. Dr. Doolittle soundtrack, $14.99 for Dr. Doolittle. And Larry Norman, Something New Under the Sun, $19.99 for Larry Norman. All these auctions are closed. So Maxwell Street Alley Blues is a $275 buy it now. It's a 74 US reissue, an EX, $275 on that one. Bobby Hutcherson Happenings, a 67 USOG mono, a strong VG copy. Play tested, it's VG 150 on Bobby Hutcherson. The T-Bone Walker did not get a bid. T-Bone Blues, this is sealed for $50. That's the 45 RPM mono from Analog Productions. And the test pressing of Sheryl Crow picture disc sold to Michael Hamburger for $45. I'm pretty positive there are other Sheryl Crow items over here. Kara Waco Nation is commented earlier that they are no longer interested in Sheryl Crow. So that's good to know. Michael Hamburger probably appreciates that. That's probably very helpful for Michael Hamburger's collection. Let's put this right over here. That's done. Next over here is price on Odessa. That is $24.99. Cameron McCoy does get Paramore for $20, and Jamie K gets T-Bone Walker. That's sold to Jamie K for $40. Okay, here is the next Taylor Swift Buy It Now. These are $125 each. I have mint perfect sealed copies of her self-titled album, sealed with the lenticular cover. They're $125 each. $125 each. These are the first pressings they did of her debut album on CD. It has the lenticular cover on the front. $125. I have that many right there. Boom, 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 boom. The last one that's sealed literally sold on Discogs for $125 2 days ago. No, it's July, Chad, not August. It sold about 1 month ago for $125. Okay. These are perfectly mint. I'll make sure everybody gets a perfect, nice one. No punch holes on these or anything. $125. One sold to Stephen A. Young for $125. And then here is one sold to Guy Shard for $125. Okay. Those are sold, and I have that many left right over here. Okay. Thank you on that. 125 sold to Stephen A. Young. 125 sold to Guy Shard. Put those right over there. All from the same collection of Taylor Swift stuff from the label. All the Nirvana auctions sold. Yes. Yes, they have. We're in a Buy It Now best offer crate right now. Let's go ahead and resume with more stuff over here. This is Shaky Jake Good Times. This is a 2016 Chicago Blues, 2016 mono, and this is a $20 start for Shaky Jake. $20 start for Shaky Jake. That's up for bid in slot number A. Okay, Shaky Jake, 2016. Next over here is this. This is unofficial. This is Love live in England, as in the band Love. I've never seen a bootleg from them. This is an unofficial Love live in England, near mint. And this is a $35 start. 2022 unofficial. $35 start for Love. So there is Shaky Jake. There is Love. And going right next to that is this. I have Mr. Fulbright's Blues, the old house of music for commercial use. What exactly do we have here? This is various artists compilation, Mr. Fulbright's Blues Volume 1, 1990 Netherlands, $20 start. Now, the next Taylor item is kind of a tease because we've had them pre-checked, but we got to get them authenticated. We got to get them the letter process done. This is probably the most expensive thing in this collection. I've got 3 official signed Reputation 8x10s. So, I mean, here's the deal. I'll guarantee them to pass 100% if anybody wants me to go ahead and put one up for auction. Or we're going to have to wait until I get them authenticated, and then I can sell them, and then we can have to wait for the letter. But they're all, I have a price in mind of what I need for them. I know what they sell for. They're not cheap. They're official 8x10, and they're signed, and I'm going to get a JSA letter. So, however, if anybody's interested, I can put one up and sell it and then hold it. And we'll have to hold it for a while, like physically hold it. After we get it, the process started on it, I can go ahead and mail it to you, and then I can mail the letter later. Or I can sell it, I'll guarantee it, and then you can have it authenticated yourself. I would say if you don't mind waiting a while, I'll go ahead and sell you one. I'll hold it until we get the letter. Or you can just wait till I get them certified, and then I'll sell them at a later date with the letter. So there's a couple options there, but it's quite a bit of money there in my hand. I don't mind going ahead and selling them as long as some people don't mind waiting. So there they are. Totally up to you. I'll go ahead and tell you the starting bid will be $2,000. $2,000 if anybody's interested. If so, I'll go ahead and put one up in D, or I'll put one up here in just a second. We'll go ahead and roll one. And then if you happen to win one, you can tell me what you want to do with it, okay? Next auction is Triumph Thunder 7. Triumph is EX condition. This has the original inner sleeve. That's a $10 start over here in D. Okay, back to the Botnell Best Offer. Pretty interesting crate here. Poison, spelt with a Z, P-O-I-Z-O-N. Poison, N-W-O-P-H-M. I wonder what that stands for. 2019 Punk, $9.99. Also, Gowan, Strange Animal. Gowan is $9.99. That's called Strange Animal. Spartacus Triumvirate. Spartacus is shrink wrap and hop sticker for $19.99. Kelly Vloddercheck gets Poison. That's sold to Kelly Vloddercheck for $9.99. Colin Butler was second. We have over here for $14.99. I have Sarn, S-A-R-N. I Am in Dark Places. Sarn is a 2025, $14.99. Carole King, Touch the Sky. Carole King is $14.99. Roger Ramjet on Triumvirate. That is sold to Roger Ramjet for $19.99. Thank you. And we have Wonderful World of Country Music from Starday, $19.99. The Love Unofficial is a no bid for $35. That's Love. That's $35. That's going to go right over here. And this Blues comp, Mr. Fulbright's Blues, is sealed 1990 comp for $20. And what I'll go ahead and do, I'll put down a Taylor just to see, now that everybody knows the plan. I'll put one up for bid just to see if anybody wants to go ahead and bid tonight, and then you can tell me what to do with it. But if you know this and you know the comps, they're highly sought after. So Taylor mostly only signs CD inserts. I've got 2 or 3 of them over here we've had before. And then like photos are very expensive. Like those get up in the $2,000 plus range. The next thing is album jackets. Those get up there in the $5,000 plus range. And then instruments. Like we sold a guitar here for $10,000. So the photo is kind of the next step up after a signed CD insert. So I'll go ahead and see if anybody wants to buy one now, and then you can tell me what you want to do. Take it as is, guaranteed to pass JSA Beckett PSA. I can hold it and have it authenticated, or if they don't sell tonight, I'll get the letters later, and then they'll go up at a later date. The hold process is probably going to take till the end of the year. So if you buy it tonight, I might can ship you the letter before the end of the year. You might not get the letter till the end of the year. So there's that. Okay, next thing over here is this. We have Junior Marvin, Happy Family. Junior Marvin's a reggae album. It's a 2024 red, gold, and green, and that is $20. $20 on that one. Okay, next is this. We have King of the Road, Boxcar Willie. King of the Road is $9.99. Quincy Jones Showcase. Quincy Jones is a double LP, $19.99. We have Bolero, Ravel. This is $24.99. Ravel, Bolero. That's classical music. The Best of Bobby Darin. Still with the Kmart price tag. That is $9.99. The Hammer CP got Boxcar. That is sold to him for $9.99. I'm going to go ahead and sell A and D. So Shaky Jake is sold to Sean Bailey for $30. And then Triumph is sold to the Hammer CP. This is sold to the Hammer CP for $15. $15. All right. Appreciate that. And let's go over here. Best of Bobby Darin. I doubt that one's on here. No, that's a weird track. That's a really early track of his. And honestly, that wasn't even really, I think back when that came out, I don't know if that was really all that big of a hit. So you rarely see that song on any kind of compilation of his. So that's $9.99. That's a bizarre track to find. And of course, it's made famous in a lot of movies much later. So I think it's one of those deals where it become famous a lot later. Douglas Phelan gets the Love bootleg for $25. Thank you on that one. All right, over here. And there's those two. Let's go ahead and show a few more. Atlanta. Atlanta is $9.99. Atlanta and Dan Fogelberg, High Country Snows, $9.99. I think it got even really popular when it was in Austin Powers. There's a scene where Dr. Evil is dancing somewhere beyond the sea. Somewhere beyond the sea. I think when that was on a 78. So that's really old. That originally came out on a 78 probably back in, I don't know, 40 something. Who can Google that right quick? Came out in the 40s, I'm pretty sure. This is Billy Squier, the Intervention Records all analog of Don't Say No. This is a good one. Billy Squier, 2018 180 gram all analog on that one. $35 start. $35 start. I'm about to start filling up crate number 4 over here. Bear with me. Crate number 4 happening right now. I'm going to go ahead and end B and C. So Taylor, you know I have them, and you know the different options you can do. They're $2,000. I have 3 of them. They are $2,000. Okay? I've got 3 of them available. $2,000 each on those. And your pick on how you want. You can take one now. You can take one now. You can take one. You can pay for it now and reserve it and let me get it authenticated. Not et cetera, et cetera. 1960. Really? It's that late? I thought that was something that was on a 78 only back in the day. Okay. The first thing is Bolero. Kelly Wlodarczyk. Bolero, $20. This is sold to Kelly Wlodarczyk for $12. Colin Butler on Quincy for $12. Thank you, Colin Butler. All right. And then Billy Squier has a bid for $36. And then Junior Marvin, Happy Family. Junior Marvin is $20. Okay. Let's put that right over here. Done and done. 3 new auctions happening right now. Next is Jimi Hendrix, a 1972 OG compilation. Strong VG vinyl. Jimi Hendrix, and this is going to go up for a $20 start. It's on the Shout label, and I think that's because this is his work he did with the Isley Brothers, and that is a $20 start. That's Jimi Hendrix, $20 on that one. We have Good Friends Are for Keeps, $9.99. Maybe I'm thinking about something by Bing Crosby, Denise. I may be thinking of a Bing Crosby track. I know what song she's talking about, but I'm probably thinking of something from Bing Crosby. Next is this right here. I have Foo Fighters, Wasting Light. And Foo Fighters is in slot number C. This is EX Plus Near Mint Minus. It's a 45 RPM Palace pressing of Wasting Light. One of these days. This is a $25 start in slot number C. All right, Junior Marvin is sold to Colin for $12. Thank you on that one. We have George Benson, Take 5. George Benson, Take 5 is $14.99. Also, we have the original motion picture soundtrack to Fedora. The soundtrack to Fedora, $19.99. Also, we have, whoops, wrong camera. We have Neil Simon's California Suite soundtrack, $14.99 on that one. So there was George Benson, Take 5, $14.99 on that one. There's the soundtrack to Fedora, $19.99. There's an offer on George Benson. Deep Relaxation, the meditative control of overeating and smoking. So what you do is you listen to this record and you'll stop eating and you'll stop smoking. And that only cost you $14.99. So, I mean, come on. I mean, this could save your life. This could save you, that could save your life. That is sold to Kelly Wlodarczyk. I mean, $14.99, that could save your life. We have George Benson, sold to Douglas Phelan for $9. And we have Mel Tillis, Me and Pepper. That is sealed for $14.99. and we have Visage, or however that's pronounced. That's $49.99. $49.99. RJ66 got the Billy Squire for $35. Thank you, RJ66. Next is Jimi Hendrix. He's a 72 OG compilation, a strong VG copy, a no bid for $20. Foo Fighters is at $35. What was the soundtrack? Fedora for $19.99 and Neil Simon's California Suite, $14.99. All right, over here we have Ted Hawkins, The Next 100 Years. This is near mint, none for sale in the United States. They start at $118. It's a blues album, soul blues album from 2019, and it's a $70 start. $70 start on Ted Hawkins. That's now up for bid. O'Doul gets Hendrix. That is sold to O'Doul for $20. Thank you on that. Foo Fighters is at $35. Next over here is this. Let me go to my shelf over here with the miscellaneous stuff from the, I'm going to call it the Taylor Swift collection. See what else we have over here. We have more CDs, some from different artists. I've got 45s. I forgot about these. All right. I got 45s. I got 45 test pressings. And I have one more Taylor Swift CD single, and then another CD, and then another CD. So here we go. Let's do this right here. By the way, Foo Fighters has got a new bid. This is, we sold out of the Taylor Swift Shake It Off CD singles. This is the CD singles to Red. There's only one for sale, and these are supposed to be numbered. So right here on Discogs, you'll see how these are numbered? 0016. Ours are unnumbered. That's one way typically to identify a non-marked promo. It was released exclusively to Taylor Swift's official store for a limited time. There's only one for sale in Thailand, sealed. That's in Thailand. And the last sealed one sold back in February. Okay? And then before that, you got to go back 1 year. Now, those are for numbered copies. I have a sealed, unnumbered Taylor Swift Red, $150 start in B. Unnumbered, $150. That's up for bid in B. Foo Fighters at $37. And over here, next is another auction for D. Next auction for D is going to be this right here. I have Ways. What is this here? Hayes Wars Blues Ghetto Woman. And what happened to the tag? Uh-oh. Never mind. There's no tag on this one. Let me put that back away. And let's pick out another test pressing, actually. So here's some artists I have test pressings of. I have test pressings of Connor Smith, Sheryl Crow, Brett Young, Aaron Lewis, Tim McGraw, Starcrawler, Justin Moore, Jackson Dean, Brian Kelly, Thomas Rhett, Story of Everything, Pretty Vicious, Jackson Dean, and then we have more of the Disney stuff. Let's try Pretty Vicious. Pretty Vicious is going to go up in D for a $50 start. Let's take a look at it. And we're about to go right into another new crate. So this is Pretty Vicious test pressing. It is near mint. This is all from the same collection, just like where the Red came from. This is a $50 start, and it's near mint. It's a test pressing. And I don't know much about Pretty Vicious. Oh, it's the Struts. Okay, the Struts. My bad. It's the Struts. The Struts, Pretty Vicious, a $50 start. I'll do Tim McGraw test pressing, and I have a Tim McGraw album. What label is the Gary Puckett? Gary Puckett that's in this crate is Gary Puckett and the Union's Greatest Hits, Union Gap's Greatest Hits. It's on the second Columbia label. The Hendrix album already sold. It was a no bid. Foo Fighters is sold to Ron Duffield for $37. Thank you, Ron Duffield. That is sold to you. Wasting Light. You know I've got to use somebody. Okay, right into another new crate of vintage. 4 down, like a lot more to go, or until I'm ready to stop. There's no John tomorrow. It'd probably be best if I didn't go through all of them. Then we did some discount stuff. Might go through, man, well, there's plenty over here. Let's see what's up with this one right here. Somebody asked about Roger Waters earlier. I did not ignore you. Actually, it just hit me. It just hit my brain on Roger Waters, your question. I don't know why I'm just now thinking of it. But we've sold all the Roger Waters stuff. We've sold all the Roger Waters stuff. Okay. Unless there's one in a crate coming up or something. But the auction, there was one in a crate earlier, and it sold. So, all right, here we go. I'm going to go ahead and make Ted Hawkins a buy it now. This is $70. It's a buy it now on Ted Hawkins. Taylor Swift Red, thank you, Guy Shard, again. That sold to Guy for $150. Guy Shard sold $150. Let's put that right over there. And let me see. On that one, I have one more. An unnumbered promo. One more if anybody wants one. We'll give Guy first chance. If not, it's going right over here next to me. Okay? $150. No more, no less on that one now. Okay. Tim McGraw. It's called Here on Earth. It's a purple orange vinyl, limited edition 2020. Purple and orange, near mint in slot A $20 start. Next is Glenn Campbell. This is called Ghost on the Canvas. It's a picture disc from 2016. Glenn Campbell, Ghost on the Canvas. This is a $15 start. Glenn Campbell. And then I have another picture disc. We had one earlier we sold at auction. Here's another chance. This is John 5 Center, a $10 start. And let me go ahead and close the Struts test pressing. That is a $50 buy now on the Struts test pressing, which was pretty vicious. Starcrawler. It might be the same album, but I'll go take a look at it. It might be the same album. Patty K offered $40 for the Struts. Sold to Patty K for $40. You got it. In a new sleeve and sold. All right. So 10. I'll go after this crate here. I'll go through a thorough read of the no bids. What is the Tim McGraw press? Here on Earth. 2020, limited edition purple and orange. Okay. The test pressing for Tim McGraw is standing room only. Starcrawler, She Said. Is that the one we had earlier? I'll go ahead and put it up. I can't remember. Starcrawler, She Said. I think that's the same one we had earlier. Near mint, $35 start. Starcrawler, She Said. $35 start. 35. That's up for bid. Can I grab the Starcrawler? That one's up for bid because I'm not for sure if that's the same one we had earlier. All right, everything in this crate is going to be buy it now or best offer. First, we have Andy Griffith, Just for Laughs. That's a cool record. Andy Griffith, Just for Laughs. It's a spoken word. I've listened to it before. That's an original Capitol release, $24.99. Also, we have Thank You Pretty Baby, Nat King Cole, $9.99. Nat King Cole sings the ballads of the day, $9.99. Back-to-back Nat King Cole. Al Tijuana and his Jewish Brass, $14.99. Duets, Jerry Lee Lewis and Friends. This is usually on colored vinyl. This one is sold, or excuse me, this one is sealed. Sealed yellow vinyl, Jerry Lee Lewis, $24.99. O'Doul Rules gets the Tim McGraw. Let's go ahead and get that off the table. This is sold to O'Doul Rules for $20. Thank you, and there it is. Glenn Campbell's at $17. John Five's at $35, and Amos's has the test pressing at $35. Next auction is Blind Boy Fuller, East Coast Piedmont. This is a 2018 compilation. It does have a seam crackle up here at the top. The vinyl's VG Plus. Blind Boy Fuller is a $15 start. $15 start on that. Next over here is this Dirt Band Jealousy 81. Dirt Band is $14.99. Cordell Clyre Cavern Poems. That's a 2003 sealed, $12.99. Michael Bolton, B-O-L-O-T-I-N. Is that how? Bolton, B-O-L-O-T-I-N. Every Day of My Life. Is that the same Michael Bolton? Sealed for $29.99. That's giving me a curveball there. Strawberry Shortcake and Her Friends picture disc, $19.99. Dirt Band is sold to Doug Wants for $8. And we have Slim Pickens, $14.99. The hype sticker says, including Carrying the Torch by Kinky Friedman. Why is this thing so heavy here? Does it have some kind of book with it? It has a press kit. Blue Canyon Records. It's got Slim Pickens flyers, Slim Pickens everything. Strawberry Shortcake has 3 offers, 14, 10, and 15. I'll do this for $16 to Danae DeLeo. $16. Come on, it's Strawberry Shortcake, folks. Come on. It's Strawberry Shortcake, folks. Come on. It's Strawberry Shortcake, folks. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, folks. It's Strawberry Shortcake. Come on. Come on, folks. It's Strawberry Shortcake. Come on. I'll do it for 15. Can't do it. Simply, I just cannot. I checked, and I just checked my ledger over here. I cannot. I've checked, and I can't do it. I'm sorry. Danae, I've looked, and I can't do it. There's like 3 other people now that want it. I'm getting the next Taylor Swift queued up, so don't go anywhere. Okay. All right. Okay, so let's go ahead and sell C and D. John 5 is sold to the Hammer CP, and this is sold to the Hammer CP for $35. Thank you on that one. Next is this test pressing Star Crawler. That's sold to Amos's for $35. Thank you on that one. So we're waiting for a yes or no on Danae. If not, there's like 3 other people that want it. Make that 5 other people, 10 other people. If anybody's trying to bid on A, I never did open it up. So A is a $15 start. I just now opened that up. The Glenn Campbell picture disc is at $21. Danae got Strawberry Shortcake for $16. That's sold to Danae DeLeo. Slim Pickens is sold to Sean Bailey for $14.99. Thank you, Sean Bailey. We have the Sapphires. The Sapphires is a 1987 garage album, $9.99. And Elvis Golden Records. Elvis Golden Records is on the orange label. And Indianapolis Press, $24.99. $24.99. These are $49.99 each. I've got Taylor Swift, the Holiday Collection, sealed. The Sounds of the Season. So I've got two different versions. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a minute. Whoa. I've got two different versions here. This is the one that is $49.99. Let me check on this one here. Let me see if there's any version. So that one, and first let me clarify something on this one. This one is just on the shrink, not on the jewel case, but on the shrink, there's a scuff. And this one says Sounds of the Season, NBC, a Target exclusive. That is sealed for $49.99. This one appears to be slightly different, but it is... Hold on one second. So that's the Target exclusive. And then this one is $29.99. Yeah, this one's actually cheaper. This one's actually cheaper. This one's perfectly mint and everything. Okay. This one just has a scuff on the dang shrink wrap. It's got a little bit of a tear starting right there too. Okay. So those are $49 and $29. Two different versions there. I'm putting those right here behind me with the other Tay-Tay stuff. Let's go ahead and end these auctions. A's a buy it now for $15. Blind Boy Fuller, $15. And then Glenn Campbell is at $24 with Sean Bailey. And that's sold. Okay. Let's put that in this. And let's put this right over here. Okay. A, B, C, D. It's easy as A, B, C. Okay. Roosevelt Holtz and His Friends. A 1972 blues album, sealed, unopened. Roosevelt Holtz and His Friends on our Hooli. $45 start. $45. Next is the Tim McGraw test pressing, standing room only. Tim McGraw is a double LP. This is a test pressing. A $35 start. Standing room only. Tim McGraw, EX Plus near mint minus. $35 start. That's for standing room only. Tim McGraw, that's a test pressing. Roosevelt Sox is sealed. Okay. This is BTS. We've already put one of those up. Here is Triumph, the Sport of Kings. An 86 US Triumph, the Sport of Kings. We're going to put this up for a $10 start in C. The spine has a little bit of edge wear. That's up for bid in slot number C. And then over here we have the Jester Bad Flower. This is a picture disc. Bad Flower, the Jester. This is going to go up in D for a $20 start. Right over here. Okay. Moving on in this crate. Willie Nelson, always on my mind. Willie Nelson is $14.99. Willie Nelson, what did I just say? That's always on my mind. This is the sound in your mind. I didn't realize those titles were so similar. $14.99 each on those. That one's very nice in shrink wrap. Fleetwood Mac Bare Trees, $24.99. This is a club copy. Fleetwood Mac Bare Trees. Also, Willie Nelson Shotgun Willie. Wow, nice looking copy here. Willie Nelson, $39.99. Super duper clean, nice copy. Very little jacket wear. Willie. $39.99. We have the soundtrack to Alfie, Sonny Rollins. This is $99.99. Sonny Rollins, Impulse Jazz, Alfie soundtrack, $99.99. Mint in Shrink. The Dominic Troiano band, The Joke's on Me. This is a 1978 Canadian, $9.99. I really need to find another record to put back there where Angine de Petrin was. How about we put back there one of our new releases for tonight, which is Run DMC. This comes out Friday, a 40th anniversary. I've got 2 left if anybody wants one. That's $29.99 on Run DMC. What year is Alfie? It is 1967. Also, Adventures in Utopia. Adventures in Utopia is $14.99. Also, we have Chic, and this is called Take It Off, $12.99. Chic, Take It Off. Press. This is Lester Young at Olivia Davis Patio Lounge. This is $19.99. Yeah, Run DMC's a 40th anniversary that comes out Friday, $29.99. Yep, that would be correct. Also, we have Me and My Boys, Porter Wagner. Porter is $19.99. Wow, I don't know if I've ever seen that one. Maybe that's why John put it out. And then we have Hum and Strong with Chet Atkins, $19.99. This is a living stereo, RCA Victor LSP 2025, $19.99 for Chet Atkins. All right, Run DMC. Let me pull one out of the crate behind me so I can leave that one back there. This is sold to Colin Butler for $29.99. Run DMC. What press is Shotgun Willie? Shotgun Willie pressing. Let's see here. STA-7328578A AA-1 ATGP PR. This is a Richmond press. Right here. That RI on the label signifies Richmond. That's OG as well, $39.99. We have McCoy Tyner. This is called Passion Dance. McCoy Tyner is $34.99. The Big Three, Coleman Hawkins, Lester Young, and Ben Webster, $19.99. B-Sides picking up The Sapphires. That's sold to B-Sides for $9.99. Thank you on that. The Diner soundtrack, that's a double LP, $19.99 for Diner. And The Rock Lives On and On and On. This is a compilation. Harp Tones, The Capris, Robert and Johnny, $9.99. Country Joe and the Fish Together, a 2015 sealed, $24.99. All these auctions are buy it nows if anybody wants anything. We have Roosevelt Sykes and His Friends. This is sealed, $45. That was 1972 US. The Tim McGraw test pressing was $35. Tim McGraw test pressing, $35. We have Triumph, The Sport of Kings. That was an 86 US EX vinyl and VG cover, $10 on Triumph. And then Bad Flower, The Jester, was a $25 buy it now. Jason Lee has submitted an offer for $18. Going once, going twice. And sold to Jason Lee for $18. Boy, it's cleared. I think there's only a few advertised auctions left. Let me look here. And let me actually step over here as well. What was over here? I see a crate. I should have walked through his booth over here. So these say cleaned. These say cleaned. Those say cleaned. G is trying to make sure I can read this. There's that. There's that. Okay. All right, making sure I have everything over here next to me. Shotgun Willie, 25, 14, and 30. Well, JW Outlaw was first asking the pressing plant, so I'm going to go ahead and sell it to him for $30. This is sold for $30 to JW Outlaw. And then Mr. MFTF got Porter Wagner for $14. And Douglas Phelan on Lester Young, that sold for $15 if you want it. Are you talking about this one here, the big three? $15 on that one, Douglas Phelan. And then London Town, Paul McCartney and Wings, $24.99. $24.99, London Town. Let's go ahead and put up, let's see, that's for Thursday, that's for Thursday. And I've got Brett Young 2.0. Brett Young 2.0 is a 2025. This is sealed in slot A for a $15 start. Brett Young 2.0. Almost done with all the stuff they got ready from tonight. Then I'm going to get into bonus stuff. And I'm down to just a couple here. Actually, I'm down to two. I'm down to this one, which is BTS Airang, which is near mint, a $20 start on BTS. And then Stars Violation is the 1977 pressing they did on gold vinyl. That's the one they did on gold vinyl. $15 start. $15 start on Stars Violation. And that's it. I got three over here that's tagged for Thursday. I'm going to put them there in that crate. Okay. Oh, and then there's this. Yep, there's another Roger Waters. We sold one earlier as a buy it now. BTS like the Korean route. Yeah, we had one of those earlier. Boy, I can barely talk. I'm got to go get a Monster or something here in a minute. Or go home and take a nap and come back and restart the show at 4 a.m. Whichever works best for y'all. Do a quick morning show. Is that okay with everybody? Fire this thing up about 6 a.m. Sell till about 9. Go home and sleep. Come back at 5:30. Okay, over here we have Roger Waters. This is a 1987. I think we had one earlier, like we sold in the crate for, I can't remember. But this is another OG copy of Radio Chaos. This has the original inner sleeve with it. The vinyl is near mint. The vinyl is near mint. And Roger Waters, Radio Chaos. Perfect, beautiful copy. $45 start. His solo stuff has never been reissued. Okay. Over here. All right, moving on. We have The Firm, self-titled. The Firm is $22.99. The Firm, $22.99. Also, we have Chopa BCCP. This is $19.99. That's Paul McCartney, live, USSR, $19.99. Julian Lennon Velotte. Julian Lennon is $9.99. And Aretha Franklin, Soul 69. Aretha Franklin, $24.99. Very nice example of that. Very nice example. That is Aretha Franklin, Soul 69, $24.99. $24.99. All right, over here I have Charlie Daniels Band, Volunteer Jam 7. That is $24.99. Also, I have Volunteer Jam 6. That's $34.99 as well. C's a final call. So is A and B to lock in a bid. Prez, $9. Prez, $9. That was Prez. What was Press? Press? Press, 9. Press, 9. Press. Prez. Something. Over here we have Volunteer Jam 3 and 4. Also, and then we have Jerry Jeff, Contrary to Ordinary. That is $19.99. Jerry Jeff, Contrary to Ordinary, $19.99 on that one. And K-Tel Alert. Whoa, Disco Night. Nonstop original disco hits. $9.99. A Taste of Honey. Chanson, Peter Brown, Leon or Lynn Boone, Lenny Williams, $9.99. Also, Xanadu soundtrack, $34.99 for Xanadu. This has the original inner sleeve, $34.99. Press, $9. He is making an offer on this album called Press, which is called Lester Young at Olivia Davis's Patio Lounge on Pablo Records 2308219. This record in my hand is sold to Douglas Phelan for $9. Okay, A, B, and C are done. Brett Young is sealed. A buy it now for $15. BTS is a buy it now for $25. Stars Violation is sold to Timmy Osborne for $50. Thank you, Timmy. Let's put that one away right over here. Next is Peter Wolf, Up to No Good, complete and unexpurgated. It's complete and what? Unexpurgated. Who? $19.99 for Peter Wolf. Shrink and Hype. I don't recall seeing that before. Here's another Peter Wolf, Can't Get Started. That one's $9.99. That's a 12-inch single. Back-to-back Peter Wolf. Neil Young, After the Gold Rush. Neil Young is $34.99. And Heavy Sounds is $19.99. Big Brother and the Holden Company. That's a Columbia 2i label. And Styx Equinox. Styx is $14.99. $14.99. Okay, so right here is where the no bid start. Okay, and they're still bidding on Roger Waters, which is now at $52. Anybody else on that crate? Let's do a big recap of all the no bids. I'm about to put up 3 more test pressings. Let me do that right now. I'm about to put up 3 more test pressings. That's some of the tag stuff for tonight that they still have ready. And then I'm about to get into all of our other miscellaneous and bonus stuff. Here's kind of the agenda for tonight. I'm going to keep putting up auctions, probably go through at least another New Arrivals crate. And then we have, so probably what we need to do is knock out some discount crates. And then as far as this quote, like Nashville, the music executive collection, whatever we've been calling this thing, probably need to go through some more stuff of that. I have more stuff that I think just kind of needs to be straight priced and looked up. And there's a lot of K-pop. There's some other stuff, and who knows? We might crack open one of these boxes, and could be other Taylor stuff. Who knows? I think we sorted most of that out, though. I know there's a lot more signed stuff. I'm trying to pull all that out so I can put it over here on my to-be authenticated rack. We got to get that done. And so, yeah, that's the agenda. So, to summarize what I just said, vinyl, 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 music, 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 music. Is that okay with everybody? Vinyl, 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 music, music, vinyl, music, music, vinyl. Until I get to the point where I can't stand up anymore because I'm so sleepy. All right. The first thing we have is Country Joe for $8. Are you referring to the Country Joe and the Fish together, the 2015 sealed? If so, I'll do that one for $20. And then Neil Young is sold to Orange 5 for $25. Thank you on that. So right now, here is all the no bids from tonight, which are going to be best offer. Let me go ahead and slide that crate over. We've been through 2, 4, 5 crates of new vintage tonight. Probably do at least one more crate of new arrivals. At least one more. And then that will leave us 6. If we do one more, that means that will leave us 6 for tomorrow. Because, I mean, we need to get some half-off stuff in tonight, too. We need to get some half-off stuff slipped in. So let me move these crates out of my way that we've emptied. We've emptied 3 crates. And let me show y'all some no bids, which a couple of these things are pretty dang high-end and rare, especially some of these test pressings. So stand by for that. Let me move the empty auction crates out of my way. There's that. And here we go. Here we go. All righty. So we have first a final call on D. I'm assuming Mr. Kaiser, you're done. Here's some other the test pressings we have. I have Sheryl Crow, Evolution. Sheryl Crow Evolution. This is near mint. Test pressing. $35 start. $35 start. Alfie 50. Alfie 70. Douglas Phelan said I'm in 18. Okay, I'll take that. I'll take that. Let me get it out of that crate. While I'm at it, I'll pull Alfie too. Well, what happened to Alfie? Here's Alfie. We're here. This is sold, Country Joe and the Fish, sold for $18, okay? D is sold to Chad Sauls for $55. This is sold to Chad Sauls for $55. Okay. Intergroove Distortion has the Sheryl Crow test pressing at $35. Carol Waco Nation made a public statement earlier that they are no longer interested, nor will they ever request Sheryl Crow items again. And I was like, that's okay with me. That's okay with me. All right, thank you, Chad, on the Roger Waters. All right, let's put this right over here. Next two auctions for A and B. Let me sort through my... You're getting half of a record here. This one has some damage. You can... I don't know how, but the label... You're not getting half of a record. You're getting all but the last track. So this thing had a double label. They got pressed into the grooves. So it's pretty much damaged. But it's a white vinyl Aerosmith Greatest Hits. That's going to go up an A for a $1 start. So you get all but the last tracks, okay? That's a Walmart exclusive. $1 start on Aerosmith. $1 start on Aerosmith. Next over here is this. I have the Monkees. And no, I don't. Yes, I do. I have... John Lennon. John Lennon is a 1987 radio, NBC Entertainment. This is a John Lennon NBC radio broadcast, an official radio transcription disc. Note from Patrick, rare item, $150 start. $150 start. Okay. Mm-hmm. This came from the collection. Before I get into the no bids, this came from the collection of all the Taylor stuff. Same thing. He had a lot of them. These are Motley Crue, Dogs of War singles. $49.99. So look. They're hand numbered on the bottom. They're numbered to 666. They're $49.99. And let me show you something. Here's how many he had. They're hand numbered from Big Machine Records. Motley Crue Dogs of War. $49.99. There's only 4 for sale on Discogs. And the 4 for sale on Discogs are United Kingdom, $121, United States, $66, United States, $67, and Netherlands, $132. And there's literally the last 2 sold for $50. So Motley Crue, Dogs of War, single, $49.99. They're hand numbered on the back, okay? They're hand numbered on the back. I have a special, I have three special ones I'm going to auction, okay, from this stack. I'll show you those in just a second. We got one sold to John Kaiser for $49.99. We got one sold to the Hammer CP for $49.99. And we got one sold to Seth You're Fired for $49.99. Okay? Thank you. Those are done. Appreciate that. And those are sold. $49.99 each on Motley Crue. Now, like I said, I got 3 special ones I'm going to auction. 2 of them I got to get JSA certified first. I've got 2 that are signed. Okay? We got to get those stickered or lettered or whatever. Okay, we got 2 that's signed. And then I'm going to put this one up for auction. Number 1. Number 1 of 666. Number 1. Always the most desirable of all the numbers. The first number. This is going to go up in D for a $55 start. $55 start on Motley Crue. That's up for bid in D. Let's go ahead and sell the test pressing of Sheryl Crow to Intergroove Distortion for $35. And that's it. So I got tons of Motley Crue if anybody wants one. I'm going to make a post about these in the group. And let me flip through my numbers here. Okay. Now this one, let me confirm which version this is. This one, hold the fort for a second. Hold the fort for a second. Okay. This is even better. Hold on one second. But I might have to go and correct what the ones I just sold. This one is yellow because I think I just got some mixed up. This one's yellow. Just to clarify, this is yellow. It looks like they sell, this one sells for a little bit more, it looks like. And yeah, this one's yellow. Just to clarify. Let me make sure. I didn't realize I had 2 different colors shifted around in here. So let me go back on the ones I just sold. Those are all the ones I just sold, just so y'all know and I know. The ones we just sold are this color. They were pink and black splatter. Okay? Pink and black splatter. All right, that's the ones I just tagged. Let me make sure that scans in the same thing. Yeah, that's the ones I just sold. That's the ones I had scanned the first time. So this is the ones that I just sold 3 copies of are $49.99, translucent red with black splatter. And those particular ones, we've already tagged them, but that was John Kaiser, the Hammer, and Seth You're Fired. Okay? All right? Those are done. And those were numbers 5, 16, 13, and 16. Now, don't get mad at me, but I can't start going through these and picking out numbers, okay? I can't. This numbered stuff, I can't. We'll be here all night, and then there'll be people wanting the year they graduated high school. They'll be wanting their old football jersey number. We'll be here all night doing this. But I will give you a random one at $49.99 for that color. This barcode ends in a 3. This barcode ends in a 3. Okay, so there's 1. There's a 1. There's a 3. Yellow ends in 3. Okay? Yellow ends in 3. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. All right, those are all 3s. Ones, 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 ones. All right, 3, 3, 3, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay. All right. So we got 3, 3, 3. Here's how I can do this. 3. This will be the easiest way. 3, 3. And the fairest, okay? The easiest and the fairest. 3, 3, 3, 3. Okay, if you want a yellow numbered, there's the numbers I have. And the easiest way is just commenting the number. Okay? 4, 8, 10, 42, 28, 119, 40, 39, 38, 41. That's the easiest way to do that if you want a specific number. 4, 8, 10, 42, 28, 119, 40, 39, 38, 41. Okay? Those are all yellow vinyl. They end in a barcode 3. $49.99. Okay. So we have Seth, you're fired, get number 4. Make sure he gets number 4, $49.99. Doug Reeder gets number 8. Sell that to Doug Reeder for $49.99. Gerald Whitworth gets number 10. That's sold to Gerald Whitworth for $49.99. Okay. And that leaves 42, 28, 119, 40, 39, 28, and 41. So those 3 are sold. I don't know who got what numbers in the first pile, but I'll tell you what those numbers were. The numbers in the first pile were 5, 13, and 16. Those were done at random. So somebody's going to end up with number 5 on the splatter, the pink and black. Someone's going to end up with that one. But sorry, I'd already done those at random. Okay. All right, so there's those. That's what I have left. And then I've got this over here on the pink and black. So we got 1. We got, these are all 1s, right? Yeah, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. 1. And then those right here. Okay, let me make sure that's the same color. It is. All right. Here's the other ones that I'm willing to do $49.99. That's that first color we sold, which a few people's already bought one. Here's what those look like. One more look. Pink and black. Here's the numbers I have. Okay? You just comment the number. I've got 14, 6, 9, 11, 12, 19, 18, 17, 10, 3, 4, and 20. Those are $49.99. 20, 4, 3, 10, 17, 18, 19, 12, 11, 9, 6, and 14. Chad Sauls has the number 1 over here that's up for auction. This is number 1 of 666 on this color. Okay, 85. And this is the pink and black. There was a question about Aerosmith. Aerosmith is near mint, but it's got, do you know about the label? The label is messed up. The label is pressed into the grooves of the last song. So it's essentially a damaged record. Kaiser, you're out on D, by the way, which is at $85 with Chad Sauls. Okay. All right, so the first comment on these was Chad Sauls wanted number 6, and he got it. So this is number 6 on the pink and black is sold to Chad Sauls for $49.99. Michael Ruttman was second. Chad doesn't want 10 if he got number 6. Inner Groove Distortion got number 3. This is sold to Inner Groove Distortion for $49.99. Gerald Whitworth wants number 10. Sold to Gerald Whitworth for $49.99. Chris Frazier gets number... Chris Frazier, 6 has already been claimed. 4 is still available. So that's what's left. 4, 14, 20, 9, 11, 12, 19, 18, 17. And that was on the pink. And then is 10 yellow still available? 10 yellow is no longer still available. No. 10 yellow is no longer still available. All right, these are the ones that sold. All right, now we can get into the no bids. We can officially get into the no bids. Let's do that right now. There are 3 people that have said Chad. There's 3 people that have said, Chad, I am sick and tired of watching you go through these Motley Crue records. Would you please stop doing this and show the stuff? I personally have no interest in Motley Crue, so therefore you're making me mad by not showing exactly what I want to purchase. Wow. Okay, let's just remain calm. Let's just remain calm. Okay, I don't know who to give this to. Danae says, I have no interest in Motley Crue. I have no interest in Kiss. I will honestly start getting angry and yelling at people if you don't show me exactly what I want to purchase. Dang. Donald Gladfelter, do you still want Aerosmith for $5? Do you still want Aerosmith for $5, Donald Gladfelter? Let me know. He does. This is sold to Donald Gladfelter for $5. Okay. The first no bid just ended. This is John Lennon, a 1987 2 LP radio broadcast, October 5th through the 11th, 1987, near mint. That's $150 or best offer. John Lennon radio transcription, $150 on that one. $150 on that one. Next auction is this. It is, I have no idea, a reissue of a very rare 4-track EP of the band's first recordings. What band? The band? The Animals. It's single-sided. I guess The Animals. This is The Animals. I Just Want to Make Love to You, Big Boss Man, Boom Boom, and Pretty Thing. A 2013 U.S. near mint, a reissue of a very rare 4-track EP of the band's first recordings. That is going to go up for a $40 start. Motley Crue number 9, and that's on the yellow, Michael Ruttman. You want that on the yellow, right? No. Hold on a second. The 9 I have left is on, yeah, pink and black splatter. Okay. That is sold to Michael Ruttman for $49.99. Okay. Pink and black splatter. The Clash Combat Rock. This is the OG first pressing. It's near mint. It has the original inner sleeve. This has the commercial with Inoculated City. It's on the original custom label. It's OG with the inner sleeve. It's $50 and it's near mint. It's a very nice OG first pressing of the Clash. $50. Everything in here was put up for auction. It did not get a bid, so these are buy it now or best offer. We have The Who, 2023. This is a Japanese from 2023. Purple vinyl. It's called Exciting. $40. $40. $40. This is a test pressing of the Mavericks in Time. $25. The Mavericks in Time, 10th anniversary, test pressing, $25. The times, they are changing. Bob Dylan, MoFi, 2016, 45 RPM, double LP, near mint, $100. Near mint, $100. New auction for B. New auction for B is this. The Band, Palladium Circles, the classic New York City broadcast. The Band Live, double LP clear vinyl, a $50 start. George Scherer gets The Clash. This is sold to George Scherer for $40. Thank you on that. Motley Crue, Dogs of War, is sold to John Kaiser for $105. $105. Make sure that's the number 1 And that sold to him for $105. Okay, now, guess what? Guess what? We'll save some time and effort. I also have number 1 on the yellow vinyl. I have that was yellow vinyl. This is the number 1 on the pink and black. This is the number 1 on the pink and black. Number 1 of 666. We'll save some time and effort. $95 start. Number 1 on the other color. $95 start. First thing we have is this. Clash and Gary Wellman on The Who. That's sold to Gary Wellman for $40. $40 on that one. Now, Patrick, I think earlier I had up the Mavericks. I went a little higher than that starting bid. I think I actually had it up at 45 because I thought 25 seemed awfully low, and it didn't get a bid. But if you want this for 20, I'll go ahead and sell it. I think that's a lot less than what I had it originally for. Okay? There's that. Is Dylan sealed? Dylan is near mint. Dylan's near mint, and that is numbered back here 1844. 1844. Patrick Lear said sold, and that's the Mavericks test pressing for $20. Okay, thank you on that one. Okay. Over here we have Jimi Hendrix, You Can't Use My Name. That's a vintage bootleg. $40 EX condition. $40 EX condition. $40 EX condition. And we have Davey Allen in the Arrows, a 67 US stereo rainbow press. This is a nice VG, $25 on that. And B. Houston, that's a 1970 Electric Blues, Texas Blues, sealed for $30. B. Houston, sealed. Genuine, Dillard and Clark. That is, the sticky fell off. There it is. This is a 1969 OG Terre Haute, near mint and shrink for $40. So final chance on the band, which is this sealed unofficial on clear vinyl. And that's the band live in New York City in 1976. The Animals 4-track is $40. And Motley Crue, another numbered 1. This is another one that's numbered 1 of 666. The other color, $95 start. $95. I figured Chad Sauls would have been the first bidder. I figured Chad Sauls would have been the first bidder, or John Kaiser. They're waiting to see who blinks first. Right now, both of them's like, all right, cowboy. We have over here Dylan. Who asked about the grade on Dylan? The Dylan grade was asked by John Kaiser. John, if you're passing, I'm going to go ahead and sell that to George Sheriff for $75. Davey Allen is sold for $15 to Orange 5. Thank you on that one. And then this was him. Evidently, Fred Cardinale made an offer on this earlier, and I didn't see it, but I asked him a couple times, and he never did make the offer again. Somebody said he made an offer. But this is a pretty desirable record. This is him, dark light. Him stuff is very desirable. 2005 test pressing, sealed, no comps, none sold, none for sale. 120 people have it in their want list. $225. $225 on that one. Motley Crue has a bid for $95. Going once, going twice to John Kaiser. This is the Taylor Swift 1989 Record Store Day. We sold a sealed copy earlier tonight for $2,000. Here's the last one I have left. It is numbered 3877 of 4750. $1,850. $1,850. We sold the sealed one earlier tonight for $2,000. Going Away Blues, sealed, $45, a 1969 compilation. A test pressing of the Cadillac 3, and this is called The Years Go Fast. $35 on the Cadillac 3. BTS Air Erang. Air Erang is sealed for $70. White, red, and pink marble vinyl. BTS. Thomas Rhett Tangled Up. 2015 sealed, $30 on Thomas Rhett. Maxwell Street Alley Blues. A 1974 US EX, $275. Bobby Hutcherson Happenings. Bobby Hutcherson's a 1967 USOG Mono, a strong VG for $150. And by the way, Maxwell Street Alley Blues is on the Barrel House label. That's on the Barrel House label. This is called Mr. Fulbright's Blues, Volume 1, sealed for $20. Ted Hawkins, The Next 100 Years, 2019, near mint, $70. Blind Boy Fuller, East Coast Piedmont Style, $15 for that compilation. There is a seam split at the top. Roosevelt Holtz and His Friends, sealed, $45. Test pressing of Tim McGraw, standing room only, $35. Triumph, The Sport of Kings, $10. Brett Young 2.0. Brett Young is sealed for $15. And this is BTS. This is Airang, near mint for $20. Clear red and white splatter. And that's it. Except for these right here. These are all sold. So the band Palladium is sealed for $50. Buy it now. The Animals is near mint, $40. And then Thomas Rhett Tangled Up is sealed for $30. Alex Miller gets the band, so to Alex Miller for $50. All right, and the other numbered Motley Crue, number 1, is sold to John Kaiser for $95. All right, that's the other numbered 1. Let me lay that back there. Okay, and then what we had, so for recap, actually, let me do this right here. Are these all barcode 1? Okay, and these are all barcode 3. So these are unnumbered, which typically means they're promos. That's on a different color. So that has a barcode 1, but that's a different color, it looks like. Let's see if I can find these over here. So let me scan this in. When you scan this in, translucent red with black splatter. That doesn't look translucent red with black splatter. That's not like the other ones we had earlier. What's the other colors they made of these? They made 6 variants, or there are 6 variants. Red with black splatter, a picture disc, a 12-inch picture disc, another 12-inch, and then yellow. I guess that's just a weird color. Or maybe, I don't know, it's unmarked as a promo, see? It's not numbered. That don't look the same as the others number. Let me show you another number 1. And I'm talking about number 1 barcode. The barcode ends in a number 1. See? That's much different looking, right? Much different looking. So let's put that one up, the unmarked promo that looks like it's on another color. And I'm telling you, I don't think that color is on Discogs. I don't think that color is listed on Discogs. If you go to other versions, there's red with black splatter. Then the picture disc, a couple 12-inch picture disc, and then yellow. And then a 12-inch picture disc. That's it. So, yeah, these may be, I don't think they're test pressings, but that's definitely a much different color. That's going to go up in C for a D. Let's put it over there in D with the other ones. A $75 start. $75 start. Possibly a one-off color. An unmarked, typically a promo. Okay, next is Alex Miller got I've already done that. Triumph was $10. It's an 86 US Club VG cover EX, $10. And then somebody made an offer. Ted Hawkins for $70. Ted Hawkins for 70. Let's go ahead and sell that to Patrick Lear for 60. Excuse me. $60. $60, Patrick Lear. And then TR for 25. What is TR? TR was for Thomas Rhett, maybe? Let me make sure the other person does. Oh, that was Chris Frazier that was asking. Okay, you got it. Thomas Rhett sold to Chris Frazier for 25. Okay, you got it, and we're good to go. Now, so if anybody else wants yellow, here's the numbers I have. Yellow, here's the numbers. These are straight buy it nows. One more call, and we're going to do another crate of new arrival. Oh, I got more no bids. Hold on. I got more no bids, some expensive stuff. These are the numbers I have left for yellow. 42, 28, 119, 40, 39, 38, and 41. Okay? 42, 28, 119, 40, 39, 38, 41. 28, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, and 119. Now they're in order. Okay. And then the pink and black splatter. Pink and black splatter. The ones I have left. Pink and black splatter. That's the barcode that ends in 1. Here's the numbers I have left. 11, 12, 11, 12, 4. Wow, still got 4. 4, 11, 12. 4, 11, 12. 14, 17, 18, 19, and 20. 20, 19, 18, 17, 14, 12, 11, and 4. That's on the pink and black splatter. Boom, taken care of. Here's the other no bids tonight. Mostly big box sets and stuff back here behind me. The first thing is, and some extra Taylor stuff we had left over, duplicates and stuff. Let's do the vinyl first. So these are really high-end audiophile pressings. This is Crosby, Stills, and Nash. This is how, let me move this out of my way for a second. This is how these come. Very protective packaging, right? Very protective packaging. Crosby, Stills, Nash, self-titled, iconic album. This is from the Electronic Record Company. The Electronic Record Company. 2023. It's sealed for $650. From the same company, I also have the Stooges Funhouse. The Stooges Funhouse is a 2024 UK. This one's $750. All valve heritage pressing cut from the original analog master. No equalization, no compression, no other processing undertaken. Cut in a 1950s Lear TR-8 tape console. Handcrafted sleeve artwork. That's $750. That's two very desirable audiophile pressings there. Yeah, they cost new $600. I think somebody else said that. Like, those new are not cheap. So CSN's just a little over original retail, and Stooges is $750. They're one time and done. This is the We Love Disney box set. Near Mint, $120. It's a vinyl CD, t-shirt, canvas bag, and extras. We Love Disney, $120. Okay. The other items was this. These weren't, well, it technically was an auction, but we had backups I sold. We sold one, and then I had backups. These are promos not listed on eBay or not listed on Discogs of Taylor Swift Beautiful Eyes. $115 each. They got a promo sticker and a promo punch hole. I've got two left. They're promo marked with promo sticker on the front, $115. These are original Big Machine Record press photos from Fearless, $24.99. It even has her MySpace handle. You've got to be kidding me. MySpace. Taylor Swift, $24.99. We sold out of the first photo from the first album. There's just a few Fearless left, and we sold several reds. They're still actually in this pack, but I have a whole book of reds. $24.99. $24.99. Those are original press photos. And then John Lennon, Give Me Some Truth, is $350. It is sealed, numbered 577 of 1500. $350 on John Lennon. Okay. Let's sell Chad Saul's Motley Crue, The Unnumbered. Now, I have some other unnumbered. I'm very curious what they look like. I'm very curious what the color is. So let's see what those look like. That one sold to Chad for $85. Okay. And let me set these no bids back here behind me again. eBay or Discogs probably. All right. All right. Here was the other Taylor stuff that was extras. These are sealed $49.99 and sealed $29.99. $49 and $29. Her Christmas CD. One's a Target exclusive. There's one red left. Unnumbered promo. Unnumbered promo, $150. We sold one already. And these are $125. Her debut CD on the limited edition lenticular. 1, 2, 4, 6 left. And the notepad, a promotional item from Big Machine Records, $35. Notepad, $35. Lenticulars, $125. Red is an unnumbered promo, $150. The two different Christmas CDs and Beautiful Eyes promo. Still some good stuff there. I'm going to carefully put these back over here on my shelf. There is more Taylor stuff. There's other test pressings. And, of course, I got the big dog item over here for the night, which we, well, not sort of. We did sell the Record Store Day 1989. I also had this over here as well. And this you will not find any comps on. This was not made to be released. She canceled it. I've got a sealed one and an open one. This is the one I'm wanting to sell right now until I can really find more information. I don't think I'm going to be able to. I've went through the internet, literally. I mean, people talk about it in groups. They'll tell you what it is, but you can't find a recent comp on that. I mean, you can find information on it, but you're not going to be able to find a comp on it. It's called the Complete Album Collection. This was never released. It never was sold. $1,500. It is a 5-album box. I think it was canceled because Taylor didn't like the design and the quality of it. And also, they didn't really want to put out a box set because she was still cranking out albums. So that was another reason. Somebody mentioned that earlier in the comments. I mean, if you scan that, zero anything on Discogs. There's not even an entry. So there's no entry for it. eBay, nothing. 3 years on eBay, nothing. Nothing on Google far as anybody having anywhere listed for sale. No auction houses. No Heritage, no Golden, no anywhere. No Iconic, nothing. It's never been sold anywhere, really. Especially recently. So, or anytime at all. Okay. Let's go back up to the top. Info on Houston Blues. Yeah, sorry, I hadn't got caught up. I was still showing no bids. Houston Blues. What was that? Houston, this one right here. Houston Blues. Oh, Bob Dylan then is sold. I forgot to tag this. Bob Dylan is sold to George Sheriff for $75. That's sold to George Sheriff for $75. 35 of Ceiling is nice. 35 of Ceiling is nice. He's talking about Are you talking about the notepad? Are you talking about the sealed notepad, Chad? I think, is that what you're referring to? And then Houston, where did I say Houston Blues at? Roosevelt Holtz and his friends. Blind Boy Fuller. Mr. Fulbright's Blues. I bet something was called Texas Blues, maybe. I don't think I said the word Houston Blues. I've said blues a lot, but I don't think I said anything. B. Houston was Texas Blues. They call that Texas Blues. Electric, that is B. Houston. Yeah, that's okay. Houston's in the title. His name's Houston. B. Houston, self-titled. 1970 U.S. sealed. $30. Sorry. Any wedding pics? No, I don't have any wedding pics. Unfortunately not. Sold to Gary Wellman for $30. Okay. There are no wedding pics, right? No one has seen any pictures from their wedding. It's all secret, right? So if you could find one, you could sell it for, if you could get a leak on one, oh my gosh. What would TMZ pay for a photo of them up there standing getting married? 100,000? A million? 5.2 million? We have BTS. This is called Erang, near mint for $20. Erang, BTS, near mint for $20. And same thing for this one. It is sealed for $70. This is on white, red, and pink marble, sealed for $70. And clear with red and white splatter, $20. Shady Risk, everyone's trying to sell the Wrath of Taylor. Well, I tell you what, as much fake and bootleg stuff that sells online, she has already a lot of people to fight. If Chad was there, he'd be taking pictures of Paul McCartney. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Paul McCartney played I Want to Hold Your Hand at their wedding. First time that's been played live since like 1964. I was like, what an honor, right? What an honor. Okay, here's the other unnumbered Motley Crues. Let's take a look at them. So yeah, these look like just a different kind of splatter. These unnumbered. So we already sold one for $85. That one I'll do for $85. Let's look at the colors of the other ones. They're just a different, they just look slightly different. You know, it looks like ones that maybe didn't come out correctly. Like they're a little bit different mixture of color. And these are the unnumbered copies, also known as promos when you have something unnumbered. So if anybody, I know John and Chad were bidding on one. These will do very well on Metal Night. Yeah, these have a lot more black in them, a lot more dark. So totally up to y'all. If not, I'll probably run some on Thursday night. But I've got 4 unnumbereds left. Yeah, those are just look different, you know. 4 unnumbereds. They do end in the 1 barcode. $85 and they're unnumbered. It's Air Irang. Air Irang. Thank you. Yeah, unnumbered. All right. And then I've got 2 autograph ones that I got to get authenticated. We got to get them stickered or whatever. Okay, so let me... I actually need some sticky notes to separate these. Sorry. A lot of stuff. A lot of miscellaneous stuff tonight. I knew we wouldn't be able to finish all the crates because all the different miscellaneous we had. Let's do that right there. Danae says, hold on, she put, let me read this comment from Danae. Chad, please, I'm getting sick and tired. I cannot stand Motley Crue. I almost hate them as much as Kiss. I'm about to go to bed if you can't bring over another new crate of vinyl so I can purchase some more jazz. And honestly, anybody that doesn't like my opinion, well, up yours. Dang, Danae. Golly. Holy moly. Who signed the autos? All of Motley Crue. All of Motley Crue. We've been on Motley Crue for an hour. Yeah, but we also sold $1,500 worth of Motley Crue. I don't think the next crate is going to produce me $1,500. Sorry, sometimes I have to follow the money today. That's kind of what I do for a living. Sometimes I have to follow the money. If we can sell $1,500 out of this crate, I will do a magic trick live on air, okay? If we can sell $1,500 of vinyl out of this crate. Sometimes I have to follow the money. That's why we have Kiss Night, okay? Who signed Motley Crue? The whole band. They're fully signed. They're fully signed. How much was him? $225. Letter of COA. I don't know what that one requires. I don't know. I got to get them done. It might require a letter because it's Motley Crue. Who's the lineup on this one? Tommy Lee, Nikki Sixx, John Lowry, and Vince Neil, of course. I guess, right? They're signed. That's Tommy Lee. That's Vince Neil. That's John Five. I guess that's John Lowry. So I'm setting all the autograph stuff as I run across it in this collection over here. Okay. I got some more stuff. There's BTS. Before we get started with this crate of new arrivals, here's James Luther Dickinson. This is a 1972 OG Presswell near mint, $50. James Luther Dickinson, Dixie Fried, 72 USOG near mint, $50 start on that. Okay, and then I got some of the Taylor Swift Record Store Day singles, which I've sold a bunch of these before on Discogs. They do very well. They've only ever made so many of them. And this is Taylor Swift, Picture to Burn. And this is sealed, numbered 2350, a $500 start. Taylor Swift, Picture to Burn, a $500 start. That's 2019 Record Store Day, sealed and numbered. The other no bid, the last no bid. Man, I keep forgetting about these. These are $2,000. These are $2,000 each. Your pick on how you want me to do it. I can hold it and have it authenticated. You'll get the photo maybe before the end of the year. You might get the letter by the end of the year. Or I'll guarantee it and you can pay to have it authenticated. So these are $2,000 each. $500 start on that, $50 on that. That is officially a recap of all the no bids. Okay. This crate is buy it now or best offer. These are new records, new arrivals that have never been shown. Claudia Schmidt. Claudia Schmidt is $9.99. I have Michael Stanley Band, Heartland. Michael Stanley Band is $19.99. Jerry Reed, Tupelo, Mississippi. Jerry Reed, Tupelo, Mississippi is $9.99. That's a Pickwick compilation. Jerry Reed, Tupelo, Mississippi. Are all the Motley Crue signed? The ones I've been selling? No, just those two. That's not for sale. Crocus Headhunter, $26.99. Cool. Crocus Headhunter, $26.99. And the Cars, Heartbeat City, $29.99. Next auction is Behind the Dykes, Beat Blues and Psychedelic Nuggets from the Lowlands. This is a 2020 Worldwide Record Store Day compilation, yellow and turquoise. Yellow and turquoise, $40 start on that one. Doug Wantz said, all I want, Chad, is some Jerry Reed to listen to. There you go. So to Doug Wantz for $6. Thank you, Doug. That is so to you. Next is Neil Sedaka, The Hungry Years. Neil Sedaka is $9.99. Ricky Skaggs, Live in London. Ricky Skaggs is $14.99. Sawyer Brown, Outgoing Catton. Sawyer Brown is $9.99. Louis Grizzard on the road. I've seen England. I've seen France. I've seen Miss America. $14.99. Also, we have how much is the Cars and is it Vici? The Cars is actually near mint minus. It's $29.99. How much is C? A $40 start. It is a compilation. 64 to 72, $40 start on that one. Next in D is this. I have, what do I have? I have Bad Company, a Japanese pressing, near mint minus, a $35 start. Japanese Bad Company, near mint minus, $35 start with Obi and insert. Bad Company. Six gun in my hand. We have Sawyer Brown, sold to Doug Wants for $6. Thank you on that, Doug Wants. That is sold to you. Next thing over here is Grady Nutt, the Prime Minister of Humor, $14.99. We have over here Lewis, hold on one second. Crocus is first. That's sold to Stephen Douglas for $22. Thank you on that. Sold to Stephen Douglas for $22. Louis Grizzard, is that a claim, Burt Jordan? If so, then it's yours. We have Whoopi Goldberg, original Broadway show recording. Whoopi Goldberg is $19.99. Ringo the Fourth, Ringo Starr is $14.99. Ringo's Rotogravure is $14.99. Leo Sayer, that one's called Living in a Fantasy. Leo Sayer is $9.99. Marvin Gaye, every great Motown hit of Marvin Gaye, $24.99. $24.99. Also, Fresh Today, $14.99. Allman Brothers, Reach for the Sky is $24.99. Fresh Today is a, what is this? This is another comedy. I think this is another political comedy record. $14.99 on that one. Doug Wants gets Ringo the Fourth. That is sold to Doug Wants for $8. Pronounced Grizzard. This is pronounced Louis Grizzard, sold to Burt Jordan for $14.99. $14.99 on that one. Okay, nice. Okay. Also, we have John Lennon, the John Lennon Collection, $24.99 for John Lennon. Kenny G Duotones. Kenny G is $14.99. Kenny G Duotones. Kenny G Duotones, $14.99. The Moon Glows, their greatest sides. The Moon Glows is $12.99. And Joan Armatrading, the Key. Joan Armatrading is $9.99. The Key. Name of Lennon. The John Lennon Collection. It is feels like a foreign copy. I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, this is UK. It's a UK copy. The John Lennon Collection, $24.99. All right, let's go ahead and close all these auctions. So James Luther Dickinson, Dixie Fried. This is a buy it now for $500. 1972 OG Presswell Press. $500 on that. Or excuse me, $550. Taylor Swift is $500. $500 on Picture to Burn. Numbered Record Store Day. $500 on that. Got to put that right over here. Behind the Docks was sold to Gary Wellman for $40. Thank you, Gary Wellman. That's sold to you. Bad Company Japanese was $35. What is this crate? Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Buy it now or best offer. Joan Armatrading sold to Gary Wellman for $6. Gary Wellman gets John Lennon for $20. And Kenny G is sold to Joshua Struthers for $10. These are new arrivals, buy it now or best offer. Coming home to stay, Ricky Skaggs, $14.99. Moon Glows sold to Gabe Vias for $9. Bad Company sold to Melanie Jennings for $30. Thank y'all all. Lionel Richie Can't Slow Down all night long. $9.99 for Lionel. Lionel. I don't know if anybody else is interested in these other Taylor Swift singles, but best of my memory, they're all about $500 each. Except this. What is this? Something Eric Clapton. Let me look that up. Let me check on the other ones right quick. Where's my phone at? All right, so this is Tim McGraw, sealed. Oh, man. This one's closer to $5.99. Tim McGraw is $5.99. I've got two of those, number 71 and number 34. $5.99 on those. Teardrops on My Guitar. Yeah, that one's $5.99 too. I'm seeing an increase. I mean, I remember selling some of these like $4.50 and $5, 66 and 78, $5.99 on that one. And this one, it should have said no. Sealed. I'm looking for sealed, new but not sealed, open, never placed, sealed. Yeah, that one would be like $3.99. So that's the prices on those. Picture to Burn is $500. Tim McGraw, $600. Teardrops on My Guitar, $600. And should have said no, $300. All together for the low price of $3,400. That's quite a bit right there for Taylor. $3,400, I think, is what that comes to. Okay, back to the crate. We got Little Richard's Greatest Hits. I'm going to get those on Discogs tonight, probably. Little Richard's $24.99. Dwayne and Greg Allman. $29.99 for Dwayne and Greg Allman. We have Live for Life. Live for Life. AMC Camera Research Benefit. That is a great comp. $14.99. Bob Marley, REM, Stuart Copeland, The Alarm, Sting, The Bangles, Oingo Boingo. Margie Joseph, Sweet Surrender. Margie Joseph, $24.99. Yeah, that's right. Guy Shard, he bought all of them from us, and then he bought them all again because the guy I got these from, he had multiples, and then he has more. And then I had a guy walk in the store one day, and he had a whole set. He had 2 complete sets. So I've ended up with a lot of those for them to be so, I mean, they're not really rare. They're just numbered. Anything numbered Taylor Swift is huge money. So I guess they are rare. There's only 5,000. That's not many for the world supply of Taylor Swift fans. The Best of the Animals. There is a house. Boy, that's a beautiful copy. Gatefold Jacket, The Animals, $19.99. Also, Michael Stanley Band. That one's $19.99. Michael Stanley Band. Inner Strength, Hal Gordon. From 1977, $36.99. The Who Quadrophenia. That's a double LP, $34.99. Lowell George, Thanks, I'll Eat It Here. Lowell George is $19.99. Michael Stanley, self-titled, $19.99. And Lionel Richie, Gold Stamp Promo, White Label Promo, Lionel Richie Promo, $9.99. Animals 13. For this, For this animals, $13? I think you meant 17. I think you meant 17. That's what she meant. She meant 17. That's exactly what Danae meant. She meant 17. Chad Sauls gets the Lionel Richie White Label promo. Sold for $9.99. Thank you on that. Oh my gosh. Let me stretch here. Well, the rain exploded with the mighty crash as we fell into the sun. And the first one said, The Animals is sold to Danae DeLeo for $14. Susie, to get a pack of outer sleeves, all you got to do is comment !S2. That's for packs of outer sleeves. !S2 Susie. !S2 Miss Susie. That's all you got to put, Susie, Susie. MG Price. MG Price. MG Price. What is MG? Dun 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 dun. Well, the rain exploded with the mighty crash as we fell into the sun. And the first one said to the second one there, I hope you're having fun. Chad, give Otis a belly rub and chicken heart for me. Otis is not here. Otis is not here. Otis is actually... Let me scan in this Taylor Swift CD. This is Taylor Swift Red, 2 CD deluxe, sealed with promo punch, $24.99. Only at Target. Promo punch, sealed, $24.99. Red. Marvin Gaye. Marvin Gaye was right back here. Marvin Gaye is $24.99. This is Michael Stanley. It's self-titled 1972, 1999. And then there's a Michael Stanley Band, Ladies' Choice, 1999. Taylor Swift Red is sold to Susie Breelove for $24.99. Thank you on that. Sold. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, I had these before, and I know these are authentic, and I've already sold some. These are autographed by the band Midland. They're $25. Midland. They're signed, and it's the album On the Rocks. $25, autographed by Midland. I've got 3 of those. They're $25 each. What year's the Animals? This should be the OG pressing on that label. Whatever the OG year is, because that's the first label. So 60 should be right there in the mid 60s. Both Michael Stanley's 25. Okay, so Michael Stanley, both of these sold to Gary Wellman for 25. Susie wants a Midland for 25. Chad, what was your M for? Is that for Midland? Marvin? Let's knock out some of this music exec stuff left over here on the shelf. This one I might have to run for auction. We have 8, 439, 3001, 3593. Okay, this is 1989 Deluxe. I'm going to run this for a quick auction. It's basically got a whiteout sticker over the barcode, typically meaning a promo. 1989 Deluxe in slot number C, sealed, $25 start. That's over here in C, $25 start. The Marvin Gaye, I will say this for $18. $18. Yellow Jackets, the spin, 15. All right, let me go digging for that in just a second. Does anybody else want to sign Midland for 25? Justin Moore, kinda don't care. Marvin Gaye sold to Chad Sauls for $18. These I can do for 25 as well. They're signed by Justin Moore. They're promo CDs, deluxe, with promo stickers. Justin Moore. This all came from the same person. Midland, Justin Moore, signed CDs, $25 each. These are the kind of stuff that I'll guarantee them to be authentic if you ever want to take them and have them stickered. If not, if I still have them, I'll have them stickered at some point. But they're kind of so inexpensive, you might as well just leave them as is. Sorry, I'm looking some stuff up right now. I probably need to wait and get these JSA'd, but I'll make sure nobody wants them first. Looks like they're kind of pricey. Yeah. All these for $200 as is, and if not, I'll get them stickered at some point. $200 each. These are Sheryl Crow threads. That's an album of hers. This is the CD, and I think this is like a promotional booklet. It's like a promotional booklet. Big Machine Records. So it's signed, and it comes with a CD. Sheryl Crow, $200. I've got 7 of them. If you want to buy it and want me to hold it till an indefinite date, I'll have it authenticated. You can have it authenticated yourself, or if they don't sell, you can wait and buy them whenever I do have them authenticated. Yeah, let's do one half off crate, and then we'll see what time it is and how much more I can hold up my head. My head's starting to get really heavy. Whew. I had a very weird sleep deal. I think I finally went to sleep at like 9 or 10 this morning, or whenever, yesterday morning. Then I woke up at 1 and I couldn't go back to sleep. So what's that, 3 hours? And I was awake until I got here and started the show. I mean, I was so mad I couldn't fall back asleep. I was like, man. And then I guess I did for like 45 minutes. And my alarm went off at 5 p.m. And I went, oh gosh, I've only slept for like 45 minutes since yesterday, not counting the other 3 hours. Whew. So my head is like, I'm starting to get blurry vision almost. Stephen Douglas gets the Almond Brothers for $20. I got to start taking my sleep gummies again. They're sleep gummies. I got to start taking those. My brain don't want to stop sometimes, and I can't go to sleep. The Almond Brothers is sold to Stephen Douglas for $20. Okay? Yeah, let's try to knock out a half-off crate. Let's find one, a nonsense one. We'll knock it out. By the way, Taylor's a buy it now for $25. And then I probably need to wrap up. Okay, I'm going to go home and then come back this morning and pick out their auctions. And then, anyways. So there's that. And let me pick out this crate over here. This one or this one. This one or that one. Which one? Hoopy said they'll do Taylor Swift for 20. All right. Sell that to Hoopy for $20. Thank you on that, Hoopy. Figure out what crate I want to do. This is pretty recent. Let's do this one half off, no more, no less. Okay? This thing's pretty recent here. I don't know how recent, but it looks pretty dang recent. All right? Probably the last crate of vinyl. This is half off, no more, no less. Here we go. Here we go. Everybody with me? Name of the other Michael Stanley. You bought both of the Michael Stanleys. You got Michael Stanley Ladies' Choice and Michael Stanley Self-Titled. If there's another one in there, I'm not aware of it. All right, these are half off, no more, no less. Roberta Flack, Killing Me Softly. Roberta Flack, Killing Me Softly is $10. Like I said, everything in this crate is no more, no less. Gamma 2 is $10. Dan Fogelberg Souvenirs is $5. David Essex Gold and Ivory. David Essex is $7.50. Fallen Rock is $7.50. The Kingsman Volume 3 sealed $7.50. Springfield Revival was $5. And then Son of Spirit, $7.50. That's in shrink wrap, $7.50 on Spirit. Elvin Bishop Live, Racing Hell. Elvin Bishop is $7.50. Netherlands, Dan Fogelberg, $5. Mad Ox, John Entwistle's Ox, $12.50. Firefall Luna C, Just Remember I Love You, and It Will Be All Right. Roy Gallagher, Irish Tour 74, $15. Elvin Bishop, sold to Stephen Douglas for $7.50. Thank you, Stephen Douglas. We have Gary O, $5 on that. And Gasoline, that is from 1976. The half-off price is $25. Gary Wellman got the Roy Gallagher for $15. Thank you on that one. This is a no more, no less crate. Poco Legend. Poco is $5. Conway Twitty is $5. And we have Jorge Santana for $7.50. Hodgepodge Vintage gets the Kingsman. That is sold to Hodgepodge Vintage for $7.50. Johnny Silva got Poco. That's sold to Johnny Silva for $5. And we have Bat Jam Pump Factory. That's an 89 Hip Hop. $5 on that one. Jerry Butler sings Assorted Sounds. Jerry Butler is $10. Also, we have John Mayall, The Turning Point. John Mayall is $14. The History of Eric Clapton, that's a double LP. Gatefold jacket, $17.50 on Clapton. Rare Earth Ma, $12.50. Rare Earth Ma, $12.50 on that one. And Jack Scott, $5. Jack Scott, $5. Sylvia's Greatest Hits. Sylvia is $5. And Bobby V's Golden Greats, $5 on Bobby V Golden Greats. The Rare Earth Ma price was $12.50. Actually, a nice copy. This one with the white jacket always has quite a bit of wear and stains, you know, like white jackets typically do. Robert Palmer is $10. Bad Case of Loving You. Jack Scott is sold to Doug Wantz for $5. Thank you on that. Rare Earth is sold to Danae DeLeo for $12.50. Dean Martin Dino, $5 on Dean Martin. And The Voice, Frank Sinatra. The Voice is $7.50. Linda Ronstadt, Hasten Down the Wind, $5 on Linda. Live Cream, Volume 2, that is $15. $15. Slade, Rogues Gallery, Slade is $10. And Rant and Rave with the Stray Cats, $12.50. Stephen Douglas got Robert Palmer. That's sold to Stephen Douglas for $10. Thank you on that one. And Remember Shirley, that is Shirley Temple, a double LP, $7.50. Also, Mike Woodford, Scott Joplin Interpretation, 76, $5 on that one. Also, we had Foghat Night Shift. Foghat is $7.50. Pink Floyd, A Collection of Great Dance Songs. Pink Floyd is $25. $25 on Pink Floyd. And we also had the Incredible String Band, No Renewous Feud. The Incredible String Band is a 73 promo, $13.50 on that one. Great Steve Winwood comp. It's called Winwood. It has the stuff from Spencer Davis, Blind Faith, Traffic, and that is only $15. He was in some good groups. Spencer Davis, Traffic, Blind Faith, his solo career. A legend. Steve Winwood, $15. The Best of Del Shannon, $5 on Del Shannon. The Best of Del Shannon. Pickwick comp. Highway 101 Greatest Hits. Highway 101 is $10. That's a 1990 BMG Club. Stephen Douglas does get the Winwood. That's sold to him for $15. Let me go ahead and start a new crate right quick. Let me put this one right over here. Let me push that out of my way. All right, all right, all right. Here is crate number 6. Tracks on Electric Band. Electric Band? Or do you mean the Incredible String Band? Do you mean the Incredible String Band? The Crest Greatest Hits. The Crest Greatest Hits is $5. Chad, this is a half off crate, no more, no less. The Incredible String Band. Tracks are Explorer, Down Before Kathy, Saturday, Maybe, Jigs, Oh Buccaneer, At the Lighthouse Dance, Second Fiddle, Circus Girl, Turquoise Blue, My Blue Tears, Weather the Storm, and Little Girl. And that is a promo March record. Johnny Tillison Scrapbook, that's a Bear Family label, $7.50. I have over here Shirley Temple, sold for $7.50 to Chad Snyder. Ronnie Stewart's Ashes to Ashes, $5 on that one. Forever Judy, Judy Garland, $5 on Judy Garland. And we had Joe L., Superman's father on Krypton, Joe L., $5 on that one. Orange 5 got the Del Shannon. That sold Orange 5 for $5. And Sean Bailey on the Crest. The Crest is sold to Sean Bailey for $5. Doug Wantz on Johnny Tilliston. That is right here, sold to Doug Wantz for $7.50. Just Friends, John Haley Sims, Harry Sweets Edison. That is sealed for $12.50. Dan Fogelberg Phoenix is $5. We got Dan Fogelberg Captured Angel for $5. Also, we have Sons of Champlin, Loosen Up Naturally. Sons of Champlin is a 69 Scranton press. $20 on that. $20 on that. Herb Albert's Knight, $7.50. Gladys Knight and the Pip, second anniversary, sealed for $7.50. Also, Dinah Shore and Bing Crosby with Peggy Lee and Nat King Cole, 1952 recordings, $5 on that one. $5 on the Dinah Bing Crosby. Also over here, we have $7.50 for the classic Doobie Brothers, The Captain and Me, $7.50. $7.50. Also, I have Derek and Domino Layla. Wow. In the half off bin. This is on the second or a later label. RSO is typically a 70s press. $17.50 on that one. Melinda Daring gets Phoenix Fogelberg, and that's sold to her. Dan Fogelberg Phoenix for $5, and the Bing Crosby Dinah Shore. Thank you, Melinda Daring. That's sold to you for $5. Jim Kleinback on Dale Shannon. That, I think, has already been claimed. Yeah, Dale Shannon's already been claimed. Also, Rick Derringer, All-American Boy. Rock and Roll, Hoochie Coo. That one's $10. We have Trapeze, Hold On. Trapeze is $15. And Brian Auger and Julie Tippett's Encore, $6.50 on that one. Larry Norman, Only Visiting This Planet. Larry Norman is $15. Mo Bandy sings the songs of Hank Sr. for $5. And we have Clover. Clover is now $6.50. Stephen Douglas on the Doobies. The Doobie Brothers right here is sold to Stephen Douglas for $7.50. All right. Whoa, China Grove. Da 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 da. Don 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 don. Down 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 down. Do do do. Ooh. Bow 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 bow. B1. Mm-hmm. 1 second, please. Mm-hmm. 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 Dee 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 dee. Talking about the China Grove. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, China Grove. Doug Wants on Mo Bandy. That's sold to Doug Wants for $5. Larry Norman, Price and Condition. Larry Norman, Only Visiting This Planet. No condition notes. EX Plus or better. It is actually on a white label, special white label pre-release. $15. Do you know if the bad words was crossed out on Sons of Champlin's cover? Yeah, I think this is the alternate artwork. I don't think that's the original cover. Layla is EX Plus near mint minus. Nice condition on Layla. EX Plus near mint minus. No bids. No bids is James Luther Dickinson, BTS Triumph, The Animals, Brett Young, Tim McGraw, Roosevelt Holtz, Blind Boy Fuller, Mr. Fulbright's Blues, Bobby Hutcherson, Maxwell Street Avenue, Cadillac 3 Test Pressing, Going Away Blues, Taylor Swift 1989, Him, Dillard and Clark, Jimi Hendrix, and John Lennon. Johnny Silva wants Layla. Chris Reddings wants Larry. Okay. Layla. All right, and this is sold to Layla, sold to Johnny Silva for $17.50. Nice. Larry Norman sold to Chris Riddings for 15. Nice. Let me see if I can track down that Yellow Jackets for you, because if I don't right now, there's a chance that we might lose it forever. We don't want that to happen. He says it's either in the second or third crate. Whoa. Second or third crate. Almost spilt everything. I think I can go to it pretty fast because I think I know what you're talking about. I really want to know you. I really want to show you the way I feel. All right, it wasn't in that first or second crate, so it's probably on this one on the very bottom. Not in that one either. All right. Not in that one either. Hopefully for your sake, it's in this one right here. Are you positive somebody didn't buy it? So far, no luck. Ozark, crate, another flip. Not in here. Next crate. Found it. I will say the spin for $20. That's $15 plus a $5 looking fee, because it was marked $29.99. This was 1989 near mint. I'll do it for $20. It was marked $30. Blind Boy Fuller was $15. East Coast Piedmont style. There is a seam split at the top. No condition notes on the vinyl. Pink Floyd. No Pink Floyd in here. No Pink Floyd in here. Can't do half off on the Yellow Jackets, Joshua. It just got marked tonight. It just got marked tonight for $30. Does anybody have any last request? This is sold to Joshua for $20. Thank you, Joshua. That's sold to you for $20. Jamie K got Blind Boy Fuller for $10. Thank you on that. All right. Anybody else for tonight? Great night of selling for sure. And don't forget, I have all the Taylor Swift stuff. I still got the red AMC promo. I still got the red AMC promo for $3,000 if anybody's interested in that. I do have the Hagar singles. Like I said, I probably want to hold those. I'm going to go ahead and take these Sheryl Crows over there. I mean, I can do it like I do other autographs and go ahead and sell them as is. I would rather get them JSA stickered, though. So if you can just wait, I'll let you know when they come up. But I'd rather wait till we can get them JSA verified. How many Tim McGraws? I got this test pressing. Tim McGraw, standing room only, $35 test pressing. Lit Schlitz on Sylvia's Greatest Hits. Was that in the half off crate? I'm pretty sure it was, wasn't it? I apologize for starting late and ending early. I've got to reset my sleep, and I can do that tonight if I can do that tonight if I get out of here pretty soon. That ever since I took that trip to DC, I've been off, falling asleep right after the sales. And then I wake up after like taking a nap, and then I'm full of energy because all I need is like 2 or 3 hours to recharge, and I can go for like 24 more hours. And so I've been falling asleep up here in the store after the sales. And then I wake up and I'm like, it feels like it's a brand new day. And it's really been messing me up. So I'm like I got to figure out how to reset tonight. This is sold to Lit Schlitz for $5. Yeah, I was off before the trip because I was almost burned out. And then the trips messed me up. So I don't know what I need to do. I guess I just don't need to ever take off ever and just figure out how to like do drugs and stay awake all the time. You know, I mean, that's what it's going to come to. Oh, Taylor Swift, Tim McGraw. Taylor Swift, Tim McGraw. I've got 2 of them. $600. Number 34 and number 71. Should Have Said No is $400. Picture to Burn is $500. And Teardrops on My Guitar is $600. The Who Record Store Day. That's nothing from tonight. Was that in a previous show? Whew. Wait till y'all, I mean, tomorrow, I messed up. I didn't get the pull auction for tonight. They did a great job, but the new collection from Illinois is insane. I mean, it is absolutely incredible. It was absolutely incredible. And y'all have already seen some of it, but when you see the rest, you might go, holy crap. And we'll start having some of that by, well, great. I just got logged out of Restream. Purple vinyl. I don't think so. Hold on one second. I can't even see chat anymore. Still have Who Record Store Day. You know, Robot. Both for $950. It was purple vinyl. Are you doing Christmas again in October? Christmas again in October? What does that mean? I didn't know I did Christmas in October. Taylor Swift, Tim McGraw's. I will do both for $1,100. Oh, this one. Japanese. Yeah, I don't think that was Record Store Day. That was right here. Yeah, somebody bought that. Yeah, all the new Who Japanese stuff are gone. Yeah, so Tim McGraw, $1,200. I'll do $1,100. And these are probably pretty easy sales at $600. I didn't advertise these tonight. I did not let anybody know we were selling these. Oh, you're talking about Christmas records, Christmas vinyl. Yeah, John stockpiles them back there, and every once in a while he gets tired of looking at them, and he'll start putting them out. Yeah, we're not too far away from Christmas records. All 3 white label promos still available. What is all 3 white label promos? So Taylor, Dale, that might be true, but there's also currently none listed on Discogs, and the ones active are 700, 1,000, and 900. So what I always say is they may have sold one time for that, but can you buy them again for that? I don't think you can right now. They have sold for 700, 1,000, 700, 538, 700, 700, 400, and 629. I think 550 each is a great deal. Recent sold on eBay is 629, 400, 700, 700, 538, 655, 1,000, and 700. And then there's in Discogs, they're for sale in Thailand, China, and United Kingdom. I wouldn't be buying the Chinese ones. They're probably fake. Active is 900, 700, and 1,000. You should be all over that at 1,100. That would be technically the deal of the night. I sold one white label promo. There's one left for $1,200. The Kiss debuts. The Kiss debuts. There's one left for $1,200. That's the nicest one I have. Dale, you can't match the lowest sold on eBay. That would be, you'd have to put me in a straitjacket before I did that. I'd have to commit myself to a sane asylum. You know better than that. Come on. $1,000. Jeez Louise. Man. $1,000. These have technically, so since I first got these, what, a year ago? When I first got the first batch of these a year ago, they've went up about 20%, I think. I bet if you average it out, they've probably went up 20%. What does the sales chart look like? Is it charted on there? Looks like they're getting a better return than the S&P 500. All right, so let me do some math here. If I did get 600 on the button on eBay, let me calculate fees. I'm going to say 12 and a half. So 600 times, let's do 0.875. That's 525 plus times 2. That's a 1,050. Oh, man. Oh, God. Oh, man. You're going to make my head explode. You're trying to negotiate over gold. It's like trying to negotiate over gold here. This is literally, I got a 1 ounce gold coin up front. I might as well just bring it back here. 1 ounce gold and this is pretty much the same thing. Probably most people would rather have Taylor Swift, honestly, especially these. Oh, man. All right, let's do it. $1,000 sold to Dale Sanders. Taylor Swift, Tim McGraw. $1,000 for the deuce, for the pair. I think I've gotten pretty close to that for those in the past. They should be more the way they've went up, but we'll do it. $1,000 sold Dale Sanders. Thank you, sir. Go Vols. I'll blow you the air horn right quick. This is so to Dale for $1,000. Thank you, Dale. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's a great way to end the show. That's a great way to end the show. Anybody else? I still got teardrops, picture to burn, and should have said no. Tim McGraw was a big thing for her, though. That was a big song. Did I miss anybody else? Questions right there at the end? Sorry. I was doing some heavy thinking. I think they would have sold for $600 on Discogs if I would have waited, but and then if they sold for $600 on eBay, you're talking $525 net. So one of those CDs I listed this Sunday, I accidentally made it a buy it now instead of an auction. So somebody bought a Opeth CD for $14.99 shipping. Let me tell you how much, if you do free shipping on eBay, how much that cuts into your price. So $15 CD after you pay fees and the minimum postage, I netted $5.22. So if you sell a CD for $15 shipped online on eBay, you get 1/3 of the price net to your pocket. So that CD, I don't know what I had in it, but let's say I bought a batch of CDs for $5 a piece. That means I didn't make any money. I made maybe $1, maybe 20 cents, maybe 80 cents. If I bought a lot of really good metal CDs for $5 a piece. A lot of people be like, man, you can sell these online for $15. I'm like, yeah, when you sell a $15 CD online, after you pay postage and fees, you get about $5. Most people think, oh, 15%. No. eBay, after you have to pay shipping, if you do it for free, because a lot of CDs and media are free shipping online, like Amazon, eBay, and you've got to match that to be able to be competitive. Yeah. So that's like, people have these CD collections. They'll be like, I've got 5,000 CDs. I'll be like, I'll give you $10,000. And they'll be like, holy crap, I paid $20 a piece for these. I'm like, yeah, but if you went to sell them, it's like $4 a piece. Okay, next thing over here is this is just the thing is don't sell them. Just keep them. And then the other question was Jimi Hendrix right here. Jimi Hendrix is You Can't Use My Name, Rock Folders 2, an 83 U.S. unofficial, $40 on Jimi Hendrix. You Can't Use My Name, $40. Tug McGraw, yeah, that's Tim McGraw's father, played baseball. Didn't he play for the Mets? I think he played for the Mets. Yeah, I've had his cards. I've had a lot of them. I remember the first time we found one, everybody was like, man, you should give that to, you should call Tim McGraw and see if he wants to buy it. And I'm like, I'm sure he has access to his dad's cards. It's not like it's Honus Wagner or something. The Phillies. We sold another CD. I wonder what I netted on. There's a couple that slipped by me and they accidentally went for buy it now. Oh yeah, this one's probably even worse. Did they already ship it today? Yeah, look at this. I sold a Testament CD for $10 on eBay. Okay. I sold a Testament CD for $10 on eBay. I'm going to get $2.04 deposited in my account. There's the fees. Sales tax, transaction fees. Shipping on one CD is $5.89. That's the cheapest way you can ship it on eBay. So I netted $2.04. That's 80% fees and cost, not counting the cost of the CD. So we always try to tell people when they're going to sell their collections, they're like, yeah, I'll just sell it myself if I can't get this amount of money. And I'm like, dude, you have no idea what you're talking about. I'm not just trying to convince you to take my cash offer, but you have no idea what you're about to go through trying to sell stuff online. Yeah, they charge a fee for shipping. That's why it doesn't make sense to charge shipping, because if you charge shipping, they charge a fee on that. And so you don't even make money on the shipping. And it's just, you're just screwed either way. So, yeah, that's 80%. That's 80% fees and costs to sell a $10 item on eBay. So now they're charging a percentage on that one. What's the process to handle discrepancy in my invoice? You need to go to shopcollectco.com and do the contact us. Or if you're on Facebook, you can message Ed on Facebook. Yeah, and then here's that Opeth CD. So Opeth was $15. Oh, my bad. I netted $624. $624. I thought it was $524. Yeah, that was an Opeth CD for $14.99. So it was $16.08 after they collected sales tax, $286, and then the shipping's $589. So that's another thing. You know, we're only doing this $8 in limited shipping. I think we're losing $10 every order or something crazy like that. I think we're eating like $30,000 a month in cost on postage doing free shipping. And I don't know how much longer I can do that. I'm either going to have to raise it to 10 or do some kind of flight calculation based on how much you've bought, or I don't know. But we're taking a huge loss on postage every month. I mean, it is astronomically up there. It's going to be six figures easily this year that I've ate in postage cost. It is insane. Because I think these $8 shipping orders, the average cost is like $18 we're paying now. You know, we're doing hundreds, if not thousands of orders a week. Medium mail is not a set price. No, it's still calculated per weight. And they're trying to get rid of that. They've already got rid of first class. They've went to this ground advantage. And then they just raised the rates on that. So there's no cheap way really to ship anything anymore. And even if they raised it another 40%, they're still not charging enough. They're still not making enough money to pay the bills at the post office. So, yeah, shipping costs are going to be probably one of the biggest problems for small businesses in the next 5 years, because most people are online retail, and just the cost keeps increasing. And packaging materials and everything like that. So kind of sucks. And I don't think that $18 average, I don't think that includes our labor here. So that's just over cost. But I'm going to keep it at $8 as long as I can, as long as I'm still coming out green at the end of every year. But man, it's crazy how much it's costing us to ship per order on average. I mean, you can imagine the amount of, about every package that goes out the door is like a $10 loss in postage on average. Thousands of orders. You do the math every week. Whew, it's a lot. So. All right. They got to do something at the post office. I mean, I don't know. They continue to lose money, but I guess, you know, if the government could, I have no idea. That's a complicated subject, right? Very complex. Yeah. I don't know. Those are line items that involve trillions of dollars to figure out. Okay, I'm in the feed now. I was making sure nobody else wanted to buy any more Taylor Swifts. I'm done, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. Hopefully a lot earlier than tonight. So thank you. Good night. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. Appreciate it. Y'all been great. Nice chatting with you. And see you tomorrow. Thank you. Good night.